rugby is positively impacting society. We are so excited to have the children here today because they are the next generation and have the opportunity to make a real difference in sport.
Ladies and gentlemen, in sport as in life, it's the big moments that are memorable. This is our big moment. I invite you, I encourage you, I ask you to grasp it. Let us work together to transform vision into achievement.
We are aware there are many inherent threats to the purity of sports competition. That is why we are here today. For that reason, we thank you and we commend the work of SIGA.
SIGA is an amalgamation of different people, different organizations which are coming together to tackle corruption and some of the problems in sport.
That's why it is incumbent upon the entities, the organizations, and partnerships with organizations like SIGA and others to force a culture of integrity and compliance.
So again, having everybody brought together to say, we won't stand for this, we want accountability, we want transparency, and most of all, we want integrity.
If we want to be the agents of change we want to see in the sporting industry, we need to look to ourselves first. And that is to entrust the development of the SIGA independent rating and verification system. The name of that third party, I'm proud to announce, is the British Standard Institute.
We're certainly very proud and very privileged to have been chosen to help you develop the scheme and to bring greater integrity to the sports world.
Then I think it must be able to have at least certain standards from which all the federations has to be implemented.
Well, SIGA is based on a multi-stakeholder effort. As we can see today, we bring all sides of the industry together. And athletes, we can talk about good governance and we can talk about it from the top, but without the athletes, there is no sport.
Each person representing an organization, whether it's a sports organization or if it is a company or if it's a group of sponsors, they're all doing something within their company to create accountability and push for integrity that will affect the entire community.
And it's with those thoughts in mind and many more that I and my former colleagues from the Eastern District of New York, our law enforcement partners from the IRS, aggressively investigated and sought to root out corruption. However, I can tell you that law enforcement would prefer to leave those efforts into the organizations like SIGA that have been established to stand in the gap.
I think it will be individual lives that are more impacted, right? Players will get themselves in bad situations.
To take, I think, the bad side of the politics that infects these organizations, to minimize that influence on the day-to-day important decisions that the organization takes.
Oh, I think I fell in love with the concept. Taking sports integrity to the next level, I feel like is going to be really important. With the world turning digital, it's really hard to keep track anymore.
So it's important for us to work with entities like SIGA, for example, this great coalition of international leaders from organizations who are already making huge strides in this space as it pertains to sport integrity.
I like very much the name of the panel because this was it's very close to our Bulgarian motto, United we stay strong.
Everybody in this room, I believe, in integrity and good governance.
And sports safety, security and integrity is driven by our mission to help safeguard sport.
When you look at a sport like NASCAR, it's just not individual competitors. And so for us, we've had to spend a lot of time on the integrity.
So I believe that for change, we have to do something together. So in Brazil, athletes, companies decide to do something together to change.
And so it's a real problem. And what I think has to come out of this is there has to be a generalized recognition that the world has changed in fundamental ways.
Is what is it we ask and want of SIGA? And I would just say a few things. One, we want it to continue to grow. We want to continue to have rooms like this get bigger and more inclusive, more diverse.
This will lead to establishing a growing group of like-minded entities. We all, cooperating with SIGA, stand very firm. I'm sure you all will be firm as well. Thank you very much.
The world was not designed with women in mind, and we're looking to change that. I'm super excited to see the spotlight on women's sports continue to accelerate. I'm thrilled that there's other like-minded brands coming to the table and really helping that acceleration and really joining a movement, which we at MasterCard really believe in.
The SIGA's universal standards, so I'd encourage sports organisations to adopt them. We're here to go, everyone's here to go on a governance journey. We would also encourage to go through our independent rating system.
SIGA's mission is to support sports organizations by inspiring accountability, transparency, and good governance through its universal standards, and to encourage organizations to go through its independent rating and verification tool called SERVS.
I think getting more women at the board level will be a catalyst for that. But so that is a long-winded way of saying, like, yes, certainly women are breaking through, and organizations and conferences like this with mentoring programs are a great first step, but there's more work to do.
Women in sports is really exciting and something that we are actively exploring. I know that it makes good sense to bring diverse perspectives to any challenge that we may have.
When you're a mentee, there's always someone who can learn from you. So call it whatever you want to call it, but you can always learn from each other, no matter what level, what stage of your career, no matter where you are.
As commissioner of the NWSL, we've experienced firsthand how important these topics are for the build and the growth of any professional league or team.
We're very much aligned to SIGA's mission to have a positive impact through sport, and I'm incredibly excited today to announce that Sports Innovation Lab has been accepted as a member of SIGA.
We have an amazing partnership with SIGA around mentorship and the Global Mentorship Program.
There's no doubt in my mind that without his mentorship, I would never have succeeded in building the business career I have today, which reinforces exactly why the SIGA Women Global Mentorship Program is an important initiative to support the development of women in sports leadership.
Women are always undervalued if you only look at the spreadsheet. So my hope is partners will come on board, and we have great partners already, but we're always wanting more who will work with us to create a new value model, a new way to flip the script of undervaluing women's sports and really right-size this ship.
There's been change, but it's not nearly enough. It needs to be part of the daily narrative, not just something we should definitely celebrate it, of course, but it needs to be integrated into our platform.
There's lots of women here and men in the field of gender equity and pushing that change. As it's hard work, it's really hard, and it's going to take time, because what we're really interested and what's really going to change it is actually cultural change and instigating that cultural change.
You have a voice, you have the power, use it. The moment is now.
We are here on the eve of Rugby World Cup 2023 in Paris, and I'm joined by MasterCard ambassadors Dan Carter and Safi Ndiaye. Today we have a number of children from the community joining us for a very special rugby clinic. And with that, MasterCard has just launched the Future 15 report. The Future 15 report was done in collaboration with the University of Bath, and it focuses on how rugby is positively impacting society. We are so excited to have the children here today because they are the next generation and have the opportunity to make a real difference in sport.
Ladies and gentlemen, in sport as in life, it's the big moments that are memorable. This is our big moment. I invite you, I encourage you, I ask you to grasp it. Let us work together to transform vision into achievement.
We are aware there are many inherent threats to the purity of sports competition. That is why we are here today. For that reason, we thank you and we commend the work of SIGA.
SIGA is an amalgamation of different people, different organizations which are coming together to tackle corruption and some of the problems in sport.
That's why it is incumbent upon the entities, the organizations, and partnerships with organizations like SIGA and others to force a culture of integrity and compliance.
So again, having everybody brought together to say, we won't stand for this, we want accountability, we want transparency, and most of all, we want integrity.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry to interrupt your conversations that you're having right now. If I could get everyone's attention, please. We are about to start the Women's Summit shortly, so if everyone could please make their way to the NPR room. And if you need to use the restrooms, they're over in the far corner there, and we'll see you shortly for the summit.
We're certainly very proud and very privileged to have been chosen to help you develop the scheme and to bring greater integrity to the sports world.
Then I think it must be able to have at least certain standards from which all the federations has to be implemented.
Well, SIGA is based on a multi-stakeholder effort. As we can see today, we bring all sides of the industry together. And athletes, we can talk about good governance and we can talk about it from the top, but without the athletes, there is no sport.
Each person representing an organization, whether it's a sports organization or if it is a company or if it's a group of sponsors, they're all doing something within their company to create accountability and push for integrity that will affect the entire community.
And it's with those thoughts in mind and many more that I and my former colleagues from the Eastern District of New York, our law enforcement partners from the IRS, aggressively investigated and sought to root out corruption. However, I can tell you that law enforcement would prefer to leave those efforts into the organizations like SIGA that have been established to stand in the gap.
I think it will be individual lives that are
more impacted, right? Players will get themselves in bad situation.
You know, to take, I think, the bad side of the politics that infects these organizations, to minimize that influence on the day-to-day important decisions that the organization takes.
Oh, I think I fell in love with the concept. Taking sports integrity to the next level, I feel like is going to be really important. With the world turning digital, it's really hard to keep track anymore.
So it's important for us to work with entities like SIGA, for example, this great coalition of international leaders from organizations who are already making huge strides in this space as it pertains to sport integrity.
I like very much the name of the panel because it's very close to our Bulgarian motto, United we stay strong.
Everybody in this room, I believe, in integrity and good governance.
And sports safety, security and integrity is driven by our mission to help safeguard sport.
When you look at a sport like NASCAR, it's just not individual competitors. And so for us, we've had to spend a lot of time on the integrity.
So I believe that for change, we have to do something together. So in Brazil, athletes, companies decide to do something together to change.
And so it's a real problem. And what I think has to come out of this is there has to be a generalized recognition that the world has changed in fundamental ways.
Is what is it we ask and want of SIGA? And I would just say a few things. One, we want it to continue to grow. We want to continue to have rooms like this get bigger and more inclusive, more diverse.
This will lead to establishing a growing group of like-minded entities. We all, cooperating with SIGA, stand very firm. I'm sure you all will be firm as well. Thank you very much.
The world was not designed with women in mind, and we're looking to change that. I'm super excited to see the spotlight on women's sports continue to accelerate. I'm thrilled that there's other like-minded brands coming to the table and really helping that acceleration and really joining a movement, which we at MasterCard really believe in.
The SIGA's universal standards, I'd encourage sports organisations to adopt them. We're here to go, everyone's here to go on a governance journey. We would also encourage to go through our independent rating system.
SIGA's mission is to support sports organizations by inspiring accountability, transparency, and good governance through its universal standards, and to encourage organizations to go through its independent rating and verification tool called SERVS.
I think getting more women at the board level will be a catalyst for that. But so that is a long-winded way of saying, like, yes, certainly women are breaking through, and organizations and conferences like this with mentoring programs are a great first step, but there's more work to do.
Women in sports is really exciting and something that we are actively exploring. I know that it makes good sense to bring diverse perspectives to any challenge that we may have.
When you're a mentee, there's always someone who can learn from you. So call it whatever you want to call it, but you can always learn from each other, no matter what level, what stage of your career, no matter where you are.
role as commissioner of the NWSL, we've experienced firsthand how important these topics are for the build and the growth of any professional league or team.
We're very much aligned to SIGA's mission to have a positive impact through sport, and I'm incredibly excited today to announce that Sports Innovation Lab has been accepted as a member of SIGA.
We have an amazing partnership with SIGA around mentorship and the Global Mentorship Program.
There's no doubt in my mind that without his mentorship, I would never have succeeded in building the business career I have today, which reinforces exactly why the SIGA Women Global Mentorship Program is an important initiative to support the development of women in sports leadership.
Women are always undervalued if you only look at the spreadsheet. So my hope is partners will come on board, and we have great partners already, but we're always wanting more who will work with us to create a new value model, a new way to flip the script of undervaluing women's sports and really right-size this ship.
There's been change, but it's not nearly enough. It needs to be part of the daily narrative, not just something we should definitely celebrate it, of course, but it needs to be integrated into our platform.
There's lots of women here and men in the field of gender equity and pushing that change, as it's hard work. It's really hard, and it's going to take time, because what we're really interested in and what's really going to change it is actually cultural change and instigating that cultural change.
You have a voice, you have the power, use it. The moment is now.
All right, welcome on in. Hello, everyone. Everyone having a great day so far? Yes, all right. Lots of energy, lots of bright colors, lots of people from all over the world here today for such an incredible event. We are here for the 4th edition of the SIGA Women's Summit on Female Leadership in Sports. Woohoo! Thank you all so much for being here today, whether you are speaking or attending. Obviously, this is an event that we can all very much learn so much from, every single person in this room, even if you're just networking outside talking to one another. Now, my name is Julie Stewart-Banks, and I'm going to be your MC for the first half of this day. So don't worry, you get someone else in the afternoon. I grew up in Canada. I went to school in England, and now I live in the United States. So when it comes to women's soccer, no matter who I cheer for, I'm always going to be happy. It's a little different for the men's side, but yeah. That's a big dig on England, by the way. I've been broadcasting sports in the US since 2013 when I moved from Saskatchewan in Canada to Los Angeles when Fox Sports 1 was launching their network, and since then have worked at ESPN, CBS Sports HQ, Fubo TV, NBC Sports, NHL on TNT, SNY, and Bet Rivers. So if you're keeping track, my bingo card of networks is almost full. Now, a little bit of housekeeping before we begin. We're very thankful to have the Wellness Universe today that is going to be offering Reiki sessions for us outside during the breaks. And if you haven't tried it before, it's an incredible experience, energy healing technique to relieve stress. They know more about it than I do. I'm obviously going to be going out there to try to get a Reiki session. And if you need to use the restrooms, they are just, as I pointed out before, if you go out this room, down the hall, and to the right. So first and foremost, just a word to our host partner, MasterCard, one of SIGA's founding members. Thank you so much for hosting this event for the 3rd consecutive year. Yesterday, MasterCard hosted the inaugural SIGA Masterclass on female leadership in sport. And for anyone who was able to attend it, I was able to get to the end of it, but it was a very interesting, immersive experience, being able to learn from some of the greatest minds in sport and being able to interchange ideas. So thank you, MasterCard, for that. Now, a special shout out to the Summit Silver Partners, TCS, and Session Partners, M&T Bank, Epic Global Solutions, and Connecticut Sun. And for the first time, the Summit has a media partner. Diarios is a Spanish daily sports newspaper operating globally with English edition in the US and regional branches in Latin America. They will be streaming this event live, so you can go to their website to be able to see this event. And a final word for our official social media partner, Women's Sports. They are Women's Sports Network, excuse me. If you take any videos or photos, make sure that you tag at SIGA_women. That's on Instagram. Hashtag Inspire Inclusion, hashtag Gender Equity, hashtag SIGA Women, hashtag Stand with SIGA. Lots of hashtags, but that's how we're able to find all the content that everyone will be able to put out today. So, of course, we're here today to discuss how sports organizations, sponsors, and each one of us can help pave the way to inspire inclusion and promote gender equity in sport. And in 2 days, we'll celebrate International Women's Day, so this is a perfect kickoff. Round of applause for that. Now, to kick things off, I'd like to welcome, to get everything started, Allison Giordano, Senior Vice President, Global Sponsorship and Consumer Marketing for MasterCard, to the stage to say a few words.
Thanks, Julie. Appreciate it. So just a quick message from me. One, thrilled to have you all here at our New York City Tech Hub. MasterCard has been, as you heard Julie state, a founding brand partner of SIGA. And it's very important to us, this relationship. SIGA really focuses on driving good governance in sport and ensuring that the sports industry holistically is thinking about the things around that they need to be thinking about, whether it be anti-corruption, financial governance, but also ESG, and that's why we're here today. DE&I is super important to both SIGA, MasterCard. Inclusion and gender equity is at the center and core of our company, and so it makes perfect sense for this relationship to exist. So we're really, really thrilled to have Emmanuel, Katie, and the team here today. I think there's going to be amazing, meaningful conversations. I'm so excited that we have such a robust audience this year, and we have, I think it's going to be about 200 people over the course of the day that will be in person, and then we're going to have hundreds and hopefully thousands across the globe listening in. So hopefully you guys can stay for the entire day. The conversations are really fantastic. We've brought folks from all across the sports world, both within the US and outside the United States. So I think it's going to be some really interesting conversations. On that, I'm going to pass it back to Julie, and I wish you a great day.
Thank you so much, Allie. What a wonderful partnership and alignment between MasterCard and SIGA. So I would now like to call to the stage Chief of Outreach and Engagement, UN Global Compact, Sue Alchurch.
Can you all hear me? Is the mic working? Yes. Well, thank you very much for inviting me here today to speak at this SIGA Summit on female leadership in sport. I work at the UN Global Compact, and we work with businesses across the world to engage and support them as they run their business according to integrity principles. We cover anti-corruption, labor, human rights, and environmental standards. So working together with SIGA is a perfect partnership. And of course, gender equity is one of our key drivers. Also, as a mother of very sporting daughters, this is very important to me to be here. One of my daughters, when she was young, she used to play for Chelsea Football Club in the UK, and she was a mascot to the first women's team going out and playing for the first professional game, to an empty stadium, to just us keen parents watching by, nothing like the male game, and you can only wonder what impact that had on the girls. But she recently went to watch the Arsenal women's game to a packed Emirates Stadium, full of all genders watching what is now a perfectly huge game in the UK, and we see gender equity in many games now, football, cricket, everything growing. And you can imagine how she felt warmed and pleased by that. And that's why, for me, it's great to see sport really driving this change. We can see it across the world. Inclusion, Juliana Al-Sadiq. Representation, Malala with the Afghan women's sports team, the football team. Human rights and equal pay. We know both Billie Jean King and Megan Rapinoe have trailblazed change, not only in their sports, but also in the world. Sports people are admired everywhere and have a real chance to make a change for good in the world. Sporting occasions are huge and bring people together, can highlight societal issues, and can really make change. Significant progress. And when it comes to driving gender equality, we know it's well documented that participation of women can challenge all those gender stereotypes that hold women back and discrimination, and can be a real vehicle to promote equality for girls and women worldwide and across the board. Which is why organizations like SIGA and the Women's Mentorship Program are so important. We really have to work together across all parts of sport and society to drive equity for women and be a force for social good. And we know this goes beyond the sports people. It's actually towards leadership as well. And we know that women in sport challenge stereotypes of women as decision makers, as leaders, and particularly in traditional male domains, which is why it's really important to see them in leading positions, as referees, in the media. In essence, gender equity in sport can really help drive gender equity everywhere. And just a reminder as to why this is so important. At the current rate we're moving, it's going to take us 169 years to close the gender economic gap. And specifically, 5% only of the Forbes 500, Fortune 500 are run by a female CEO, only 5. And if we carry on at the rate we're going at the moment, it's going to take 257 years to close the gender pay gap. Now, I don't understand why anyone can't pay women and men the same for equal value work. And we know also that only simple 6 activities put into place in businesses can close 2/3 of that gender pay gap by 2030. Easy things on pay and conditions. Now, in Global Compact, we work with businesses across the world, as I said, to drive towards many targets, and obviously gender equity is one of them. And sports teams and sports businesses around them are all businesses. So they have the same level of responsibility that we ask for all of our businesses, and even more given the platform that sports has. We're asking businesses to step up to many targets, but 2 very specific areas in gender. One is equal representation, participation, and leadership across all levels of management by 2030, and equal pay for equal value work by 2030. At the moment, we have 365 companies committed to these goals, which is really nothing in the grand scheme of things, but we're working, and many of you can join us in this work too. We do provide extensive programs, support, training to help companies, and we know that our Target Gender Equality Initiative, it's a 3 or 4 month program. When businesses finish that, 90% of them have gender equity targets for their leadership. So by 2030, we hope to be seeing a big change. But anyway, more of that later. Just throughout the rest of the week, though, we will be, and the rest of the month here, we'll be doing many things. We'll have with the Champions of Change Coalition, we have a round table discussing how more businesses can work towards these 2 targets. We have an interactive learning journey covering target setting, eliminating the pay gap, and unlocking male allies. And we also have a female CFO coalition working towards driving investment to where this activity is taking place. So really, I just want to leave you with the rest of the day and leave you with the face of Megan Rapinoe. I know we don't have her sport talent on the football field, nor her platform, but we can all have a voice. We can all do our thing. So yeah, inspire inclusion. And I really wish you a fantastic day, a great visit here, a happy Women's History Month, and a wonderful International Women's Day. Enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sue, thank you so much for such inspiring words. I want to run through a wall after hearing that. And also, it's pretty jarring to see the differences, of course, between men and women in pay equity and leadership positions. So I think that's a catalyst for inspiring us to all do a lot more. Now, one woman who has done so much already and is really the heart and soul of this event is arguably Katie Simmons, SIGA Global COO and Managing Director of the SIGA Women Program. If Katie, you could come up. We decided to coordinate on outfits for today.
Just going to say that you're dressed really well. I like what you're wearing. Hello, everybody. Welcome to New York. Yes. This is not a normal conference. Just looking out at the sea of faces, it's amazing. You mentioned the word colourful. I'd say the word diverse. Everybody here, you're here in a different capacity. We're not, we're not with men, all men in the conference as we normally go in. There's different people, and your energy and your passion, I can feel it. And I can feel that I'm in a room of change, and it's going to happen. And we're not going to need those 269 years that Sue said. We are not, and we're not going to let that happen under our watch. I have the privilege of leading the SIGA Women Global Mentorship Program and the SIGA Women Program. It's in its 5th cycle, and I'm proud that this cycle we have 150 women connected, which is fantastic. But I'm an ambitious woman, unashamedly, and I want to grow it. And with the partners that we've got on board this year, with our host, SIGA founding member MasterCard, with Connecticut Sun, M&T Bank, and with Epic Global Solutions and TCS, we are able to change the narrative and change the needle. And we want more. We want more partners to join, because with your dollars, we can make impact. And we want more media partners to join, because with your eyeballs, we can get more visibility for the cause. And that's what we need. And that's where we're going. And I'm delighted that you're on this journey with us in terms of female leadership and gender equity in sport. Why SIGA Women? SIGA is an organization that's only 7 years old. Why would we create a sub-brand within that? Well, we did that because I was empowered by our CEO, who tasked me to create this legion of women to join me, because I believe that to change the needle for good governance, we do need the women and the female leaders to drive that change. We're talking about making sure that we have term limits. We're talking about making sure that we have representation. We're talking about having unconscious bias training. All of these things are good governance. And let's face it, good governance in an industry, in all industries, why do we need it? We need it because, quite simply, businesses are run more efficiently, it mitigates against corruption, and it affects our bottom line. It drives revenue. So if all other industries know that, what's different for sport? Sport can't be left alone. And so that's why we need to push and drive the change. And I count on you to join us and be part of that change. I can feel your energy, your passion, and your purpose. And I know that together we will make the difference. Yeah. I'm humbled by it. I'm grateful for you being here. It means really a great deal. Every one of you, I've either met you online or somebody has connected me to you. And the movement keeps on growing. So thank you very much. Have a very happy International Women's Day. Have a brilliant Women's History Month, and own this space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Katie. What energetic, inspiring words. We really appreciate all of your efforts that you have done. And of course, today would also be a part of congratulations to Emmanuel Macedo de Medeiros, SIGA's CEO, for empowering women and being an ally, and to all the men here in the room that are allies for all of us women. I'm looking forward to hearing Emmanuel later today and what they are collectively achieving. So now it's time for our first panel, the Changemakers Leading the Sport Integrity Evolution. And this panel is powered by M&T Bank. So I invite Alexa Klein from the New York Yankees, Jan Liebchen, M&T Bank. If it, maybe they're in here or outside. Oh, okay, great. Kate Pratt-Theobald, Liverpool FC. You guys can take a seat. Carrie Rogerson from Octagon, and moderator Sarah Castro from DROS.
We're ready? Yes. So it is an honor to moderate this panel and have the opportunity to discuss relevant matters such as the role of integrity in brand sport partnerships and how brand and sports organizations can work together to drive cultural change. Fans and consumers are looking for organizations able to embrace and understand the new social context we're living in. We're talking about equity, diversity, social and racial justice, to name a few. We have the responsibility to add value to the conversation occurring in the world of sports. But without a doubt, it goes beyond the industry, because at the end of the day, sports amplify the transformation that society is undergoing. Thanks to the speakers and all of you for being here to share your knowledge and experience in this field. Buenos días a todos y bienvenidos. First, I would like to ask you all, what does it mean to be a change maker in this context? Alexa?
To me, a change maker in the sports industry is really someone that holds themselves accountable, makes themselves better, but also the people around them. I think a lot of it has to do with empowering the people in this room, the people that you work with, and really being a driving force in what makes the difference. It's not always about achieving goals and getting yourself further. It's about bringing people up with you and really being that leader for the people around you.
Cool. Jan.
Oh, thanks. Well, I'll maybe start with introducing myself. Jan Liebsen, I'm the head of brand for M&T Bank. Thank you, Katie, for having us and allowing us to participate in this really exciting summit. So for us, being a change maker is core to who we are from a DNA standpoint. If you don't know us, M&T operates a super regional bank on the East Coast that includes a retail bank, commercial bank, and through our subsidiary, Wilmington Trust, wealth and institutional services. And at a core, from a DNA standpoint, we are a community bank, and we recognized probably about 5 or 6 years ago that the traditional definition of community, where you are thinking about regional focus, has really broadened itself to be really, anything that brings people together. And so we've evolved from being a community bank to a bank for communities. And as such, it's just core to who you are is to be a change maker, to really include and uplift any member of those communities. And so that's how we would see that.
Bring people together. How about you, Kate?
Good morning. Is my mic on? Yes. Okay, great. Good morning. Thank you to Katie and the SIGA team for hosting today's amazing conference, and to Ali and the MasterCard team for hosting everyone here. I have to say this is extra special for me because I'm sitting on a panel with Alexa Klein, who was a former teammate of mine back in 2010 at the New York Yankees, and our boss, Brian Kalka, who's now CRO at the Professional Fighters League, saw that we were speaking and came out to support us today, which I've been fortunate to have a lot of female mentors in my career, but also a lot of great men who have supported us. And to me, a change maker, the onus is really on the maker part of that. It's really easy to talk about change and to moan about change and what needs to change. And as we all know, it's really the only constant is change. But I think the real change makers you're seeing in this day and age are the people that can really advocate for that change and really stand up to make a difference internally at organizations on the areas that they're passionate about and they care about.
Yep. Hi, everybody. Kerry Rogerson with Octagon. I work with our brand clients on sponsorship strategy, execution, negotiation. Very happy to be here. Thanks to SIGA, to MasterCard, TCS, all the sponsors, and Jan and M&T Bank for sponsoring this panel. Thank you for that. So for me, listen, sports is a massive platform. It brings us together, has incredible scale and visibility. And I just want to go back to the point Sarah mentioned about responsibility, and it's everybody's responsibility to implement and impact change, whether it's a small step, a large stride. We're all capable of doing that. For me, a change maker is somebody who's incredibly passionate. You can see that they've got a vision. It's very infectious. They work with their teams, their plans, ideas, and they're constantly putting new ideas out on the table. They're solutions oriented, so they're constantly moving forward. They're trying to build for the future, and they don't take no for an answer. We just, we try to just find another path. So if it's not going to go one way, we're going to find something else. And at the end of the day, we're all capable of making change, small steps to large steps, but just have to continue kind of making that ripple, so that there's impact.
We have a lot of in common. So Alexa, as Executive Director, Partnership Activation for New York Yankees, which is the main transformation the team has experienced joining forces with another brand, which are the core values that define your alliances?
So I think that's a very complex and layered question, but I think to really sum up that when we're at the New York Yankees looking to align with a new brand or make the decision to stay with a current brand, I think a lot of it is our core values, which is integrity, respect, responsibility, whether that's in the community, activating the partnership. I think making sure that we are staying aligned on our core values with the company that we work with is a huge part of aligning with brands, finding new brands to partner with, and then figuring out what this brand is focusing on, whether it's sustainability, community-focused, youth, schools, charity, and then really kind of staying aligned with them from the core to make sure that we are fulfilling the partnership and finding that natural, genuine fit so that the partnership is one that we can activate that is natural for everyone involved.
Jan, M&T Bank is supporting this summit, a summit on female leadership in sports. What do you find relevant in this match between sports and women in power, which is the impact of female leadership on the brand values of M&T Bank?
So like I said, we're a community bank and we support the different members of our community. And it's quite interesting to what Alexa said. We've seen that the partners that we work with are much more in tune to the idea that brands actively seek out integrity-based activations and are much more in tune to it and providing those types of solutions when we seek out. And so what we do is we actively look for opportunities to engage with our community in a way that adds value to those communities. And so I'll give you a few examples. We work with the Ravens in part because of their stance on many relevant topics. Like if you look at some of the most important topics that have touched us, the Ravens have been quite forward-thinking in their communications, have been quite open to it. So Black Lives Matter, or the atrocities in Gaza, or most recently in Kansas City. If you look at how the Ravens showed up, that's really in line with how we show up. We also consider our current needs in our marketplace. So for example, if you consider Massachusetts and Boston, it currently is experiencing, I guess I would say, if you look at the constitutional positions that exist there, the governor is a female, the mayor of Boston is a female, our regional president in Massachusetts is a female, and so we naturally then seek out female opportunities, female owners in the sports world, female sports, such to align with what our communities need.
Thank you. Kate, you work in global partnerships for Liverpool FC. I'm rooting for Liverpool because of Luis Diaz. I'm a fan. So what do you look when you try to promote new relationships with brands around the world? How do you value which organizations you want to develop collaborations with?
Yeah, so this is really topical, and we as a commercial department have been spending the bulk of our time over the past 5 years working to build what we want to be the most premium partner family in sports. And it's interesting, we did a study about a year ago where we pulled our current partners and a handful of them. We actually pulled prospects that had turned a partnership down from Liverpool Football Club and a handful of agency executives that we really valued. And we asked them about a handful of metrics that were important to them. And one finding from that study was that our partners care deeply about the company we keep and who they sit alongside. And we're lucky at Liverpool Football Club to have amazing U.S. ownership in Fenway Sports Group who cares deeply about purpose and the values. And as a club, we know who we are. And Liverpool is oozing in charisma and values and our anthem of "You'll Never Walk Alone" and what that solidarity means. And it's really been on us to harness that and think about who we are as a club, and then how can we find brands that align with that. And there's a quote I really like that is, "Fortune favors the focused." And we've put a lens under our sustainability strategy, which I'll come on to in a little bit, to really focus us on where we want to find partners. And it's not been without pain. Our partner portfolio looks very different than it did 8 years ago, but we're really proud to have a plethora of blue chip brands now with Nike and Standard Chartered Bank and Expedia and AXA and Google and Pixel and UPS, and you go down this list of dreamy partners that have really enabled us to tell amazing stories and to do it through a purpose-led light that we hope will long continue. But as many of you in this room know, it's not without a lot of nurturing of that strategy and making sure that you really stay on that path.
Carrie, as you mentioned, Octagon is a global agency in sports, entertainment, and culture. I would like you to talk about the development of positive role models in the sports industry. How can brands and talents work together to drive this cultural change we've been talking about?
Yeah, I think it all starts with having a plan on both sides. I've been fortunate in my career to work with athletes and personalities and brands, but really kind of start with what is your plan and have the ability to be flexible to adapt. So do the research. What does that brand stand for? What does the athlete care about? What are some of those insights with the audience that you're trying to reach and the problems? Each sport has different challenges. So, how are we going to partner together? So whatever we kind of put brands and athletes together, what are those shared values? What's that shared vision? And how do we authentically build a program together to impact change? A good example, is one of our clients, Simone Biles, has struggled obviously with confidence. What you see with girls right now, one of the biggest challenges from girls 8 to 14 is that half of them are walking away from sports, based on, kind of confidence issues. So Simone, famously, through the Olympics had some confidence issues. So I think she wanted to build upon that and influence the next generation. So she worked with Athleta to build a clothing line that was built for women, designed for women, and called Because I Can. So passing along that empowering message that you can do this. There's building a community, using her platform, her social channels, building content together to kind of help impact that change. There's another great program with Liverpool, Play On. What we see is, again, girls, at a rate 2 to 1 to boys that are dropping out in sports, but we also see that women in the C-suite, played sports. 94% of them played sport as teens. So we're losing that generation. So it's important that we create these initiatives. So with Liverpool, a program that we worked on is we used, their male football players as allies. So we had a whole full-on campaign. So to me, those are some of the things that we could do as brands and athletes, kind of putting our collective platforms together and trying to inspire change.
And maybe to add to what Carrie said, one of the things that we actively are looking to do is to insert those discussions during construction of contracts. Right? That contract phase is really where it becomes relevant and important to ensure that, if we move on to bigger and better things, that the contract's in place and the good work that we've done is captured. I also have found when working with partners, it's one thing to say something in an initial pitch. It's a whole other thing to negotiate a benefit that may then have to be agreed upon by leadership and lawyers and all of that. So we insist on capturing it in contracts.
This is from an article from the World Economic Forum. Just 13 of 190 countries tracked by the UN had women in at least half of ministerial positions at the start of 2023. The statistics are even worse in business, with only 10% of Fortune 500 companies having female CEOs. Why are we still struggling to see women in positions of power? And how female leaders in sports can influence and align brand values with sport integrity?
I think some of the struggle with having women that find themselves in a leadership position really comes down to a lot of people feeling imposter syndrome. I think that's a big struggle for females these days. I feel it up here with this great panel that we're with and everyone in this room. I think imposter syndrome is a real thing that people struggle with, and I think it's important for everyone in this room and everyone in their respective roles to realize that you do belong here, you can do this, and I think that's really important to just remember and repeat to yourself that if you're sitting at the table and you have a seat at the table, then you deserve it. And I think that as a female in the sports industry, started in sports in 2009, so 15 years ago, there weren't many females in the room with me. And I think just having that confidence that you're here for a reason, you deserve to be here, and that seat at the table is yours.
Yeah, I would just, yeah. Definitely. I totally agree. I'll give you a quick example. There's a leader on my team. She was supposed to go to the Super Bowl during the time where I asked her to go to the Super Bowl and the actual going. We had hired another senior male colleague, and her assumption was, well, if that senior male colleague is now here, he's clearly going to the Super Bowl. I'm like, wait, no. Nothing has changed. Your abilities haven't changed just because we've hired another person. So I think it's also incumbent on us, the leader, people in leader positions, is to counter position the imposter syndrome and to remind our colleagues that they are there for a reason, and that is that they are capable and strong, members of the team. So.
Okay, Kate?
Yeah, I love what Alexa said. A passion point for me right now is filling the pipeline early, too, and in particular sitting in a sales role within sports where there are few women. I've got Lindsay Moore on our Liverpool team here today, getting people in early, breeding them. Leadership can come from anywhere. As everyone knows in this room, we've had amazing ideas come out of interns that have worked in our company, so getting more women into sports, nurturing them as they start to have families. We had our first child 18 months ago, and it's a tough year as you come back into the workforce. And I know many people have felt that, and making sure that we're taking care of those female leaders within organizations to make sure that they're really set up for success.
Yeah, I agree with Kate. I think it starts earlier. So we talked a little bit about how girls are kind of leaving the sport early, but keeping them in sports does give them critical, leadership skills, life skills, communication skills. So I think keeping them involved early in sports is critical. But then, beyond that, there's a lot that brands can do. There are corporate training programs. We've kind of seen scholarship programs. So implementing those programs earlier to build those leaders before they get to those more senior positions. That's just a way where corporate brands can kind of step in and help, rights holders, leagues, teams, and kind of use what they already have, that infrastructure, and extend it into the athletes.
You already mentioned some, but I would like to know more about your current initiatives or projects you are working and leading in your organizations to foster a culture of integrity and to make your brand a business with purpose. Like current projects or initiatives that you can mention specifically.
Sure. So I think for us with the Yankees, we're a month from opening day, so we're leading up to a lot of initiatives right now with our partners. One partner that we work super close with is MasterCard. So we're working on a lot of projects with them in the community. A big focus for us is small business with MasterCard. So that's a joint focus and priority for the New York Yankees and for MasterCard. So we aligned forces on that for the month of May, which is Small Business Month. So I think for that, it's really making a business or really making a change in our local community in the South Bronx, really working with MasterCard on providing their services to these small local businesses that might not have these opportunities on their own. So I think that's really important for us. And then as far as internally in the organization, it's really focusing on, for myself, as coming up in the organization, is really focusing on the young females that I work with that I may not get to see on a daily basis, just in different departments. And if someone comes into my office, no matter how busy I am or what I have going on, I always try to take the time to be a mentor for them, or at least introduce myself and set up the proper time to talk to them, provide them guidance. And I think that's really important for, like I said, just women in the sports industry to always have each other's back. It's never something that I never want to do, is just because someone else is succeeding, that doesn't mean you can't be happy for them. So I think it's really important to not only align yourselves with brands for your company, but also for yourself to align yourself with other females that are uplifting and trying to help. So I think that also helps your company or your department or your team really move forward in the world that we're trying to, be change makers, leading this evolution for females in sports. I think that's really important.
So I'll talk maybe about two initiatives. One is around financial literacy and the other one around small businesses. We often try to find something that we do that's maybe core to our DNA, being a bank. Financial literacy is critical to your personal wellness. And so one of the programs that we did with the Baltimore Ravens was to create a financial literacy program that goes to the local Baltimore schools and teaches critical understanding, everything from a checking account and interests that really moves the needle on some of these critical points. The second thing is we have a program called Spotlight Shop, and we're working together with our partners to integrate small businesses into how we activate, particularly those that are female and minority-owned businesses, so that they have a broader opportunity to have their products and services illuminated to a bigger audience.
Yeah, Kate.
Great. So I mentioned our sustainability strategy, which I know sounds very basic, but we put into place a group back in 2019 to look at what does sustainability mean to Liverpool Football Club. And we've now got a great platform in place called the Red Way, which is really industry leading. We've had a lot of brands of other properties that have come to us to look at that and really understand what we've built, but it's centered around 3 buckets, which are people, planet, and communities. And what I love about it is what Jan was saying, that it starts in contracting. I would argue it probably starts before that. And we talk a lot about storytelling in sports and partnerships right now. Our team has really looked at that as story writing. Like, how can we go and work with our current partners and find the right partners to really write amazing stories? And we're fortunate to work in a sport like football, which is as universal as it gets. It doesn't matter if you play with a $2 rag football or $200 FIFA football. And what I love about that is that's given us a very clear lens with our current partners and prospective partners to go and figure out how can we come up with amazing purpose-led areas that brands can own. So it's not just environmental sustainability of plastic pickup, it's mental health, it's inclusive nature of programs that we run, it's play on, it's all of these really rich just themes that we've been able to work with brands on. So I think a couple of examples that I love is Nivea has been a partner of ours for a number of years. When that partnership started, we were running really advertorial content. So picture our players, because of the way the EPL image rights are structured, literally in the shower, which I'm sure they didn't love, washing themselves with Nivea products. What we've now done is we run an amazing campaign called Dear Liverpool, and it's actually, we've stolen a page from the Dear Mr. President, Barack Obama letters that were written where we find really emotive stories, and we layer that with Nivea in a way that we found has driven significantly more sales, significantly more consideration, significantly more awareness. So that's one example. We have on our women's team, and we're fortunate, I know that Arsenal's in the room too. We've got 2 similar partners in Google and Expedia Group who are doing amazing things to really push us forward on the women's team. So under that Red Way umbrella, Expedia provides free transportation through coach buses to get more fans to the game, which is amazing. And Google Pixel is an incredible partner of ours. They're doing a lot around content and really leveling the playing field for coverage to get the women's game more coverage. They've got a great group of creators that are now coming to our matches to provide more social media content to hopefully drive eyeballs around women's sports. And then the last thing, I loved what Jan said about communities. We are a club that cares deeply about our communities. We have a challenge, though, where our communities are not all local. They're spread in every market across the world. Our CEO has a great quote that if you were blindfolded and hopped a flight to any corner of the world, when you hop off, there will be Liverpool fans, and there will be millions of them. So with that, we just announced a great partnership with Peloton, which has been incredible to be a part of. And as you can imagine, just endemically, they have a lot of player access because of what we're doing with them. And when we went to shoot our launch video with them, they actually pivoted and said, hey, instead of really using the players on this, why don't we start with community? Our slogan is Peloton, anywhere, anytime. And that feels like it needs to be more accessible. So what we ended up doing is highlighting fans and staff actually using Peloton in unique scenarios versus leaning into our players. So I think to close, as we all know, sport has the power to really change the world. And I think the partnerships that we've found are most successful are the ones that are really rooted in purpose. And that initiative's really near and dear to us as a club.
Yeah, and for me, the example I'd love to just highlight is MasterCard's work with World Rugby and the Women in Rugby program. I mean, they, through the pandemic, 2020, stepped in, signed the first commercial deal dedicated to women's rugby. The entire investment went into women's rugby programs, so really 3 different levels. It's impacting the grassroots of the sport, the professionalizing the sport, and then also kind of investing in, telling the story of the trailblazers of the game. So really kind of kicked off when we talk about the grassroots level, working with them on a campaign called Team Powered, which really celebrates, inclusion, and that girls and women, young women of all different shapes and sizes have a role in that sport, and encouraging them to join, to play, to follow rugby. We then worked with World Rugby on a Youth Unstoppables content series, so really spotlighting, again, some of the trailblazers of the game, girls who are 18 to 19 years old, over 25 girls in 20 different countries over a 2-year period, and just talking about the role of rugby in their lives, how they deal with mental health issues, how, it's part of their family, how they're the young girl who had to join the boys rugby club because there wasn't a team for girls, and now there is. So really kind of focusing on, the participation angle, and we really kind of owned a strategic pillar in growing youth participation in the sport. On the professional level, it was making sure that there was financial sustainability and making sure that we were professionalizing the sport. So ensuring that women's competitions were happening, that the Pacific 4 Series, a new WXV tournament happened where 18 teams in 3 different countries can play each other. It's just for the right to play, that they could play on that level like the men can on an annual basis. And then, finally, on the legends of the game, we worked with 2 trailblazers, Paul George and Joe Caird. There was a gap in terms of telling the story of women's rugby history. They didn't record stats previous to the 90s. So we worked with them and said, all right, we want to change this. So we underwrote a book called Our Game Makers. We told the stories of 52 different women across 10 different countries, and that book released in the fall, and we're looking to make that into a content series that we're going to release in the next month. So really impacting all levels of the game, and I think what's also most impactful about the participation piece is that we saw last year there was a 37% growth in participation for women in rugby. And of that, talking about the confidence issues that exist with girls 18 to 14, 57% of that growth came from the teens. So it's great to see that we're reversing the change and making an impact.
Now we would like to hear from you. We would like to take some questions from the audience now that you have the opportunity to talk to them. Yeah, we have a mic over there, please.
I could run mine.
She's coming. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Nadine. I'm from Wilson Sporting Goods. I'm an innovation manager. I love this whole topic about change makers and what y'all are talking about. It got me thinking about internal adversaries. So maybe at your organizations, you have people that you work with that aren't fully behind some of these issues. I'd love to hear how you handle those voices, especially when you feel like they contradict maybe corporate initiatives, and maybe they also represent the voice of your consumer or a certain part of your consumership. How do you handle that? And if you have a real example, that'd be great.
I'll take this one. I think, in my role, we always take a data-driven approach. So I've seen that there are some rights holders that are very, very smart about this. They have research studies. So I think we always, when we propose new partnerships, take that data-driven approach. When we talk about, 94% of women in the C-suite played sports. So it's getting those facts together and building, the right business case to kind of, again, present facts and what's the benefit from the brand and from the business side of things.
Anyone else? He has another question.
Thanks, fantastic panel. Brand partnerships is very much my thing, so really, really interesting. My name is Martin, I'm from Epic, we're one of the proud sponsors today, and I have a question about gambling brand partnerships. We at Epic, we work with a lot of major sports brands. The MLB is a partner of ours. the Premier League are a partner of ours, but also a lot of the major gambling brands are partner of ours. And essentially what we do, maybe not too dissimilar to Octagon actually, we help those brands come together and make sure that that partnership remains responsible. And a lot of you have talked about that a focal point of brand partnerships needs to be the community. Jan, you made the point that in a banking partnership, you might teach financial literacy. So, you know, where we help gambling brands build a responsible relationship with sports teams, it's how do you impart responsible gaming education into that partnership. So my question is, I guess it's to Alexa and Kerry. I'm pretty sure Yankees have a partnership with FanDuel. I certainly know Liverpool have some gambling brand partnerships. How important is it to you guys that where you are aligning yourselves with maybe, let's say, higher risk brands, how important is it to you that you impart safer gambling programs, both for people within the club and the communities? And to make sure that I'm on point for female leadership, are the optics of gambling brand partnerships different for female sports as opposed to male sports, or does it not matter?
So from a Yankees perspective, we have gambling partners. It's obviously new for Major League Baseball as a whole. The past few seasons, we did a lot of research on what other leagues do, what other teams do when it comes to gambling partnerships. But for us, a lot of it is, again, aligning with those brands that have that same focus, that they understand what they're promoting. They obviously know what their brand is, what their product is. So for us, it's making sure that the messaging that they're putting out, whether it's via commercial, whether it's social media ads, making sure that they have their guidelines they need to abide by, the responsible gaming messages, running important responsible gaming messages prior to games at the stadium so that the fans in the audience are aware of those repercussions when you are gambling in sports. So then, for us, it's really aligning with Major League Baseball on what those parameters are and making sure that all of our brands are abiding by what that process is, and just making sure that whatever the messaging is verbally, LEDs, any type of written ad, is that we're making sure that we're reviewing it closely and making sure that it's responsible for everyone that's reading it.
Yeah, I don't see any difference between male or female, that part of the question, but agree with Alexa. I mean, I think it comes down to the messaging, and the audience who you're trying to reach, and what's the activation plan.
I actually think there's an interesting angle around the community of brands from a partnership. So if I were a sponsor of LFC, I'm equally interested who the other sponsors are. And being a financial institution, there's regulators that don't like that I sit very close to gambling institutions. And so understanding what that means to you, the property, when you bring in a certain brand to the other brands that exist, I think is a relevant understanding. The NFL, quite recently in the last couple of years leaned into the gambling space, and that has challenges because financial services is their top category of sponsors. And so thinking about what it means when you bring in any category, gambling or otherwise, I think is something that properties would be wise to do.
Yeah.
Alexa, Jan, Kate, Kerry, thank you so much for your time. It's been a pleasure to share this conversation.
Is that it?
Thank you all so much. Just incredible to hear all of your initiatives that are so intentional for helping build a brand conscious and bringing more women into the forefront. And I wanted to mention one thing I noticed yesterday. For anyone who follows the PWHL, Professional Women's Hockey League, there's teams in Canada and in the US. They have a partnership with Molson, which is called See My Name, and it's having their names, their last names below the number so that you can see it, because many of the women have longer hair that cover their last name. So I really liked seeing, as a hockey player myself, being able to see a lot of these women's names. So Before we move on, I would like to invite everyone in this room, if you could follow SIGA and SIGA Women on Instagram, if you have Instagram, unfortunately. Social media, just got to be able to manage it. And keep an eye on our LinkedIn and X accounts for the latest on what's going on today and any photos and information. And in case you want to share any of your photos or your ideas or influence, make sure that you tag SIGA and use the hashtag #SideWithSIGA and inspire inclusion. So the time has now come for our first keynote speaker, and I would like to please welcome Christina Akis, Vice President, Equity and Belonging at DraftKings.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to sit down because I don't know if I could hold a phone, hold a microphone, and stand up at the same time. I am multi-talented. Hi, everyone. I'm Christina Akis. I lead diversity, equity, and inclusion at DraftKings, but we refer to it internally as inclusion, equity, and belonging. IEB, for short, is really DraftKings' commitment to ensuring that we're creating and cultivating a community and a workplace that is really driven by, inclusivity, right? Making sure that all of our employees feel championed, welcome, safe, and really encouraged to show up as their full selves. So I usually don't have notes, but I'm gonna have these because I could talk about this topic for hours, and I'm going to try and keep it to my 5 minutes. But really, I'm so happy to be here. I was here last year sitting on a panel, and as everyone knows, reasons why you put women in leadership roles. When Katie calls you, you say yes. So really happy to be here because, like SIGA at DraftKings, we really do believe that the best innovation and the greatest success comes when you create an environment and allow for folks to, again, show up as their full selves, and really coming from diverse perspectives, right? Thoughts, beliefs, and the way that we express ourselves. So like SIGA, as I mentioned, we really wanted to be able to come and share some key tips almost of how you can ensure that you are creating good governance at your workplace, because truly that's how it's going to translate into the sports industry overall. We each play a role in ensuring that we're creating that equitable and inclusive environment. So really excited to kind of share a few tips and things that I've learned along the way as well. If you know me or hear me speak, I'm very big on, the fact that at a company all day, you can have leaders that talk about, we have an inclusive culture, but that really means nothing if when your employees come in and they're on their teams on day-to-day, they feel like crap. Right? So it's really about how do you bring it down to their level? How do you make sure that on their teams, that their peers, their direct managers are also fostering this inclusive environment that really allows, especially women, to show up and be themselves? And it goes beyond just the why, right? We all know why we need to create these equitable and inclusive environments. I mean, you see successes like Caitlin Clark and Coach John Staley, and then even at DraftKings, the way that we foster our environments and allow a lot of our females to step up in leadership roles, and one just led the development and launch of really one of our most recent fantasy products, Pick Six, Ms. Jacqueline O'Neal. So we really do see success when we allow women to show up as their full selves and to really foster their growth and their development, because that's what's important. It really means nothing to hire women and to put women in leadership roles if you aren't doing what you need to develop and retain them. That's what's most important. So our poor TA teams are constantly looking for amazing women that's in this space, but we, the individuals that are working at these companies, really have to take some self-governing to look to see what type of environment we're creating. See, I already digressed, but here we go. Effective governance, right? So when it comes to effective governance at your company, there's really 3 things that I hone in on. One is data transparency, fostering trust, and adapting to changing environments. So let's start with data transparency. This is where it comes to really like, how do you measure the impact of the work that we're doing, right? You cannot change what you don't measure. So it's really important for your organizations to be very transparent about their data. But it's not just having the data, but it's make sure you're utilizing it. So when you're looking at promotion nominations, when you're looking at who's being rewarded, make sure you're cutting that data by gender, right? Also by other underrepresented groups. But specifically when we talk about, our topic today of women, it's how are women being represented in the nominations, right? And a little pro tip, and something that I constantly do that I think drives my teams crazy, is I ask for the no's, right? You're gonna see bias show up in the no's. It's very easy to explain why someone got a promotion or why they were rewarded with, certain recognition. But when you have to start explaining why certain people aren't given those opportunities, when you identify those trends, that's when you start to identify the barriers that aren't allowing women in your organization to progress in their roles and within the company. So make sure you're utilizing data, make sure you're asking for data, and make sure you're tracking the no's. The next one is fostering trust. I think we all know, right, there's a million checklists on how to foster inclusive environments and trust in your organization. Everything from, your employee resource groups, mentorship programs, sponsorship programs. But I think the biggest thing that I've learned was that it's not really anymore about just leadership buy-in. It's about leadership actions. They need to show up. Your leaders need to make sure that they're speaking up, that they're showing up, that they're supporting all types of environments within the organization that will create that inclusive culture for women. Furthermore, one thing that I really like to hone in on is what makes a great worker is very different than what makes a great leader. And when we're putting individuals in these leadership roles, they should be contributing to the company culture. They should be kind of leaning back and making sure that they're listening to the experiences of women in the organization so that they can help close those experience gaps, right? And that's also where the data comes into play. Leaders across your organization should be looking at what are your engagement scores amongst men versus women, right? What are those differences on their specific teams, not just across the company, but on their teams, because that's when you start to, again, narrow in and make sure that you're making an impact for women in the organization. And then the third one is adapting to changing environments. And I love this, and it really even goes into how do you make leaders show up? Because that's sometimes hard. But this is where we focus on processes and not people. So even when I talk about, making sure leaders show up, it's not pinpointing a single leader in your organization. It really does mean how we expect leaders to show up across the organization. What are the requirements of how they show up, how they mentor, when they mentor, how they're sponsoring other people in the organization? Really about those leadership skills that's going to make them more successful. Because once you implant that, once you look at the processes and your systems within your organization that remove bias and support women in the organization, then it doesn't matter who's filling those leadership roles. They have to abide by the rules and the governance of the organization. And that's why it's so important, again, that yes, trainings are always important, right? Trying to get to the minds of individuals really does play a role, but you have to make sure your HR policies, your practices, and even the expected and allowed behaviors of the organization really don't allow bias to come into place based off of the processes that you have. But that's why it's also important to track that data alongside those processes, right? Making sure that we are allowing for data transparency is making sure that we are fostering trust, because we want to make sure that women can speak up in these environments. So creating that safe space goes beyond the BRG, and it's also, do you just have a company culture that allows women to speak up when something is going wrong, or even when something is going right? It's not always bad, but also when things are going right. So with those three elements, I really do feel that, if you apply those to your company, it's going to look different, right? There is no one size fits all when it comes to diversity, equity, and inclusion, but really just following those three principles, right, of data transparency, fostering trust, and adapting to changing environments by really focusing on processes and not people, it'll definitely set you up to be successful in ensuring that you are creating that equitable environment for women and all individuals from underrepresented groups as well. So really, the last thing I want to say before I turn it over to some continued experts in this space is that effective governance really is an ongoing investment of intentional actions that build sustainable processes that embed diversity, equity, and inclusion into the culture of your DNA. There is no finish line. We are always working on this, so it is an investment. And the same way that when you build a product or you build a team, you don't just stop there. You continuously look at ways to make it better. This journey of creating good governance in your organizations to ensure that women can show up and really be the leaders that they are, it really does depend on us continuing to be intentional. So thank you. I hope everyone has an amazing Women's History Month and International Women's Day, and I'll turn it back to Jules.
Thank you so much, Christina. Insightful words on how to inspire inclusion, which is a theme of today. And of course, good governance is a fundamental pillar of SIGA's reform in the field of sport integrity. And it's widely known that good governance, as we heard Christina discuss, equals better business, leading to more inclusive, sustainable, and prosperous industry. And on that note, I would like to introduce our next panel, which is driving cultural change. So I'd like to welcome Amanda Vandervoort, President, USL Super League, SIGA Women Global Mentor. You can come sit here.
I think I'm here. They gave us a seating chart, Julia.
All right, you know more than I do. Carol Stiff, President, Women's Sports Network.
Oh, no.
Katie Simmons, Global COO, SIGA, Managing Director, SIGA Women. Neera Shetty, Executive Vice President, Office of Social Responsibility and Inclusion, Deputy General Counsel, PGA Tour, SIGA Women Global Mentor. And Joanne C. Gerstner, Brandt Fellow Sports Journalist in Residence, Michigan State University School of Journalism.
Hi, everybody. How you doing? You all look nice and peppy. You can tell I'm in professor mode, so please forget that. We talked the other day, just among us on this panel, about the need to go beyond words and into demonstrative actions that are measurable. And all of us come in different places into the sports space, and I think it's going to be very revelatory for us to discover kind of what makes all of us tick and maybe some takeaways for you. And I will start with you, Neera, and for all of us going down. What was your aha moment when you realized that you could be part of the change and not just the talking part?
Oh, well, thank you. It's great to be here. And that is such a great question because obviously being in men's professional golf, it's kind of unique for someone from my background and perspective. And I think pretty much throughout my career, I was always trying to assimilate, fit in, sort of go with what the attitude and perspective was of my colleagues. And then as we were going through and talking about how we wanted to have a more inclusive workforce, how we needed to do things that would bring more people from different perspectives in, I was looking at our product. And I said, but if you bring people in, why are they going to stay? I don't feel like the product reflects my viewpoint. I don't think it reflects a lot of people's viewpoint. And that's when, back in 2019, we formed the Inclusion Leadership Council, because I went to our commissioner, I went to a number of executives and said to them, we really need to make sure that the product reflects the communities where we play. And for the first time, I felt like I didn't have to hide who I was. I actually embraced it, and they embraced me back. And so we've made a number of changes. And that's when I realized I don't have to just go with the flow. I have a voice, and I'm going to use it.
And it's an asset.
Absolutely.
It's not just having
100%.
agency, but it's actually a proactive asset.
Exactly.
Katie, what about you?
Well, I can definitely identify with Neera, and I know that, so my background's law, sports law, and at the time, I was working in a US law firm in London, and I just sort of wanted to blend in and sort of not be seen as a woman at all. And then I found that as the only woman in the sports law team, I won a couple of good clients, and part of that was to get a commission. So I look forward to the commission, and I look forward to working on those cases, and brought the client in. And the client was shocked that I wasn't in the first meeting, and I didn't know when the meeting was happening. And the commission got taken away from me. It got given to one of the male senior associates. And I went back home, and that's when my husband said, you need to stand up for yourself here and have a voice. And so I went and saw the managing partner. And really from that day, I thought I don't want anyone to go through that and have to have that fight. Because also, you know, it did really ruin the relationship not with the managing partner. He supported me. I got the commission, which was good. I got to work on the cases. But really that relationship was tainted. So, you know, that was the moment I thought I can use my voice for positive good.
And you know, the sobering thought is you probably weren't the first woman that happened to.
Yeah,
but your speaking up changed the ripple effect for maybe the women that came after you in that position.
Of course, I think you always worry when you speak up, am I tainting my chances elsewhere, or is it going to hold me back? And I think that is an internal balance, and certainly on the mentorship program, we talk about that quite a lot. It's a balance of, are you going to scupper your chances moving forward?
Well, gotta speak up. Carol.
Thanks. Is this on?
Yes.
Okay. By the way, I put my gold card jacket on for MasterCard Gold. So being a woman at ESPN in the early 90s was a really lonely time, a really lonely place. You know, being asked to even be in a meeting or having your ideas shared or even implemented was really, really hard. So I put my head down and I kept focus on what I wanted to do. And it was sort of like that childhood book where the train is going up the mountain and you're saying, yes, I can, yes, I can, yes, I can. So that's how it felt. And so why would I keep doing this? Why would I keep pounding because I believed in women's sports. I believed in the power of women's sports, and I knew we were onto something. So I put together this, here's my moment. So I put together a matchup for women's basketball back in 90s, and it was University of Tennessee with Pat Summitt versus University of Connecticut Huskies. And it was a 1-versus-2 game, and it was on Martin Luther King Day, and it was in the middle of the afternoon, but everyone up in Connecticut was on vacation, or not vacation, but had the day off as a holiday. And so with that game, I just remember the personalities of the two players and the Rebecca Lobo on the court, and they flipped. And Robin Roberts calling the game for ESPN. It was just a magical moment, sold out, electricity in the air, and here it was. New York Times was in the house. And I looked around, I go, this is big. This is big. And I think my aha moment is I looked around thinking, I can make change here. I can look ahead. And let's fast forward. Let's fast forward to right now and look at Caitlin Clark. Look at what she's doing on her stage. Watching those games is not just a game, it's an event. And now we have the Women's Sports Network, which I'm the president of, which if anyone wants to talk about it, and it's a free all-access channel, and it's all women's sports 24/7, so no more hitting my head up against the wall.
And just to follow up, dramatic paper unfurling to follow up on what Carol said. A report by Deloitte said that women's sports revenue should eclipse $1 billion for the first time this year. It's estimated the totals will be $1.3 billion by the end of this year, and that's a 300% increase since 2021. So going from trying to get Pat versus Gino, which was always excellent theater, on TV or not, for those of you who know, to now actually people getting in on board on everything, that's how far we come. Your aha moment, Amanda.
Yeah, well, mine is a soccer story. So I've been in soccer my entire career as a player and as a coach and in executive management. Today, as the president of the USL Super League, we're launching Division I professional soccer in August this year in 8 cities across the United States. In markets and opportunities for women and girls that have never had it. But my aha moment came many years ago when I was in nonprofit governance, actually with the Coaches Association, used to be called the NSCAA, now United Soccer Coaches. And I'd spent a lot of time volunteering with the organization as a coach myself. I was the coach at NYU here in New York, actually. And spent a lot of time volunteering, doing newsletters, trying to spread the good word that women can be coaches too, because it's a very male-dominated industry, as we know. I found my way onto the board where I served for 10 years, and when I first sat on the board, there were 19 people on the board, all constituent-based representation. So there was a high school coach, somebody from the Latin group, somebody from the women's group, somebody from the college group, and it was not a very well-functioning board. And during my time in leadership with United Soccer Coaches, it really was a question of how do we create a board, a management structure where there's representation from different constituent groups, but in a way that facilitates good governance and reflects not only the community of coaches, but the future of coaching. So we ended up shifting from a 19-person based constituent board to 10 people with a president, a vice president, a secretary, and all those kinds of roles. It was an incredible shift to get 9 people to agree that it was the best move for them not to have a seat on the board. You can imagine that challenge as one of the few women in the room trying to convince the coaches that we needed a change. And we ended up putting in things like a nominating an elections committee, diversity representation on the board, like quotas and other standards to ensure that all of those constituents were still represented, but in a functional way that would lead the organization forward. And I think probably the thing I'm most proud of during that aha moment is actually when we started that transformation, we were in a very, very bad financial situation. And when I left the board years later, we had millions of dollars in the bank. And for me, good governance and having diverse representation on the board not only was better for the decisions, but it was better for the revenue that ended up ultimately coming into the association, and it's led to a long, long future, bright future now for women in coaching.
Absolutely, and good people can do good things.
Yes.
So that's all aligned. So very good. I don't know if I'd ever want to kick people off a board. That sounds terrifying.
They kicked themselves off.
Okay, officially.
So.
Okay, well that's even more.
Because it was an education of what is good governance, what does that look like? Yeah.
Well, that's a Jedi mind trick that we all need to adopt, definitely. So I have some individual questions that I'll go into. And Neera, I just want to get into dovetailing off of what Amanda said, the business case. I mean, it is good business to include women in decisions, to have perspectives of not just gender diversity, but socioeconomic and the whole stratification. And I know you have some pretty great examples of how you've seen this bear out in places that maybe the PGA needs to look at a little more carefully.
Yeah, I mean, this is, we were talking about the difference between men's and women's sports in general, and how men's in the past has always been looked at like the standard, and everybody has to play it that way. But if you look at the LPGA and women's professional golf, they are remarkable. I mean, the precision, the beautiful strokes, I mean, there's so much to watch. And so, when we talk about the fact that, the more that women are participating in the sport and engaging and being, the more that they watch LPGA, the more that they're also going to watch PGA Tour. And it's the same across the board. The more that you see people who look like you engaging in something that you like, that you do personally or at least enjoy, the more likely they're going to participate in what you're doing. So for us, it's super important that we support everything that the LPGA does, but not try to take it over and try to do it the way that we do men's professional golf. And it's the same thing. We support another tour, APGA Tour, which are for people of color to really come up in the ranks. We do a lot with them, and a number of people have said, oh, you should just take it over. And I'm like, no, we'll ruin it because we won't make it as special as it is today. So all of that is just to say you need to have those perspectives in every single sport, whether it's men's, women's, you need to have that diversity of thought, because if you're only looking at it through one lens, no matter how successful it's been in the past, you are going to miss things. And one of the things that I tell our team all the time is something I heard at a conference several years ago is break the muscle memory. Just because you've done something a certain way in the past doesn't mean that that's the way it needs to continue. You need to constantly question, and you can't do that if you're only hearing yourself in an echo chamber. You need to bring in other people who can give you that perspective.
The point of view of that there also needs to be female ownership. It's not just from women coming in from the bottom up and middle. We need women from the top down to be influencers, because obviously the leagues, when you get together at the ownership meetings, there's no female voices in those rooms. So, what's your perspective on that with the soccer world?
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more. It's a challenge where we are today, right? Because women haven't had the opportunity to gain maybe the financial wherewithal to buy a professional team. There are very few who've had that opportunity throughout their careers. And then add that to, are they interested in owning a women's professional team? And then do they believe in the future of sport the way everyone in this room does? So asking kind of those questions. So how do we ask ourselves this at the USL, which by the way is both men's and women's professional soccer at the USL. So we talk a lot about our ownership structures and how can we create opportunities for women to come in as minority owners in the team and effectively build wealth through that. A lot of times it's through the knowledge and experience, maybe executive management of somebody who comes into a club, might get some equity in the club that over time, as the valuation of that club rises, so does their wealth, and then they can go invest it elsewhere. But it's not a short-term solution. This is a very long-term vision and a intentional vision that we need to have, and not just about the USL Super League, but about women as owners and investors in sport so that we can influence across all of our different industries and sports to be able to drive change.
Absolutely. And
can I add to that?
Yeah, please.
Okay, because while I was at ESPN, I was often told, it doesn't rate, Carol. No one's watching it. And I'd be like, well, I'm on Sunday afternoon up against PGA, soccer, name it, NASCAR, NFL on Sunday. So, of course, it's not going to rate. So when we did put women's sports, i.e. the NCAA championships or the World Cup soccer, in the right windows, oh, my goodness, it rated. So my story to go along with Amanda here is that I got a call one time from our sales department down in New York City. And they said, oh, my God, we have a client here, and they don't want to see the NBA portfolio. They want to see the WNBA portfolio. And they're furious because you only have 19 games and they want 25. Can you find room for that many more? And then they'll buy the NBA portfolio. And I said, oh, yeah, right now. I'll find a spot, no problem. And I said, but I'm out of money. I don't have money to pay those productions. So they said, oh, I go, see if that client would pay half and we'll fund, whatever, we'll fund it. And that's exactly what happened. And you know who that client was represented by? It was a woman. It was a woman that asked, and it was an Olympian, past Olympian woman, that asked to see the WNBA portfolio, not the NBA. And that's what we need, because then they drive where their NBA games will air. Can we get ABC? We're out. We're not going, nope. We'll take our money elsewhere. So anyhow, it does correlate.
And the correlation also comes in that there are women in the room with sports media making decisions. And so full disclosure, Carol and I both worked for ESPN. I was with the ESPNW, and we worked very closely with Carol's team with college basketball. And that is a clear issue, that when you're sitting in rooms across the board where you're in sports journalism, and you might be the only woman. I mean, I was the only woman everywhere I worked for the first 15 years of my career. And when I talk to my students, and I tell them more women have been on the space shuttle than have been major sports editors of publications in this country. And we still have major US cities that have never had a woman as a columnist or as a sports editor in this day and age. It's unacceptable, but this is where we're at. So I guess I want to see from you, obviously having the Women's Sports Network and you being in charge, but let's go back to ESPN and the other iterations. What could this be like if we had more women in the conversation about the NFL coverage, about the NBA? I mean, it doesn't have to be women doing women. It's women in the holistic sense in sports media.
It's a deal breaker. I think it's time. We heard about diversity. It's just overtime having everyone at the table talking about their sport and bringing a new perspective or breaking the mold on the format of SportsCenter. Well, we always do it that way. No, let's try it this way. So it's imperative. And how we get women, because I was often the only woman in the room. I remember being with a client, and I sat down, and they went to the first guy from ESPN, how's your family? Oh, yeah, everything's great. How's your family? Yeah. Skipped me and went to the next guy. How's your family? And I'm like, yo, I have a family too. So I lived through those, but you do need male allies. We really do. And that's how I work the room. I would talk to someone and go, look, I'm going to bring up this idea. Are you in? Do you agree? Because oftentimes we would be in meetings and I'd bring up an idea and then the guy next to me would repeat the same idea I made. Or yeah,
Yep.
yeah. And I go, Amanda just said that. Like, so you do need male allies, and I think that helped my career tremendously.
So Katie, I want to ask you, SIGA, and through your efforts with the SIGA Women, really this is a point of emphasis in terms of the ethical governance of sports organizations, that it's a litmus test of what is your organization operating under in terms of diversity, gender, and also we know empirically that the more diverse, especially in terms of larger organizations, the more women you have in these conversations, the better organization runs ethically, better it runs financially, and also, not just that, it's good business. So could you talk a little bit about what SIGA is doing and what you're seeing in the change that you're trying to drive?
Yeah, I mean, the sports world is very resilient, as you said, to change that muscle memory. So SIGA, we are a coalition of like-minded organizations, and we're anchored on a set of universal standards. And the key one, which is related to SIGA Women, is the universal standard on good governance in sport. It's incredibly detailed. It really does provide from room to tomb on how to achieve excellence. They're in incremental stages, bronze, silver, and gold. And that really takes a sport on a journey of good governance. And we have the trailblazers. I lead the global audit team. We've had 2 sports organizations go through the standards and get certified. That was the European Rugby Federation, and we had last year the first European Football League, the Portuguese league, go through and achieve bronze. So really, what we need to harness the brands, because when we talk about the business case, we've heard in the previous panel, which is why we curated that content, of brands coming on board for integrity. If brands start to align their values with those that are well governed, they will soon see that if they can look at a metrics and say, well, this sport is certified, why wouldn't I align myself with that? So that's where the money talks and the change happens. And that's what I look forward to working with the USL in terms of they're at a brilliant, they've got a blank sheet of paper in terms of how the governance can look like. And I think that, some of the success stories that we're having, I'm working behind the scenes with 20 other sports organizations globally to get ready for certification. But in terms of where they are, they really do need some training and education, and we provide that service in order to, when they go to get certified, they're ready. And that's why we've developed the independent gap analysis assessment audit so that they are. And some of the success stories have been in terms of looking at their governance, and you've only got one woman, you're not going to get to gold. You're not going to get to gold. And that, we want to change the mindset. So brands like MasterCard, other brands in the room, I know the delegate list, I won't call you out, but I think that it would be great if you come on board and support this, because you can really drive the change.
And I think that's the most important evolution that I'm seeing as a Gen Xer. I mean, I'm lucky that there were women that paved the trail for me ahead. But I think we've moved beyond that, hey, yay, you interviewed a woman, congratulations, to, hey, yay, you hired a woman, congratulations. Hey, yay, you did a little ad campaign about promoting her. What are our real metrics now? How are we determining that this is successful, where this is going? And here's the thing, it's no longer about, yay, you hired a woman. What are you doing to, number one, promote her, support her, empower her? And number 3, are you bringing more behind? Because I've been in situations, well, we hired a woman, so I think we're good until, yeah, right? And so I want to get from each of you within your organizations, I'll start with you, Neera. What have you set down as empirical, I need to see this in order to ensure that we're actually moving the needle?
Yeah, no, exactly what you were talking about is like having these broad, we have to hit this number, or, we want so many women. Well, where are the women? Are they just at the entry-level positions, or are they in leadership? And so what you really have to do is make sure that you're creating it for your organization, not some general ones that you pulled off or that other people are doing. And we looked at specific groups and said, where do we have deficits? We may be great in this one area, but that doesn't compensate for the lack in this other area. And then, to your point, you have to build it out. You can't just say, oh, I want to hire, or oh, I want these people here. How are you going to develop them? What are you going to do? What are the programs in place that allow them to thrive and be successful and frankly want to stay? Because a lot of those superstars, they're getting offers from all sorts of other companies. Why do they want to stay at the organization? They have to see a pathway to the top. So it's really trying to break down and say, okay, this area seems to be at least at a decent level, but what are they doing that's that's really good? How can we replicate it? And this area, we cannot say, well, we can't find people, they're not interested, they don't meet the qualifications. So one of the first things we do is, what are you saying are the job qualifications? Because that can exclude a number of people. And then, as we said, once you bring them in, or if you can bring them in at the higher level, how do you develop them so that they will progress and stay in the organization?
And that's huge. What you mentioned is that, the whole rock star. We got the rock star, and then the rock star is gone. Well, we tried, and the rock star left. Like, yeah, but there's no introspection of, yeah, that's true, and I'm glad she took the offer and advanced her career. But maybe on the backside, what was your story in this? Where were maybe the things that could have been shifted? Was it workload? Was it, high achiever type A, so you dumped everything on them and they were efficient? So yeah, and the sports culture is fascinating in that there's still, to some small degree, but it's still there of, oh, hey, well, you're lucky to be here. It's like, oh, congratulations, you made it. And it's like, no, we've hopefully are going to take that out of the programming, but I think we're going to have to rip it out. So Katie, what are you looking for in terms of your metrics? I mean, organizations, or what's the big picture for you?
Well, internally, I'll start with an anecdote about SIGA. Internally, we realised that our council was majority men. And the reason is because to be a member of the council, you have to be elected and you have to be a member of SIGA. And most of the members, the senior people, were men. So we had to change that. And so what we did is we co-opted women. So we decided to look outside the membership, and we opened applications rather than there was, oh, shall we go to this woman? Shall we go to that woman? And I said, no, let's open it up. And we got some amazing applications, and that's why Hayley Price from TCS is on our council now. There you go. Yeah.
Carol, what are you looking for now that you're getting to run the show?
Well, we're
for
mean.
real?
We're small and mean right now. We only have a handful of employees. So our advisory board, which is where I started, that I chaired, are all women, full, powerful women that keep us on our toes and tell us what to do and what not to do. So we rely heavily on that. Going back to my ESPN days, and Amy Rosenfeld in the back's here. She's from our production area at ESPN. Yeah. I know that she was in production, I was in acquisitions and programming, and I know that we were trying to get more women behind the camera, more women doing editorial. It was a priority for the company, and often we would hear from the production people going, well, there aren't qualified people. Yeah. They're just women they're just not qualified. So the pushback came to production to go to areas where the fish are. Fish where the fish are. Mm-hmm. And they pushed back and said, we're not buying that. Go find them. And they did. And I think the NCAA women's basketball, well, she ran the World Cup right there. Mm-hmm. There's an example.
Absolutely. Amanda, what are you doing? I mean, you are also building an organization, so what's your intentionality and what are you looking for your metrics?
I'm going to go to coaches. This is my safe space, right? I'm passionate about coaches and players and the soccer side, so I want to start there. If I could launch this league with all women coaches, it would be a dream. But it's not going to happen, and we have some amazing men coaching our women's professional teams, but the challenge has been access. So access to coaching licenses, access to coaching programs. So if you just look at the numbers, in the United States today, there's over 100 men's professional teams at all levels, in all divisions, well over 120 men's professional teams. There's 14 women's. In order to get a pro license, you have to be coaching a pro team. And so the cycle itself proliferates more and more men getting their coaching licenses to be in pro, and fewer women. So for us, the opportunity not only to hire the best coach today, but build structures for training, education, and ensure we're aligned with the federation to give those women opportunities to get their A license, get their pro license, and develop them into. So again, the future will be more and more women coaches coaching not only in the women's pro game, but the men's pro game too. And I would actually add when you have women's and men's professional soccer, we're not just talking about women's professional sports, we're talking about women in men's professional sport too. And as we're looking at things like operational standards in the Super League, and we're talking about ensuring that there's a nursing room, for mothers, expectant mothers or people who've just come back from having a baby, that there's a space for them. Why are we only talking about that on the women's side? Yeah. Shouldn't we be talking about that in the men's game too, and normalizing the environment so that if a woman does come into men's professional soccer, it's not a headache to make sure that she has that. Make sure it's normalized so that women are spanning the industry across both genders, and it's about your expertise and knowledge in the sport. So the best women will then coach the men's teams too.
100%. And the whole thing is the infusion of different perspectives. I mean, it's fascinating to watch, and Carol, I'm sure we could go for 2 hours on this, is how dramatically the whole sport of women's college basketball has changed, in which men are now getting more jobs than the women because there's pay there. The pay scale's gone up. And I was part of a group with the state of Michigan, the governor, Gretchen Whitmer, because we have a female governor, a female attorney general, and basically a secretary of state. Some things have happened in our state, but we put together a task force to look at Title IX and women. And one of the things we talked about is the debate of, wait a second, if the University of Michigan has a men's basketball position open, maybe soon, if you all follow the Big Ten, they're last, what would happen if Dawn Staley applied for that position? Right now, we're still very siloed, that the men can apply for all the positions, but I don't know at certain places if women would be taken seriously if they apply for the men's position. And because a lot of athletic directors come from a football background, they see things very linear of, well, how does this affect the product? And they're not open. So if there's more women in the conversation at the table, that will change it. But, I mean, if you can't coach, you can't get a license. It's as simple as that. I mean, you're locked out of the opportunity. So,
Systemic, we have to change that.
Yeah, I mean, it literally is a closed loop system. So even if you want to break through, how are you going to do it without it? So I want to ask each of you, and I'll throw it open to any of you, what do you wish now that you could have told yourself maybe 10, 15 years ago? Because we have to admit, things really have opened up and changed. And we have changed. We've gotten stronger and smarter. But when you were maybe having the imposter syndrome, maybe having that moment of like, holy crap, what am I doing here? Or these boys are not playing very nice, what do I do? Those moments we all have had. What would you have told yourself? What advice would you give? Because I know there's some younger people in the audience that maybe could benefit to hear what we had gone through to get to where we are. So any big ideas?
Sorry, it's fine. It's just my phone.
Happy to start.
Go for it.
I think for me, it had to be a journey. It wasn't something that I could have ever accepted when I was younger, but it's understanding that I have value and perspective that other people just don't have. They have their own value in their perspective, but instead of trying to be more like them, I need to just find my voice and make sure that I am providing that perspective. Otherwise, I'm not really giving 100% to my role. And other people aren't necessarily learning. They don't have to agree with me. They don't have to think that it's right. They just need to listen to it. And I find now that before I was afraid they would never listen, what I find is they will. Again, they may not agree, but they will definitely listen. And so I would just say, speak up, assert your voice as soon as you feel comfortable, sooner than you feel comfortable, frankly. And you will find that it will be rewarding both for you and for everybody around you.
Absolutely.
Just one word, believe. But that self-belief is so important. And, when you doubt yourself and you listen to all those negative voices, the previous panel spoke about imposter syndrome, but also, making sure that you reach out to other women. I think I was always a bit scared to do that until the mentorship program, and then seeing the power of that and how supportive now. I don't think women were always as supportive. I don't think they were to each other. My experience said otherwise. But I think now women know that you guys network really well, and we now are emulating that in our own style. And I think that can really be a catalyst.
I just wish it wasn't a lonely place back in the 90s. I often use this quote when speaking. I heard Madeleine Albright deliver it at a luncheon, and her quote was, "There's a special place in hell for women that don't help women." Right. Or if you want to be more Catholic, you could say there's a special place in heaven for women that help women. And I wish we had more of that. And so looking at the back 9 of my career, I'm making sure that I'm taking time to mentor and give back to the people that need to believe in themselves and coach them up on how to get a chair, a seat at the table.
Throughout my career, I'm so passionate about soccer. And there was a long time where I was like, well, do I need to go work in basketball or work in media or work in football or American football or be someplace else to grow my credibility. And what I found I was at Major League Soccer for 10 years. I absolutely loved it. I was the vice president of fan engagement and social media and built helped build part of an industry there, the social media and soccer, right? I was so passionate about it, but the end of my time there, I was like, all right, I really want to be back in the women's game, and I really want to work in global women's football. Could I go work in another men's sport? Yes, probably, but I'm so passionate about this. And so what I did is I went to the Women's World Cup that year. I mean, this is just in 2019, so it wasn't 10, 15 years ago, but it really was an inflection point for me. I went, actually did some work with SIGA at the Women's World Cup. We had a great panel in Paris, and spent my time around other people who were passionate about women's soccer in a global capacity. And like Katie's saying, reach out. For me, it's put myself in the space where other people are doing what I want to be doing. And from that, then I took a job in Europe, actually on the labor side with the Global Players Union called FIFPro in Amsterdam, and I got the opportunity to be in global soccer and kind of experience another side of sport. So for me, it was about putting myself in the space, and I got some really good advice from a woman along the way, a woman called Donna Shalala, who was on the board of U.S. Soccer, and I sat down with her over coffee, and I said, Donna, what advice would you have a woman like me who's, been in this role at Major League Soccer, I'm thinking about a shift. She said, have fun. She said, if you're having fun, you're gonna be successful and everyone's gonna have fun with you. And so that's the spirit I kind of go into it now. You know what, soccer for me is fun. I love it. I've worked in all different parts of the industry. I know so many people, and if I come to an event like this, it's so much fun. And that's what drives me.
Yeah, and it's organic. You're not forcing yourself to do something just for the experience and
Yeah.
check it off. So
Yeah.
that makes sense. And Katie, I wanted to amplify something you said. It just popped into my head. I'm part of a group called the Association for Women in Sports Media. It's basically the only group of the female sportsy types, we call ourselves jokingly, in the world. And the women who came first in the industry, they're in their mid-60s. I mean, we're not that far in the curve. And I've heard them talk about how they regretted being a lone wolf, but there was only room for one woman. Yeah. And mentoring you meant you could have been a potential threat. And, it's hard for me to metabolize perceiving other people that way, but for them, there was only one seat at the table. Yeah. And when that music stopped, they were going to make sure they were the ones that had it. Yeah. And that's legitimate. But I think that whole I can't help you because, wait, you're smarter, you're this or that, you're a threat. Mm-hmm. We're now wait a second. I do me, you do you, we're all in our own lanes, but guess what? We can make each other better. But also there are more seats at the table. Mm-hmm. So that inherent pitting one woman against each other, which was done on purpose in a lot of places, I think has slowly eased its way out. But I think the whole competition aspect of sports, which is baked into what we do, kind of made that seem legitimate. Well, it's just a competition. You can't take it. No, you're literally pitting one gender against the other because there's 8 guys here. You're not making them compete for a seat. So that really, I think that's probably what I saw and maybe what you saw too with some of the people that were around you, that maybe we can be better, and be more open and be cooler. But I respect that experience. I didn't go through it. I can only imagine how challenging that was to be literally the one. And if you screwed up by proxy, if you screwed up being the one, no other one's going to come after you. Well, we tried. She didn't work. Okay. So just a few final questions. I know we're doing Hard Out at 11 because I know we started a little bit later. What are we thinking? Katie? What do you want?
Yeah, no, go for it.
I don't want to blast your schedule.
I'm here as a speaker.
TV background. I want you to be on time.
Go for it.
Okay. Otherwise, Amy's going to come get us, the TV master in the back. So, I just was wondering for the people in the room, what would you like to walk away with, with something that you really want them to think about for their organizations or where they should go? Because we all come from very different places, but what's the one thing you want them to go home, put it on a Post-it note, stick it on their laptop, and make sure that happens to improve themselves in terms of having better governance with diversity? And because I don't always want to pick on you, Nira, I'll start the other way. Okay, Amanda, I'll pick on you.
Oh, man.
Make it fair.
I feel like I just gave some really good advice.
You did, but like one. Just have fun?
One thing? No, I don't want to stay with that. I think the thing I would want this, okay, I'm looking around the group and it's such a diverse group of people with brand experience and league and club, and I think what I would say to this group is lean on each other. I think that's probably like when you're at an event like this, walk around and shake everyone's hand. Like a good handshake is a winner. And make sure you get their name on the first try and lock it in the back of the memory banks, because that's going to serve you incredibly well in the long term, whether it's your business today. But we're not defined by our jobs. We're defined by our vision, values, and passions. So stick with that, and I think we'll all be successful together.
And have fun.
And have fun.
Yes. Carol?
I agree with all of that. I really feel the same. We really need to help one another and support, which was my last comments. Come prepared. Here's an old cliche. A job opening happens, and there's 9 criteria to get the job. And of course, the women go down, and mostly, this is a generalization, I only have 2 of the 9. I'm out. Mm-hmm. Really? Where the other side of the coin here is like, I got all 9. I got 10. I got it. So the only way you're going to be able to get to 9 for 9 is to help one another here and reach out for other, opportunities like we're having today, or the Women's Sports Foundation that's here right now has a ton of grants that can help. So lean on each other. And then lastly, I'm stealing yours. Let's have some fun in life. Have fun with life.
Mine is more on the governance side. I would encourage all sports organisations to implement our standards. They're not hard. It's a governance journey. No one and no organisation is perfect. It's a snapshot of where you are in time. And even if you have got gold, doesn't mean the year after you're going to stick at gold. Things change, and just embrace it. It's a journey. It's doable. We can get an organisation, if they've done the independent gap analysis assessment and they're looking at they're going to achieve bronze, we can get them certified within 4 months. And it's not like, oh, it's going to take me ages and ages. So I think just sort of sometimes when you're, when I was younger, you put off that one bit of homework that you didn't want to do. Do the homework, because your organisation, every sport we've worked with has come out with a positive experience because they know where they are. They've been recognised by the sponsors and the stakeholders, and they know what excellence looks like.
Well, and I know you said one, but 2 quick things, but I would say, like, on the mentorship, that is so important, and it's not just important for those coming in, it's important for all of us who have been here a little bit of time. We need to learn from you as much as you might want to learn from us. Back to the point of, you don't want to become stale, you don't want to just do things the way that you do. It is so helpful when we engage and learn sort of different perspectives, younger perspectives in a lot of regards. And the other thing I would just say is be open to the experience. I have no idea how I ended up in my role. It just was constantly, oh, that sounds like a really good opportunity. And to Carol's point, not giving into that idea of like, well, I'm not quite sure that I'm qualified. Put yourself out there, try new experiences. You have no idea where it will all go, and you will be very pleased, I think, where you end up.
Do you have time to sneak in one question? Yeah. Okay, we got 3 minutes. So, some have a question? Anybody? I am a college professor. I can call on people. Don't make me do it. I have my powers. Don't make me do it. Seriously, no questions. We've answered all. Here we go. We do have a question. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Christina.
We have a microphone. Just a moment.
Hello, I'm Christina. I come from Brazil, São Paulo. I'm coming here only because of this beautiful, wonderful summit. That was the goal of my trip. And as I'm listening to you, so inspiring women, I feel that in Brazil we are decades from you.
Yeah.
We are very, very, very behind you. So as soon as being here among you, that makes me, when you say, just put yourself out and just don't think about what you do, but think who you are. And it's inspiring because that's what we feel. I feel we are so much put aside in Brazil, but it's okay. And that's what I wanted to say. How can we start? Which is the very first step to take?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I think you took it. You're here.
Yeah, I was saying, you show you're brave. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I know you put yourself out there, and I mean, like that type of honesty and the reflection that we all need to do on a regular basis. That is the first step, because you recognize that there's something that one needs to be done, and two, that you can do it. We can all do it. I think we always feel like it's someone else, or it's not the right time, or I'm alone and I can't do it by myself. You will find so many more people who will join you in your journey. Absolutely.
I think just on, sorry, Amanda, but just in terms of the mentorship program, which, you know, is only 5 years, 75 women as mentees from 35 countries. We're an NGO. I've not advertised it. And Women's Sports Network are for us this week. Woohoo! But when we hear on the group digital sessions the realities from the different countries, you know, we are in a position of privilege that you know you have fought and been the pioneer, and will be the pioneer in a different country for somebody else. And I think that this year we've had quite a lot of mentors from Brazil on the program, and I'm very keen to bring the summit there. And to get the sponsors mobilized. The sponsors really are supportive of sport integrity in Brazil. They've faced some very challenging times. We know why. Don't need to spell it out. And they are backing SIGA on that. So yeah, I look forward to having the summit in Brazil one day in the near future. And then yesterday's masterclass that we did was phenomenal. I see so many of the students and aspiring delegates here, and I think that can really create the change as well.
Well, thank you for your bravery. Obrigada. And more importantly, that's how it starts. So, well, I think that's all of our time. I'll turn it over to whoever's next. Julie, or are you the queen?
Just, first of all, thank you guys so much. I think this was incredible. A round of applause for everyone here. I think everything that you have said can relate to everyone in this room in some way, shape, or form. And on sort of more of a micro level, I wanted to mention that in one of my positions when I worked at a company, one of them I mentioned earlier, I won't say which one, I had a show called Drinks with Binks, and I noticed during the NHL playoffs that there were no women talking about hockey on TV, and which made me really sad. And I thought, well, I want to use my show to have women on and have my competitors on the show and lift them up and give them a platform, and also give Black women a platform, because a lot of them don't have it. And so I thought, with my privilege, what can I do with this? And some of those women went on and got jobs that maybe I would have wanted, but to the point in this, we're all different. And I think we all bring something different to the table. And for people coming up in the industry, rather than comparing yourself to someone else, think of how you are your own unique person. And no way, shape, or form are you guys ever going to be compared to one another, because you have completely different experiences and are different people. And so I think that's something I've learned through my time, because I used to, of course, compare myself to other women in the industry, and then learned just how awful that was. And that's the patriarchy, by the way. But if we start to, as you guys have all mentioned, and I feel very empowered listening to all of you, sort of change the game and bring other women with you. And it doesn't matter where you are. It doesn't matter if you're at the top or if you're at the bottom. Bring the women with you, because when there's more women there, it's less about your gender and it's more about what you can do. So Thank you guys for inspiring us. And for everyone here in the room, we will take a short time out right now to go have some coffee, bio break, stretch your legs, and we'll be back in 20 minutes here.
Hi everyone, my name is Betty. I'm from Prague. I'm a freelancer in the world of sports, mainly football, also other events in the music industry and in the world of translations. I was motivated to join the program to meet new people, to learn some new things, to expand on what I already know, and to join the conversation. That is basically what my goal is to take out of it, to become a better, well-rounded professional, to be subject to new ideas and topics, to share a conversation or two with other professionals, and I'm very excited for that. When it comes to gender equity and inclusion, I've always believed that if you do your work well, if you know your worth, if you make sure that you ask for the seat at the table or you bring the chair if necessary, there's no reason why you shouldn't be in the room. And so I think it's about knowing your worth and making sure that you're equipped to do your job properly.
Hello everyone, my name is Radha and I'm founder of Wani Football and I come from India. I'm very excited for the global mentorship program because I think it's very interesting to connect with all the women in sport at all levels. I'm also excited because I think it gives me an opportunity to connect with other people and develop projects that I'm passionate about. I think something that people need to change in sport is perspective. I think women's football is a trend that's gonna grow a lot and I want people to invest into it more. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sophie Pink and I'm based in the UK and I work at the International Tennis Integrity Agency as the Education Coordinator. On the side, I'm also a tennis official. The reason why I joined the SIGA Female Leadership Program was actually because I was inspired by an ex-mentee and I'd like to use the learnings throughout this program to help improve my leadership skills in the future. Arguably, tennis is one of the most gender equal sports in the world. However, as a tennis official, I've not experienced this. I want to use the learnings made throughout this program to help inspire those I teach within the officiating community and also in other sports in the future too.
Hi everyone, I am Yala Lopes, Brazilian journalist and CEO of Suffer Sport. Was the opportunity to delve deeper into currently and relevant issues, connect with other women in the sport world on a global level, and receive mentoring that will certainly accelerate my career. So, through this mentorship, I hope to expand my voice and impact on the lives of other Black women in sport. The necessary change in the world of sport to achieve gender equality involves the creation of opportunity. In addition, of course, financial incentive and the creation of action that inspire and encourage the female presence in the most diverse sport. That's it.
Hello, I am Nyasha Tashinga Sanyamandwe. I'm from Zimbabwe. I'm a legal practitioner by profession, practicing as such in Harare, Zimbabwe. I developed a keen interest in the Sports Integrity Global Alliance Mentorship Program after my recent appointment by FIFA on the Normalization Committee for Zimbabwe Football Association. In my involvement with sports, I've realized that I've got so much to learn, but also so much to contribute to the sporting world. I would like to learn from industry leaders who know so much about sports leadership, good governance, financial integrity, amongst other things. And I would like to also impart the same knowledge to bring that relevance into the sports ecosystem of my country, Zimbabwe. I would also intend to motivate young women in sports or who wish to get into sports so that they can also realize that it is doable, it's possible, that in as much as you may not be contributing to sports within the four corners of the football pitch, even outside the four corners of the football pitch, you can contribute positively to football administration, its operations, amongst other things. I would like to think that women should be recognized in organizational structures, that is, in every federation, they should put structures that have got women. For example, in our football federation, we have included a women football officer. Already these desks help address women issues as well as implementing the women football strategy. So I think that the issues of gender inclusion in football will be addressed by putting structures in federations that promote women, as well as policies that include women or that involves or that balances the interests of men as much as they do for women, and vice versa.
Hi guys, first of all, thanks a lot for the invitation. I'm really excited about this mentoring journey. My name is Ana, I'm a Brazilian journalist, and I'm also a social media marketing and sports branding specialist. In addition, I have an international sports for development master degree at the German Sports University in Cologne. And currently I work as an advisor to some athletes, and I just started my PhD. Regarding my learning or researching journey, during my master's I investigated players' personal brand construction, and now it's about assessing the global consumption behavior profile of women's football fans. And in this context, I believe that this mentorship program has a great value because it will help me a lot in turning empirical knowledge into practical benefits to develop women's football, since we know very little about fans who consume and passionately support the sport. Finally, I expect really great exchanges and learning during this mentorship that is led by an organization that I truly admire by pursuing high-level integrity standards in the sports industry. So, see you soon.
Well, I have a long international career. I have worked for several international organizations, the Atomic Energy Agency in Vienna, UNICEF in New York, the United Nations also in New York, and my last position was as director of an institute of the United Nations that looks into justice and peace. And SIGA matches much of the values and activities and missions that these organizations have followed. So, in fact, in 2015, the United Nations agreed to the Sustainable Development Goals. And in looking into the goals and comparing it to the values and the mission of SIGA, I have found that there are several Sustainable Development Goals that match what SIGA is doing. And let me give you a few examples. Goal 3 is good health and well-being. Sports is about good health and well-being. 5 is gender equality. If we can bring more gender equality to sports and sports integrities, I think that we'll all be better off. Goal number 10 is reduced inequalities. And we all know that sports gathers people from all sides, from all walks of life, all ethnic, religious, all the diversity that you can imagine. So I believe that with SIGA's intervention, we can also help to achieve Goal 10. Goal 11 is sustainable cities and communities. And what else better than to build communities around sports? Goal 16 talks about peace, justice, and strong institutions. And I have seen how sports helps deter extremisms, vandalisms. It gives people a purpose. It brings peace and justice to the world in its own measure. So it's important that we support that. And finally, Goal 17 of the Sustainable Development Goals talks about partnerships for the goals. And SIGA is about partnerships. It's about building partnerships, bringing people to the table who believes that integrity in sports is key to making sure that it's robust, that it has a future, that is inclusive, diverse. So that's why I was attracted to SIGA in general, and this opportunity of being the chair of SIGA's Audit and Compliance Committee gives me a reason, a purpose, a place to be able to contribute, perhaps indirectly also to the Sustainable Development Goals. I very much look forward to working with the other members of the Audit and Compliance Committee. I believe that we have a very good balance between the members. One of them is a prestigious academic who has great experience in audit, compliance, and governance matters. The other member of the committee has plenty of experience in management of sports, is well known in the industry. I look forward very much to working with both of them. And I guess my role is to bring a practical approach to oversight. Oversight, as I say, that is so important for the integrity of this organization and all the other organizations that surround our work. The major threat to audit and compliance practices in the sports industry is not to have a good and robust oversight system. So audit and compliance is about discovering things that perhaps while we are in the midst of implementing an idea, a sport, an organization, we don't realize it. But an audit and compliance committee and practice is someone who helps us look at ourselves as if we were a mirror. And sometimes when we look in the mirror, we see things that perhaps we didn't notice. When we go out and the last thing we do before leaving our homes is to look at ourselves in the mirror, and we notice and we adjust. And this is what audit and compliance functions does for all organizations and particularly within sports. We need to make sure that we have robust oversight entities, and the audit and compliance committees are key to that. So I would say that the major threat is not to have one. So I really would encourage all organizations to ensure that within their governance structure, they put in place an audit and compliance committee. And it's amazing how they will find a partner, somebody who will speak openly to you, who will perhaps notice things that are not done or not being done in the best way, in the state-of-the-art manner. So I myself am looking forward to helping SIGA and the community as a whole in understanding how oversight is so important to have in place. By instituting good governance, SIGA is sending a message to all its member organizations or potential member organizations of what good governance is. Remember that SIGA is all about integrity. So what is integrity? Integrity is being honest and having strong moral principles. Good governance is about ensuring that integrity is alive and well and is practiced on the day-to-day matters of the organization. Also, integrity is about being unified, being wholesome, being one. And that is where sports and integrity complement each other, because sports is about being unified, being whole, being sound of mind and body. And so should organizations. And therefore, good governance as practiced in SIGA, it's very important to send the messages to all organizations that that part is as important as its implementation and its activities. So I hope that SIGA can be in itself a promoter of this integrity in sports, but also in the functioning and running of the organizations that are members or potential members.
Great. So I decided to participate in the SIGA Global Mentorship Program because fortunately, through my experience at work, I have had other women who have mentored me and helped me get to where I am now. I do believe that in this industry, women often aren't invited to the table and may have to make their own table and build their own chairs and bring other women along with them. I think this program does that in an excellent way. To see the support that is given on all of our periodic meetings is just breathtaking. Women get very vulnerable, get really real, share some pretty unfortunate experiences, but also share real life tools on how to kind of improve situations, how they might have responded to something, given feedback on something. My experience has been excellent. I really love who I was paired up with. We're kind of a really nice match. And I noticed that our meetings together go by very quickly. We always have a lot of content to talk about. It's a very supportive environment, and I feel, just as much mentoring in maybe a reverse mentorship aspect, because I feel like we have a really great relationship and we have a safe space to talk about really anything as it relates to the sporting industry. So I would say it's relevant because, or I will pick three words that make it relevant. I would say it's vulnerability. I would say it is strength, and I would say it's support. I think those three things really show what it's all about. I absolutely would recommend that other women should join this program. It really connects you and people outside of your comfort zone. I think it's really easy to get caught up in your own world and your own work. And when you expand your network to different areas of sport, to different, areas around the world, you get invaluable input. I think, when you connect with someone that you might not otherwise see on a day-to-day basis, you're getting a view into a space that you might never come across in your whole career. So I think the way that this program expands networks, no other programs can do that. So I highly recommend putting the time in, opening up yourself, being vulnerable, talking to people, sharing your experiences, sharing what has worked, sharing what hasn't worked. I think there's something really beautiful in a shared experience. And when that's someone that's across the world from you, you kind of have this eye-opening moment. And you're saying like, wow, someone else is going through that, and here's what they used that helped. Or maybe you can learn from something that they went through that maybe didn't work out the way they wanted it to. So I can't recommend it enough. I think it's a wonderful thing, and it's a thing that you absolutely should make time for to help advance your career.
Hello, everyone. Oops. Whoa, that was quite loud. But it hopefully got your attention, and it got mine. If I could get everyone to make their way back into the NPR room, we're going to start in less than 5 minutes. So grab your coffee and food and whatever you need, and we'll go back for some more inspiring conversations. Thanks.
Hi everyone, my name is Betty. I'm from Prague. I'm a freelancer in the world of sports, mainly football, also other events in the music industry and in the world of translations. I was motivated to join the program to meet new people, to learn some new things, to expand on what I already know, and to join the conversation. that is basically what my goal is to take out of it, to become a better, well-rounded professional, to be subject to new ideas and topics, to share a conversation or two with other professionals, and I'm very excited for that. When it comes to gender equity and inclusion, I've always believed that if you do your work well, if you know your worth, if you make sure that you ask for the seat at the table or you bring the chair if necessary, there's no reason why you shouldn't be in the room. And so I think it's about knowing your worth and making sure that you're equipped to do your job properly.
Hello everyone, my name is Radha and I'm founder of Wani Football, and I come from India. I'm very excited for the global mentorship program because I think it's very interesting to connect with all the women in sport at all levels. I'm also excited because I think it gives me an opportunity to connect with a lot of people and develop projects that I'm passionate about. I think something that people need to change in sport is perspective. I think women's football is a trend that's gonna grow a lot, and I want people to invest into it more. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sophie Pink and I'm based in the UK, and I work at the International Tennis Integrity Agency as the education coordinator. On the side, I'm also a tennis official. The reason why I joined the SIGA Female Leadership Program was actually because I was inspired by an ex-mentee, and I'd like to use the learnings throughout this program to help improve my leadership skills in the future. Arguably, tennis is one of the most gender equal sports in the world. However, as a tennis official, I've not experienced this. I want to use the learnings made throughout this program to help inspire those I teach within the officiating community and also in other sports in the future too.
Hi everyone, I am Mia Lopes, Brazilian journalist and CEO of Suffer Sport. Was the opportunity to delve deeper into currently and relevant issues, connect with other women in the sport world on a global level, and receive mentoring that will certainly accelerate my career. So, through this mentorship, I hope to expand my voice and impact on the lives of other Black women in sport. The necessary change in the world of sport to achieve gender.
All right, everyone, we are about to start, so if I could ask you all to come on inside the NPR room, and sorry to interrupt your conversations, but you can have more of them as we continue this wonderful summit.
That's it.
Hello, I am SIGA Summit. I'm from Zimbabwe. I'm a legal practitioner by profession, practicing as such in Harare, Zimbabwe. I developed a keen interest in the Sports Integrity Global Alliance Mentorship Program after my recent appointment by FIFA on the Normalization Committee for Zimbabwe Football Association. In my involvement with sports, I've realized that I've got so much to learn, but also so much to contribute to the sporting world. I would like to learn from industry leaders who know so much about sports leadership, good governance, financial integrity.
All right, everyone, welcome on back to the SIGA Summit. And I know people are trickling in, so you can feel free to find an empty seat as we get ready for our next discussion. And of course, just another thank you to our hosting partner, MasterCard, our silver partner, TCS, session partners, M&T Bank, Epic Global Solutions, and Connecticut Sun. And remember, you can watch this summit through DREOS, North American website, and check out the Instagram for updates on our social media partner, Women's Sports Network, and make sure to tag all of your pictures and videos at SIGA_women. We now have our next discussion, which is the topic of barrier breaking. And I'm very happy to have Danita Johnson, President, Business Operations for DC United, for a fireside chat with Megan Allison, Managing Director, Underdog Venture Team, also a member of SIGA.
Hi, everyone. I'm actually stepping in for Megan. I work with her over at Underdog. My name is Adrienne Nicola Rocchetti, and I am honored to be sharing the stage here today with Danita. I'm going to give a little bit of her background. I'm going to glance at my notes because I got to do justice to the magnitude of her career. So, as stated, she is currently the President of Business Operations for DC United, one of the most storied franchises in Major League Soccer. In the theme of breaking barriers, Danita is the first ever Black president of an MLS club and only the third woman in league history to serve in this role. In 2023 alone, it was a good year, Danita was named to Sports Business Journal's 40 Under 40 class, as well as the Essence Power 40 class. In her 15 plus years in the industry prior to being at DC United, she held leadership roles across major franchises within the WNBA, NBA, and NBA G League. She's also a community leader and a board member with organizations who are working to help individuals break barriers within sports like DC Scores and the Cher Winter Foundation, just to name a few. So please join me again in welcoming Danita Johnson. Okay. Danita, you shared DC United's mission, the mission you have for them, which really resonated with us, and I wanted to share that. So unite sport, build community, win championships. Can you elaborate on that a bit more, and especially I think the intentionality of that order, because I think a lot of sports leaders might put that third first, and I think it's powerful the way you've represented it.
I think, this actually came off the historics of the previous president many, many years ago with DC United, and it was the kind of evolution of understanding our mission and core values. One, keep it simple, always, and direct. And when we talk about Unite Sport, I think it is just that. I think around the world, one, soccer being the global games, probably the most played sport in the world. The ability to unite people, whether it's men, women, or however somebody may identify through sport, I think is powerful. And so as a leader in sport, and we look at our organizations, we understand that it goes beyond just the bottom line of a P&L. It goes beyond just, that next athlete. It's about creating and uniting our communities, and we try to live through that in everything we do. And we understand the power of sport and how it brings people together. We think about things that have impacted our communities over the years. A lot of times people lean on sport as an opportunity to have a release, to have an opportunity for change, and we want to be a part of that change.
Awesome. You and I were talking a little bit before we came out here just about the moment for soccer and football in this country and what the next few years could bring. What are you most excited about for the sport and for your club?
I think it's the transition in the States, honestly. When I look at the United States and I look at soccer around the world, the impact that it has when you see the stadiums, whether it's in Europe or Africa and all these other countries, the celebration of this game has a different level. And for us in the US to finally kind of be at the next phase of that, our partnership with Apple, with MLS, our academies that we're building, the expansion of women's soccer, I just think it's the next big thing that's always been big that we took a little bit of time to get to, honestly. And so I think there's just a lot of opportunity and development. I think one of the things that really, similar to why I had a strong connection with basketball, I think soccer and basketball have some similarities in access to play. And so one of the things that you can kick something around in our office, whether it's a ball or not, we've probably done that just like we shoot a piece of paper in the trash can. It's accessible. And so I think that's one of the things that really, as we think about these next few years and the elevation of it with World Cup coming in 2026, you can see there is momentum. And I think it is definitely the fandom that we've all been looking for, and I think there's a lot of growth opportunity for us, both from a business perspective and from a game perspective.
Absolutely. Switching gears a little bit to your career and your journey, I know other folks that have spoken here today have acknowledged the systemic issues and the barriers that have existed within the sports industry. Can you share a little bit on your personal approach has been to breaking barriers and overcoming any of the challenges that you might have faced along the way?
Yeah, I think for me, like many of us in our roles, they never expected me to be here, plain and simple, and they still don't expect me to be here, and they don't expect me to last long, but I will. And so I think So when we talk about the breaking of the barriers, I think it comes from within. I talk about this a lot, and a lot of times we forget the power that lies within us. And we get distracted by all the outside noise and what people tell us and what we can and cannot do, or how it should or should not be, or how it should look and how it shouldn't. And I think for me, as I've gone in my career, my intention wasn't to break barriers. My intention was to show up authentically as myself. And it took time to figure out how to do that. And that was over years of work, going through many situations, having ups and downs. You know, when you go home and you cry on your pillow, you get up and you figure it out the next day. It's those moments that built it, and they built the strength within me. So when the barriers became opportunities to break, I felt ready. And even when I didn't feel ready, I was like, well, we're just going to figure this out. So it's a combination of the two. So I think, you know, for me, it was never to check a box for anybody. It was about doing things that felt right for me. It was about doing things that I believed in and staying the course on that. And I think with that, I feel like, I talk about my faith a lot, I feel like God gave me the ability to be in position to break certain barriers and have different opportunities.
Awesome. What would you say within that, in addition to kind of those moments you had with yourself and that recognition of your power, what was the role of, you know, culture and mentorship? I know many folks in this room are involved in SIGA's Global Mentorship Program and the power of connecting women across continents and sharing and learning and what that can do to really give rise to this next generation of leadership. You know, how important is culture, one, and mentorship in your organization and for other women to step up and lead?
I think it's critical. I think it's so critical because we can be put into environments that break us very quickly, and they keep us from moving into the next thing. And so whether it's internal culture or external, that you're building an outside network to strengthen you to get up and walk in that office the next day, sometimes those things are needed. And from an internal culture, I think for us that have the opportunity to lead from within, we need to really take a step back and understand the impact of our words, understand the impact of our actions, and how people look at us every single day. And I think sometimes in leadership, people get lost in that and forget that the impact that they have on others and everything. And, you know, my mom always tells me, I say this all the time, people are always watching you. And it's not to perform, it's to understand your impact on others. And so I think when we talk about culture and building networks, I think it's really important to have a very strong network outside of your day-to-day and one internal as well, the industry network. And then what I've also learned in this next segment of career is like a lot of my industry network was purely sport. But what I've really, really enjoyed in this segment is going outside of my industry standard of sport, even sitting in this room, right? And we're finding commonalities across multiple businesses, the barriers that we're all hitting as women in the workplace. And so I think building those networks are very important. I think they help strengthen you and prepare you for different moments. And I think we cannot fear being vulnerable in those moments in order to gain the strength that we need to succeed.
Absolutely. A lot of folks in this room, you know, have agency to shape the cultures within their own organizations. If there was one piece of advice that you had for individuals here when they go back and leave and go to the organizations to shape the strongest culture possible, you know, what would that be?
Yeah, I live by my 3 C's. I'm like a broken record. It happened over time, and I really started to identify what was keys that really did help me be successful. And it's consistency, it's communication, and it's commitment. And I'm consistent in my actions. I'm very repetitive. For me, I started out as a ticket seller. So, you know, you pick up the phone, you do that 50 to 80 times, 100 times a day. The consistency actually showed up for me as a leader. From a level of commitment, it's about being not only committed to the work, committed to myself inside and outside of the work, when I go home at night to when I show up in the morning. And then from a communication standpoint, being a good communicator. You have to diversify your communication. For me, it is, some days I feel like emailing, some days I don't. Some days I'd rather you talk to me for 5 minutes, some days I don't want to talk to you at all. So, you know those feelings, right? So like being able to understand how to be a good communicator based on who I'm working with, who I'm interacting with. So those things for me have really helped to shape culture, because with that, in the end, comes accountability. Accountability for myself, accountability for my staff, because I'm showing up in that manner again and again and again. So when I ask from others, it really helps to kind of break down that combativeness, the things that kind of break culture, because I work to represent that every day.
I love that. I would say that the best mentors that I've had in my career show up so consistently. Like, that resonated so much with me, and it's something I certainly admire in them, has helped me in my career. So this next point, I think, is maybe on brand, since I do work for a company called Underdog, but I've long identified with underdogs and really been a student of studying underdogs and the underdog mindset, people that have faced hardships they've overcome, people who have defied, expectations, and how those experiences have truly, shaped superpowers within them and inform how they show up every single day to lead, to mentor, and to, continue to break barriers. And you alluded to this a little bit earlier in your journey, but if you had to distill it down to like, what is your superpower or superpowers for breaking barriers?
I think it's just staying true to myself. I think, most of my career, I spent over 10 years working in women's basketball in the WNBA. And so when I talk about me not being in this role, trust me, it was not something people perceive would ever happen, right? And for many of us that work in women's sports, they really put us in a box. Like, it's not a glass box, it's a real box. It's dark inside the box, right? and inside that box means if I spent 10 plus years in women's sports, the ability to then say I could lead an organization of this magnitude is questioned and questioned and questioned because, it's not as many zeros, it's not as big, it's all the things that people perceive us to be, and it's actually reflective of how they think of women, but that's a different story. But you go through these motions, right? And so I think my superpower in that was staying true to myself and saying, I can be where I want to be in this moment and still grow. I can be where I believe I should be, and it's not going to limit my career. And I think I was okay with that. I was okay with being me in that. And as much as they wanted to say, well, you should probably do this or you should probably do that, I did what I felt was best for me, and I feel like it worked out well.
It definitely did. Yeah. What would your advice be to any folks in the audience here who, have barriers right now in their own careers or their own lives that they're really working to tear down? What would your advice be to them?
I think with that, it kind of goes back to network. Sometimes we feel very lonely when we're in the midst of trying to create change. I think for me, it's in those moments, yes, a lot of times it's us in the mirror looking at ourselves. I understand that. But when you really look at that reflection, know that there's other people behind you. And you may not even know how they speak about you in other rooms, how they're encouraging you. I say lean into that because it's really, really easy to feel alone. And I think it's knowing that you're not. So even if it's the one friend, I call my best friend every single morning. She just called me a few minutes ago. I was sitting here because she didn't get her morning call, right? So it's those types of things that I think really lean in and really help us, because I think in loneliness there's darkness, and we need to find light to find success. And so I say to lean into the network around you.
Absolutely. Speaking of leaning into the network, is there a person in your career or people that you've looked to, that have mentored you, that you want to give a shout out to?
There were several. I mean, there's a couple of different ones. And I remember Donna, who used to work at the NBA League office. I just remember walking in one day and seeing Donna. I haven't talked about Donna in a long time. I think she's in California with Golden State. But Donna was like this woman. She would just walk in every event, and I would just be like, I want to be like that. Just like that, right? And I think it was not even and I knew her, we had conversations, but it was even her presence and essence exuded this level of confidence. Whether she had it or not, I don't know at times, right? I think about her. I think about the women of the WNBA, the 144, if I did not work in the WNBA for that long, I would never, never know my own power, hands down. I could not do what I'm doing today, watching them fight for rights, watching what they do on the court, how they, what they do for their families, and everything about the culture of those women. And for many of them, Black women, right? And the misrepresentation that happens to them and how they're seen, and how people try to take away their femininity because they're Black athletes, or they're athletes overall, for the Black and the white players and all the players of the W. You watch them fight. And to be a young woman that watched that for almost 10 years, it helped me grow as a woman.
We were talking before just the incredible momentum that the WNBA has right now and how excited it is. The Sparks going to win a championship?
I don't know. It's not looking. It's not looking great. I've been watching. The season's going to start. Anything could happen.
Back to your current role. Any big predictions or things you're super excited about for the season ahead for DC United?
I'm excited to win more matches. We've had tough 2 seasons, and our teams come out. We got 3 points first match, 1 point in the last match, so I'm really excited about that. And I'm excited about what we're doing in the community. So when I started with the club in 2021, all we had was like our CR department, and the only thing that we supported was DC Scores. And DC Scores is a soccer program that teaches poetry to young kids in like Title I schools, and also they play soccer, to give a little background. Great organization to look up. But in the midst of this, one of the first things I did was reestablish our community pillars. And in about a year and a half after, we relaunched our DC United Foundation. And so we do some amazing programs in that. We're working right now we're working on this new project, the Twinning Project, and it's with formerly incarcerated inmates and like their transition back. We also last year launched a women's program where we go into a transition housing for women, and we do mentoring with them. We teach them how to like get their resumes in order, get them ready to go back out. We've actually hired some of the women that we've met with there. So it's just been a really gratifying experience, and it goes back to the Unite sport. It goes outside the lines.
Yeah.
And so to have the platform and ability to kind of push buttons in our community in a very different way, I'm really excited about what we have to come.
That's awesome. And reaching into communities and working in ways that I feel like sports teams haven't traditionally worked in the community is super exciting, and also breaking barriers in our theme. I didn't know if we wanted to open up to questions at all, or are we one? Okay. One.
We got to stay on time. It better be powerful, y'all.
What is something that you brought over from the W with you to DC United that has propelled you, if you were ever dealing with, imposter syndrome or anything like that, knowing that you weren't in the sport that you kind of made your career in?
Yeah, that's a good question. I would probably say, it's a really good question. This is what I would say to that. I think the thing that came over with me was confidence. Like, when you work in something that people constantly kind of like put down or make snide remarks about over and over again, you get real confident in your beliefs when you know it is a good thing. And so I think what I took over that is I had confidence in the work. So it didn't matter the sport for me at that point. I knew after going through that time period of my life and working in the W and experiencing some of the things that we used to hear and people say to us, like, I was confident that nobody could break me. And so I think that was what I took away and walked into DC United with.
Wonderful advice. I wish I could embody that confidence, but confidence is a choice too sometimes, right?
Yes,
if you don't have it, just create it. Well, thank you both very much. Adrian, I appreciate you stepping in here today. And Anita, I really appreciate all of your advice to everyone here in this room.
Thank you.
Actually, one of the things Danita said, which was staying true to yourself, reminded me of a great quote that I hope this resonates with people, but it is from Leila Delia, who is a wellness educator, and it's remembering who you are is how you take your power back. So just anytime you're not feeling like yourself or you're kind of overwhelmed, just grounding yourself and remembering who you are. It helped me in a breakup as well, so, can be used anywhere. We now have another panel that I'm very excited to welcome in, and it's called The Final Frontier, Women Leading Technology in Sport, powered by TCS. So I would like to welcome Chrissy Thurman, Head of Responsible Relations, DraftKings, Nicole Smith, Vice President, Corporate Communications, Fanatics, SIGA Women Global Mentor, Jesse Jacks, Senior Partner Manager, LinkedIn Marketing Solutions, and Alex Whittingham, Futurist, TCS.
How about I just go? I'll just saunter in.
Me too.
The Christies will sit next to each other.
Yes. Thank you so much for the kind introduction. Welcome, everyone. What a great morning so far. This has been a terrific event. I'm really enjoying all the panels and really enjoying getting to know my panelists today. We're here to talk about the final frontier, women leading technology and sport. And the final frontier is a perfect title for me as the moderator. I'm Alex Whittington. I'm a futurist at TCS. Delighted to join you, and I'll promise to keep the sci-fi to a minimum. But let's explore some new ideas and interesting stuff that's happening in this domain. So to get ready, I'd like my panelists to please introduce themselves one by one.
Good morning. Is it still morning? I don't know. If it isn't, good afternoon. My name is Chrissy Thurmond. I am the head of responsible gaming relations at DraftKings, which means I really get out in front of groups and engage with communities that are interested in learning about the gaming industry, as well as how we can engage with our players to provide a forum that is safe and enjoyable and fun for everybody. And it is my pleasure to be with you all today. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Christine Wiley. I'm a senior director at Verizon. And first, I just want to say thanks to Katie and to Emmanuel, wherever he is in the room, and also to MasterCard for hosting us here today. I was able to attend last year. I've been a panelist when it was during COVID and virtual, so this is super exciting to be here live with you all today, and to everyone joining virtually. Hi to you all, too. I'm the senior director of sponsorships at Verizon, so I am in charge of our team verticals. So we've got 24 NFL teams, 6 NBA teams, and 7 NHL teams that all sit under my purview. And I work day in and day out to help bring the Verizon messaging and Verizon network story to fans of all those teams. So thanks.
Hi, I'm Nicole Smith, Vice President Corporate Communications at Fanatics. For those of you who may not be familiar with Fanatics, our mission is to build the leading global digital sports platform, so a one-stop shop for if you want to buy merchandise from your favorite team, buy a trading card, or place a bet. And in my role, I oversee all communications for our more than 22,000 employees around the world. And I also work very closely with our executives to make sure that they're out there and speaking on behalf of our company in a way that really elevates us. So excited to be here.
And I'm Jessie Jakes, excited to be here. I'm at a company known as LinkedIn, if you might not have heard of us. I am a senior partner manager. I work with our strategic partners across the business to build go-to-market strategies. Some of my partners include Microsoft, which is interesting because Microsoft owns LinkedIn, along with a few others. And I work across D&I initiatives for our Enabled In, which is our disability ERG at LinkedIn, our women's ERG, our veterans ERG, and our Black inclusion group. But I'm happy to be here with you all.
Terrific. Thank you so much. So let's just jump right into the conversation. We have a lot to discuss, a lot of great ideas. I want to start with the observation that today's panel topic represents the intersection of 2 areas of historic underrepresentation of women, sports and technology. So how can we bridge this gender gap that's been around for so long in this particular sector?
I'll kick it off. I think that is such an important question. I think it really resonates with all of us here in the room today. Being at an online operator, a sports gaming organization, I have a purview of being with a company that focuses on sports, but also is considered a technology company. And so there is that intersection. And sometimes when people hear that, they don't really realize that there's that significant interconnection to technology and sports. And so for me, that is something that is really important. I work in an area that is responsible gaming. And there is a significant and meaningful education component around that, and creating a level of awareness and alertness within the organization. And so when I look at women and this industry, I really see that we are making strides in a technology company that has predominantly been men-focused because of the sports domain. But more and more, as I see the landscape changing, I'm seeing more and more women coming in. But as was addressed this morning, there still continues to be the need for support, for mentorship, and for the community, our internal communities, to come together in a way that lifts us all as a collective.
totally agree with that. And I think it's interesting, right? In the seat that I sit in, sports and technology, sometimes I'm the only girl in the room, right? And it's obvious. So you've got to have that inner confidence in yourself. I think the first panel talked about it this morning with the imposter syndrome, right? You just got to get over it. You're in the room for a reason. You know what you're talking about. Continue to have that faith in yourself and continue to acknowledge and tell yourself that you are there for a reason and you deserve to be there and your voice needs to be heard, right? It's just a barrier you've got to push yourself on. And Christy, to your point, right, bringing others along with you. I think, we talk a lot at Verizon about the technology and what the future looks like, right? It's going to impact all of us, right? Regardless of what country you live in, whether you're a male, female, unidentified, right? Whatever your case may be, the network, the technology of the future is going to impact you, and you want to have those voices heard and that representation at the room. So it's important to just kind of keep having faith in yourself.
And to add to that, those are all great points. I've had the experience of working both in the tech industry as well as the sports industry, and it's interesting because normally you think, geez, the gender disparity is so bad in the tech industry. That's normally what you hear. I actually have found the opposite. And that could be a matter of just being more experienced or being more aware of it. But I actually see the gender disparity more in sports than at my time at Microsoft or Intel. I was very, very lucky to have incredible women mentor me at those companies. Sandra Lopez, who's a co-chair of this event, being one of them. And in the sports industry, I am usually, to your point, always the woman in the room, and that can get exhausting. Because I am always the one fighting on, I feel like I have to fight on behalf of half of the population. And so what I have found effective is just, again, tying it back to our customer. We have, 100 million fans in our database. We know that our most active fans are actually women buying for their families, sports gear for their families. And so we need to be representative of who we're servicing as well, and that needs to reflect our employee population. So for me, that data has been really helpful, but it's finding what your executives or those who have to influence responds to.
Yeah, and I can close this out with this question. It's interesting. LinkedIn's mission literally is to create an economic workforce for everyone, and that includes from sports to marketing, all industries. Right now, in order for us to actually meet equitable opportunities for women, we'll need to add 300 million jobs by 2035. And that's still such a large disparity of what we're seeing. But when you think about it, within the tech industry specifically, back to Nicole's point, there are quite a few women. But how do we get that placement in other markets and other industries? So that's something we really need to hone in on and be a bit more forceful in that, along with gender equal pay. But we can get into that later.
The small things.
The small things. the details.
Well, Nicole, I totally agree with you that I do think that tech is more diverse than sports. I think sports is a tough industry as a woman to work in. When you think about it, right, I look out at this room and I see youthful, young faces, which I love, right? Guys, stay in it, please. Don't leave. And it gets hard, right? As you get older, you want to have a family. You want to spend your nights with your kids. You don't want to be at 41 home NBA games a year. You don't want to spend your Sundays at a stadium, right? You want to be home and you want to be with your families. And I think the sports industry has to figure out how to accommodate that. Otherwise, too many of us are going to walk away and get out of it to find something that's more accommodating to us. And I think that's a big problem. I think the pandemic actually helped with that in a way, in that teams realized, oh, maybe we don't have to have the entire partnerships team staff an event this night. Maybe just some of them could do it, right? Or rotate through. So I think that has helped. But ladies, stick with me, please.
Yeah, and I also think one of the things that, we try to do, and I think it's really important, I know it is women lifting up women. I think we really need to be there for each other. But I'm also very involved with the mentorship program at DraftKings, and I love it when men come and ask for my advice, my guidance. I think there's a tremendous role and opportunity for all of us to play when we engage with not just the women and to say, okay, we're a women's group. I belong to them. I help run them. I love them. But I also think that there's such an opportunity for us to lend our voices to the younger generation and young men coming up in this space, predominantly in a sports. I'm laughing when you're saying the sports and technology. I'm like, yep, hello, that's what I do. But I think there's a huge opportunity for us to really just, like women do, embrace and bring in and mentor and help young men as well learn why it is so important to have women in the culture, why it's so important to seek them out as mentors, and why and show them what they can learn from you, because I think it's tremendously impactful.
Yeah, these are all great examples of breaking down some of those barriers. Are there any other specific initiatives that you've seen that have helped people, or helped women in particular, achieve that, successful and rewarding career journey in the industry? We talked about mentorship. We talked about, being confident and being ready to, look at data perhaps to see if the data justifies your impressions. Anything else that you guys have found?
I think Chrissy was on point with this, right? Join your employee resources group, right? Mm-hmm. Join a venue like SIGA's Women's Event Day, or, WISE, Women in Sports and Events, right?
Global Gaming Women.
Global Gaming Women. I didn't know about that one.
Yes,
Join that one too.
Yep, I'll teach you.
Like, we're out there and we're all there to support one another. Rising tides lift all ships, right? Mm-hmm. So we can all help one another. Find your flock. Find your people who are going to be out there to advocate for you and sponsor. Right? There's a difference between a mentor and a sponsor, right?
And a coach.
Know what that difference. And a coach. Yeah, like help is there. Find a way to find your people who are going to have your back, who are going to say, yeah, that was pretty crappy what happened to you. Like, how are we going to not have that happen to you again, right? Find those women in your life, or men, who can help you along the way.
It's funny to mention coach, because that's what I was going to add. So often when you hear the term executive coach or leadership coach, you think about the men in your organization getting that. And at Fanatics, we actually just rolled out a new leadership coaching program, which targets VPs and above. And I actually put 3 people in my team in it, even though they don't fit that criteria, because they're emerging women. Mm-hmm. And so what I have found very helpful about coaching is being able to hear from essentially a third party who is interested in helping you, just the advice that they give, because you can be so stuck in your own head. And so I have found that very helpful. So I encourage you, if your organization doesn't offer that for your level, to definitely ask for something like that. You could also go out and expense it too. And the other piece I found really helpful is having those skip level one-on-ones. Mm-hmm. For me, that's our chief people officer, and I want him to be equally aware of what I want to do in my career as much as my boss is. And so to what my other panelists said, the more that you are consistently advocating for yourself, the more it just becomes second nature. And so, just finding different ways to practice and hone your craft with the services that may be available to you has been helpful.
Yeah, and I would like to emphasize also legal reform is really important. New York just passed that law where you have to be transparent what the salary is when you're posting any sort of new opportunity for people. That's something they've been doing in EMEA for years. Yeah. They've been doing that in London and all those regions for years, and we just started doing that. That's really important. But that's because of legal change that's happened. We still need emphasis on, having a legal standpoint on parental leave. Mm-hmm. Most companies in the United States only allow 3 months. Canada, I believe it's a year. Mm-hmm. I believe it's a year or so in Europe. So we still need to focus also on legal reforms that's going to give us the access we need as women to not only be present at work, but present in the home as well.
Definitely. And this month happens to shine a light on women's role in business and society and all of our contributions with the marking of International Women's Day, which is officially this Friday. And the theme this year is Invest in Women, Accelerate Progress. So I'm just wondering, how does this, diversity, especially gender diversity, how does it help in the industry to come up with innovative solutions, new products, new services in sports? How have you seen, or I guess even how would you like to see gender diversity making a mark in that area?
I think I've seen a pretty good growth and impact in the way we even measure our menstruation. That's really important. Tracking those things are important. Ovulation, if you're trying to have a child, is very important. For me, I am someone with a physical disability, so seeing more products developed for people who are, for functionality, for walking, that can also help women in sports. Mm-hmm. We are often more likely to be injured in sports as women, and that's because shoes are not designed for us. Yeah. they're designed for men. So I think in those areas are ways we can be a bit more impactful, especially in tech design for sports.
Terrific.
I would also say, this is where women's leadership and influence really comes into, because those investments have to be in a way that makes sense. So in sports merchandise, for example, a lot of decisions that get made around how things would appeal to women are what one of our brand CEOs calls is shrink it and pink it. That's not what we want, right? That's not what we want, but a lot of times that's the decision that gets made. So innovation has to be equitable as well for people with disabilities, for women, for people who are different heights and weights. So having a diverse leadership team is only going to make innovation that much better.
And I think when you have opportunities, right, when you have openings on your team, to make a concerted effort to look as far and as wide as you can to find the best person, right? Everybody loves working in sports and wants to work in sports. So when we have an opening on our team, there are floods of resumes, right? And almost everyone who applies is very qualified for the role, right? How can you push yourself as a hiring manager, as someone part of the interview process, to really dig deep and really say, like, yeah, this person's good, but can we keep looking? Like, let's push a little further. It's going to take more time. It's going to be harder on everyone while this role sits vacant, but let's go out. Let's find resources that can help us reach maybe a different or diverse audience that might not be the gene pool that follows jobs at Verizon.
Absolutely, and I think one of the things, and it's been touched upon a lot today, is making sure that the infrastructure is in place to support that. Women can rise and we can reach leadership roles, and at anywhere along the continuum, the Jenga block can get pulled and we fall because there isn't the infrastructure to support us. And so I've heard it said a lot this morning, and I truly believe it. The support needs to be there, and it can't just be talk. It has to be something that is measurable and tangible and visible, and not just something that we expect to happen because we're really good at what we do, and we know we're really good, and we know our worth, and our mentees know our worth, and our co-workers know our worth. But until leadership really just embraces it and supports, I think the challenge is always going to be women walking and women saying, I can't do it. It's just too much, and I don't have the support I need. When there's a lot of talk that there is support, you really need to put the money where the mouth is, so to speak.
And it starts with the internship program. So one of the things that we were noticing is that 90% of our interns were executive referrals. And as you can imagine, they all kind of looked the same. And so to stop that, we actually completely changed the requirements. So now when you have somebody reaching out, we can now more confidently share, actually, we've changed our criteria. We're looking for only rising seniors, and we only have X spots allocated for executive referrals, because to the point of the pipeline, we were seeing, our pipeline was, a lot of students who really didn't have to worry about getting a job after graduation because their parents were well connected. I actually teach as well, and one of the places I teach is a community college, and these kids wouldn't have even had a chance to apply for an internship. So I think it starts at, okay, even at the entry level, how can you reformulate your program so that you're getting, a good diverse slate in?
All good responses there. And what's interesting to me is this, maybe because I work at TCS, I keep hearing little hints of data. Like, what does the data say compared to what we think we see? I think that's a really important point, for us to keep in mind as it becomes easier for us to collect information, process information. I mean, things like AI are coming into the picture that makes it easier to crunch all that data. It would be really neat to see, like a data collection effort around these issues. What happens when a woman is torn between, the family life and the career life? Can we put some data behind it? That could be a really convincing argument for some people.
For sure.
Yeah. And as my colleague said this morning, Christina said this morning, if you can't measure it, you can't change it, you can't amend it. And so it really is incumbent upon us to really be able to measure and be able to pivot and change and adjust like that. And when I say like that, I like to think it'll happen like that, but it doesn't. So it's like, that or something, but really measurable and being able to make the changes that are required and needed and supported.
What also helps is including that data in your ESG or sustainability reports. So in my role, I also write our annual report, and there's no more jarring place to see it than when you're comparing year over year and seeing the differences. And that's something that's shared with investors. And all of a sudden, when it gets sent externally, people start to pay attention. So I would say the more you can incorporate it in areas where maybe you're feeling like things are falling on deaf ears, well, the more you could show the impact this would potentially have on your business, the more helpful it will be for you as well.
Yeah, and along the thread of that, technology and data and so forth, I would love to hear from each of you about, one of SIGA's main concerns, which is sports integrity. I'm curious to learn how or whether you're using technology as a tool to improve governance and fair play and equality. Tell us about what you all are doing, if you can.
Well, I'll say as someone who sits in a brand seat, right, and looks to associate our brand with sport, with teams, with athletes, that element of trustworthiness and honesty is of utmost importance to us. I don't think there's no brand out there that wants to be associated with dishonesty. Usually not a value proposition most companies are going for. So I think that it's critical, right? And it's on the onus is on us as brands and people who are spending money with these leagues and teams to hold them accountable to that end. We work a lot with the NFL. We have Verizon has a 10-year agreement with the NFL, and we're testing and trialing with them on how the 5G network that we provide at all 32 NFL stadiums, how that can be utilized to help game improvements. So this past season, we rolled out coach-to-coach communications on the Verizon network and soon to be coming coach-to-player communications, right? Does it change the integrity of the game? No. Does it change how the game functions and again, trustworthiness of coaches knowing that the plays that they're calling aren't getting tapped into, aren't being eavesdropped, aren't being captured and recorded? Does it help the game grow that way? Absolutely.
When you think about it from the LinkedIn and Microsoft perspective, I could emphasize more on the technology side of the business, whereas we are using the data to offer more training and accessibility to women and people who are coming from a community that's not seen by everyone. For instance, we've been bringing a lot more entrepreneurial women on the platform to be one of our top voices. We do LinkedIn Lives. Recently, we connected with the CEO of the Sports Innovative Lab. It's a woman. Her name is Angela. Last name I forget. Forgive me. Ruggiero, yes. A top voice, incredible. And we are doing what we can to offer some sort of assistance and sponsorship and collaboration to ensure that what she's doing can be impactful to everyone. It's giving her more opportunities. So we're using the data more on the tech side to help fund sports initiatives, but not directly having to participate in the area, if that makes sense.
Yeah, good. Okay, so those are some of the technology tools, and obviously as a futurist, that's something I'm very interested in. So tell us, if you could, I'd love to just sort of hear your vision of where you think sports and technology, or women's sports, or women in technology, where is all of this going? Like, what is your vision, being kind of like what you wish would happen? And you can also share, what you think is starting to unroll right now. I'd love to just hear sort of your thoughts on what's on the cutting edge. Give us a glimpse of the horizon and how women can play a role in those innovations and how it can improve their experience in sports.
Well, I think one of the first things that comes to mind when you just said that is last weekend with Caitlin Clark. I think seeing someone so spectacular and at the top of her game in a college environment where she was not only is she just a phenomenal athlete, but she's a good, kind human. And that resonates. She's a team member. She is inclusive. She talks to all the fans, all the kids around her, just illuminate when they see her. And I think what we're seeing now is that women can thrive and achieve these spectacular accolades in their sport because they are that good and they are that awesome. And so I see, and particularly with the gaming industry, really engaging more women in a way that they're comfortable, that makes sense. And I will sit on my high horse for this as long as anyone will listen, is that I do think education and information dissemination is extremely important, and education around sports and having people understand what they're engaging with and understand what the sports environment looks like, what the sports arena is, and how, going to some of these sporting events are incredible. There is so super pumped and so electric, and it's all women athletes, and it's so great. So really kind of, I think, opening up more, but really getting the emphasis on women and how they can engage with the community in a fun way and engage with, and I'd say the sporting community, and really have leaders to look up to, and young leaders. It's so nice to see that there is someone young leading, holding the mantle for so many of us, and I love that, and I see that aspect, the women athletes really taking a shine, as something that's going to really be very prominent in the future.
I'll answer with two different hats on. First, my fan hat. I think the opportunity that technology brings to being a fan right now is unprecedented. I brought my notes because I didn't want to get this wrong. But at the Super Bowl this year, there was 52 terabytes of data used just during the game in and around Allegiant Stadium. And this is just Verizon customers at the game, which I don't really know what a terabyte is, but so I can translate it for you all. 52 terabytes of data used in and around the Super Bowl is the equivalent of streaming 3.3 years of high definition video. That is what happened in and around Allegiant Stadium, right? So the future is tech, and however we can have technology help improve that fan experience, right? I'm a season ticket holder for the Philadelphia Eagles, and like 6 years ago, we got rid of paper tickets, which I was like, what do you mean I won't have tickets from this game to commemorate it by? And now I'm like, of course, everything should be digital tickets. Like, that's so much easier. I'm always gonna have my phone with me. So I think the technology and how that can improve the fan experience out there is just incredible, right at the forefront of it. As a woman sitting in sports, right, I just read yesterday that the WNBA did a partnership with Genius Sports, which grants the first professional sports league in the US access to digital optical camera tracking. Let's just let that in for a second. Optical camera tracking, and the WNBA, it is a first of its kind sponsorship for a US women's league sport. And this will allow teams to like track player movements and ball trajectory and shot trajectory and things like that. And I'm like, how is this just happening for the first time, right? So again, this is my homework. How can I get a brand like Verizon to be more invested and support behind the technologies that we offer and support of women and women's sports?
I mean, we can't have a technology panel without referencing artificial intelligence and how that's really going to change the game. So as I think about the future, it's one of the advantages that everybody has is being really knowledgeable and comfortable with new technologies and bringing forward ideas as to how this can help your business. So for example, for AI, for us in particular, I mean, it's everything from automating more tasks on the HR side to being able to scale some of our operations within our warehouse facilities. So for me, I look at the future as being at the forefront of the new types of technology that is just gonna, really have a huge impact on the way that we engage with everything. So that's my first piece. And then, I mean, I would be remiss not to play off your point where I also would love to see a world where it's not the women's leagues are the second choice. Yeah. It's like, oh, let's do this for the male leagues. Oh yeah, we should probably think about this for the women too. So the more that, in your positions of influence, you could just, raise those questions, because I was telling my colleague Rebecca here earlier that a lot of the men just don't think of it. It doesn't enter their mind. So if you don't bring it up, it's not like they're maliciously not thinking about it. They're just it's just not entering their brain. So the more that you can, be that voice, whether it's in the room or whether it's through spheres of influence, so that you're thinking about things holistically, it's not just going to benefit the industry, but also your business as well.
Yeah, and I think from my perspective, I agree with everyone's opinion here. I would say data is really important. So AI-driven data from the LinkedIn perspective, or even my perspective, to say it's going to be impactful in how we invest in women going forward, especially women in sports. For example, when you think about the men's soccer USA team compared to the women's soccer USA team, there's no question the women are outperforming the men. They actually draw more viewership than the men, but the data is not being presented in a way to investors where they're going to want to invest more. So I think with AI, it's going to be able to pull this information and put it in a way where they're going to understand this is where you should be incorporating this $2 billion marketing investment. And that's going to help uplift us in other areas, especially in sports.
Terrific. Well, that's a great note to end this panel. Panelists, thank you so much for your insights and contributions today. Audience, thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great one.
Thank you.
Thank you all so much for your insights into leadership in technology and sport. We could listen to that for a lot longer, but we know that we are running short on some time, so we'll try to move through some things. But I'm very excited right now to welcome in Lucas Turlo, Secretary General of the International Chess Federation, who, like MasterCard, Octagon, and Underdog, are a member of SIGA, to deliver a keynote to showcase FIDE's commitment to gender equity, the Queen's Gambit. Need I say more? Chess joke. Sorry, that didn't land.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Łukasz Turlej. I'm the Secretary General of the International Federation, which is governing body of the world of sport. And I was just talking with one of the organizers. When you're entering the chess hall to play a game, it's way more difficult when you're entering the hall where there are many grandmasters playing. And what we saw earlier, it is this kind of feeling. So I hope you will help me. The world of chess was seen for many years as a male-dominated sport, with more guys playing than women. When we did some statistics about 5-6 years ago, it was proven 11%, 12% of female players only. And we decided we need to do something about this, but also we were analyzing why this is happening. And when we were discussing with Katia that there has to be chess keynote speech here, I said the world of chess federation has 100 years, and usually we are playing classical games, but today it has to blitz, yes, 4 or 5 minutes. So I'll try to squeeze some information within. What we started to do, we organized the International Year of Female in Chess, analyzing the situation and also using the help of many chess ambassadors. And when we start to analyze, one of the best, the most well-known ambassador of a game is Judith Polgar, the Hungarian player who for 25 years was the best in the world, starting from the time when she was 16. But what is she doing now? She's educating, using chess in education, especially education of girls, and she's using the chess skills to teach chess skills to boys and girls. And in schools, you usually have 50-50, not 10% and 90%. And we are teaching skills that chess are giving to students to change the landscape. What you can learn from chess, what kind of skills? Analytical skills, strategic approach, and of course also how to deal with deadlines. Because we do have the chess clock, and if you don't make a move in time, you will lose the game or you will not do the project. And this kind of things are helping very much in education for kids, both for boys and girls. But because of chess in education, more girls are coming and are enjoying. It is I'm also involved in the chess club, and it is a problem sometimes when mother is bringing a girl and a boy, and there are 15 guys. and let's say 2-3 girls only. It's difficult, but in school it is different. Do you know some serious, you mentioned a moment ago, some big ambassadors of chess from Netflix series? It was mentioned Queen's Gambit, and Queen's Gambit showed very well how female players can participate on equal terms and beat everyone around. But because why it happened? Because Elizabeth Harmon believed in it, that she can compete on the same terms, and this is what we are implementing now. What also is a very good example how we see the world of chess is we're preparing now World Corporate Championship. And in every team, there has to be at least one person from both genders. In the previous edition of the event, most teams were having 3 guys, one woman, but who won the event? It was 1,300 players. The team with 4 female players and 1 grandmaster. So we are hoping to see it as an example for the future, and it is showing that females who are playing chess are doing very well in the corporate, in the professional life. And we are coming back to New York very soon with this event. And again, we are hoping that female players will win the event. What I can add more regarding the education and numbers of quotas. About 4 years ago, our Women's Commission made all this analysis, and they suggested there has to be 25% quotas for both genders in every commission. When we had quite recently audit by SIGA experts, the auditor was shocked that it is working in chess. But it's not only working because we implemented it, that we were pushing, but it is working because many talented professional, both players and women experts, joined the world of chess last years. And right now we have many female leaders, both for the tournaments, playing over the board, and also as in leadership in making decisions for the world of chess. So I really hope that by the education for kids, more and more girls will see this as an opportunity, as a game, as sometimes as a career, because more and more the players, female players, are having a lot of successes, more and more titles, and for the future we will see different statistics. And this 11 to 15% of female players will never be a case anymore, and will go to that direction to have the female world champion of chess. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. That was great. Lots of information and insight into the world of chess, which women are dominating, not surprised. All right, let's move right along to the fact that there is a very exciting event coming up this summer. Some of you may or may not know. Obviously, it is the Olympics and Paralympics happening in Paris. And I am very pleased to be able to welcome up our next panel for this, beginning with Amy Rosenfeld, Vice President, Olympics and Paralympics Production, NBC Sports. Jennifer Marie Rosati, President, Connecticut Sun. Karen Korb, 2-time Paralympian, 10-time member of USA World Team, SIGA champion, member SIGA Council, co-chair SIGA Grid Committee. Nzinga Prescott, Olympic athlete, founder and executive director, the Prescott Institute for Sport, Teamwork, and Education. And our moderator, Sarah Axelson, Vice President, Advocacy, Women's Sports Foundation, to the stage.
Just rearranging some chairs. Excellent. Welcome, everyone. So excited to be here for this conversation. I love it. And we are the last thing standing between you and lunch, so we are going to keep our answers tight and brief as we can.
while still getting to the heart of the conversation today. So obviously our panel discussion is about the legacy of the Olympics and Paralympics. And so all of you have your own unique ties to the games, and I'd love for you each to talk about, you know, important case studies, right, from your own experiences being involved, whether as an athlete, an executive, a coach, in the Olympics and Paralympics. What have you seen as maybe it's a positive legacy, maybe it's an example of what has gone wrong and not to repeat. What can we apply to future games? Zinga, I'll start with you.
Sure. Thanks for having me, everyone, and thanks for being here today. I would say something that I think is incredibly important, the Olympics and Paralympics only happen every 4 years. And so there's this gap, during this quad period where you're not necessarily so visible in terms of being an Olympian, Paralympian. And so I think it's incredibly important for the legacy to fill that time with grassroots efforts where you're not only inspiring the youth, but also creating pathways for them to access sport and actively engaging in Olympic, Paralympic sports that you don't see, in everyday TV time. So I think, for example, LA in 1984, they had a surplus of revenue, which is like super uncommon after the games, and they used that money to fund youth sports programs because sports operate on a pay-to-play model in the US, which is really challenging if you don't have the means and becomes exclusionary. And so LA 84 has done a really great job to fund and push this play equity movement so that all youth can participate in sports and benefit from all those advantages that we know well, the leadership qualities, the life skills, the resilience, picking yourself up, being part of a team. So the legacy in between the games, I think, is super important, and hopefully, we can continue that with Paris this summer and LA coming up.
Yeah, for sure. I don't know how my middle name got on the presentation, but it's Marie, so if anybody was wondering.
Just makes you sound real efficient.
Yes, it does. I can remember, I graduated in 1996, which was the year of the Atlanta Olympics, and my teammate, Rebecca Lobo, was on the 1996 Olympic team. So I can remember her spending that 10 to 12 months prior to the Olympics training for the 1996 Olympics. And that really was a time that set the foundation for professional women's basketball in the United States. And so that legacy of the Atlanta Olympics now you can see where women's basketball has come in the last couple decades. And I think that legacy is really important because I can remember driving to Atlanta to be there to watch my former teammate play in the Olympics and to be able to dream about being part of that in the future. And fortunately, I've been able to be a part of the Olympics as a basketball coach for 5-on-5 twice and heading into Paris as a 3x3 coach. And I think a lot about what now being involved in a kind of new sport, first being played at the Tokyo Olympics, and what the legacy of what we can do in Paris and then, of course, in LA can mean for 3x3 in the United States, because it is basketball, but I can tell you from coaching it, it feels like an entirely different sport. And it's exciting and it's engaging and it's another opportunity to engage youth through sport and to have opportunities for more and more women to be involved at the national level and, of course, at the Olympic level. So just really proud to have been part of the growth of USA basketball and continue to still be able to hopefully help build that legacy going forward.
So I'm on the TV side. I guess I can't even call it TV anymore. I'm on the broadcast side, and I think that our responsibility at NBC Sports, the legacy that we can provide, is that we need to give access to everything. We need to be able to have everything live, which you'll have. You want to watch fencing, you can watch fencing. You want to watch archery, you can watch archery. Our responsibility is to provide a spotlight to all of the sports, and in addition, really elevate, in my opinion, the athletes, and try to give more than just the analysis of the game, but tell the stories behind the game and have you care about these individuals who've sacrificed so much to perform in the Olympics and the Paralympics. the legacy really then will be what comes of that spotlight. So I sort of cut my teeth on soccer, and in the mid-90s, nobody cared about soccer. And then we did the '99 Women's World Cup, and suddenly people cared about soccer. So the hope here is that many sports that don't get a lot of attention, because you'll have access all day, 24/7 to all these sports on Peacock, you can, I'll show you how to get on Peacock later, that will.
As a Paralympian, why do we use whiteness as the measuring tool for what is correct and appropriate? These are systems. These are systems that are inappropriate now, and we must dismantle them. So all of this to say that we got to start in here first, because all of it is a mindset.
Excellent. Thanks, Karen. Sticking with you, you know, as a two-time Paralympian, as an advocate for gender equity, for disability equity and inclusion, can you talk about the importance of actually when organizers are planning an event, the importance of really putting inclusion, accessibility front and center in that process so that everyone can enjoy the games, participate in the games, both as athletes, but also as fans and spectators?
Yeah, it's an absolute process. There's some literature out there on how to do that. This is very specific. Like, we've band-aided a lot of things. Like, oh no, the wheelchair girl can't get in, where's the ramp? And then somehow we make a ramp. As opposed to thinking about it, when are you beginning to plan for your event? Years, especially mega sporting events. We plan years ahead. Why is it that disability, women, people of color, Black people, Asian people, why are we last on the list to be included? What I would say, it's a marathon. It's not going to happen overnight. We're working tirelessly to do this. I would say if you're running a nonprofit or a corporate entity, what's your board look like? That's the first thing that I always look at. You know, and then I have a lot of judgment. And then I also think about, listen, if your board is all white and all dudes, like, I'm not working with you. It's very simple. I am a person who makes people uncomfortable. And sometimes that's what we need to do, right? Or things don't change. So when you think about planning an event, I'm going to make a few people uncomfortable. Look at this. Ready? I'm going to push over here. What do you see? How easily could we have put all these women in lower chairs so I could sit in one line with everyone, right? Yeah, I know. I know Katie did this last year. But what I'm saying, I want to give you a visual example. Another easy one is, guess where I can sit? Like, when you are a person with a mobility impairment, wouldn't it be great if I had a selection of, like, oh, I could sit in that row and that row? So when you're planning an event, just remove a chair, like, in every row. And I'm also only talking about someone who uses a wheelchair. Disability is really nuanced. We have people who are deaf, who are hearing impaired, who are blind, who are visually impaired. We have people in this room, in this very room, that have invisible and non-apparent disabilities that you would never talk about publicly. What are we doing? We have people who suffer from migraines from the lights. We have people who can't deal with scent, right? And we're all here to grow. So the more we learn, the better we're going to be. Disability inclusion is not an easy process. It's a process just like any process. Any process of change is not easy. But again, I will go back to the mindset. If your leadership does not have the mindset of gender equity, inclusion, equity, period, and have a strategic plan around that within your HR departments, et cetera. And I will also say this, if your DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, is housed in your HR, it's not real DEI. Because people are scared, right? So, and I will also encourage you, if you're thinking about diversity, equity, inclusion, put the J in front of it, because there is no DEI without justice. And there is no justice without belonging.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah. And mic drop. Amy, coming back to you for a second here, you know.
Oh, thanks. Thanks.
Yeah, you get to follow this.
Nearly as profound. Okay, great. Thanks a ton.
So, you know, NBC Sports, VP of Olympic and Paralympic production, the media plays such a huge role in how fans consume the games, right? And how we access what athletes we see, what's, you know, playing in prime time. I know the schedules aren't necessarily within your control, right? But what is the role of the media, specifically NBC, in helping to build that legacy of each Olympic and Paralympic Games? And how is the media integrated throughout that process, the planning process?
Yep. Okay, so interesting fact that the full-time production team at NBC Sports, it's 13 people. Of the 13, 2 are guys. No line at the men's room at NBC Sports, at the Olympic group. So that's, and by the way, it's the president, the SVP, the VP, like it's top-heavy women. So whether that goes into our thinking or not, you can be sure that women's sports is going to get a lot of coverage. Not just because I love it or my boss, Molly Solomon, loves it. It's good business. And so in terms of our, responsibilities, I feel like it kind of goes back to this idea of access. So it's a lot more than just the competition. Like Jen's going to do a great job with the event and the excitement of the game, and hopefully, I'm not supposed to say this out loud, but hopefully the Americans win and all great. But for us, it is about this 360 of the athletes, Olympians, Paralympians. And so, we have, for this Olympics, this is interesting, it's the first Europe Olympics since London. So with a 6-hour time difference, prime time, which is where all the dough is made, will be on tape. It's going to be, when prime time comes on, it'll be 1 in the morning in Paris. All the competition's done. We're not holding anything back. That would be ludicrous. But we have to give people a reason to come to prime time, even though you probably know what happened. So what we've been saying is, well, you know what happened. Jen, led them to gold, but do you really know what happened? And so this idea of access and really bringing you immersively into the athlete experience, how they got there, their family members who now fortunately will be able to be in the stands, their cornflakes they had, so the legacy here will be that consuming sports or media in general is not just about anymore what happens on the playing field. You want to be completely immersed in that. And so, I was keenly listening to the technology panel because it is a lot about access and trying to understand what these athletes, sacrifice to get there. So that's our responsibility, and the planning is less about, all right, how many cameras are going to be on the court for 3v3, 3x3. It's a lot more of, can we interview the athletes at the bus depot when they get on the bus at the Athletes Village? Can we put a microphone on a coach? Can we put I want to talk to you about that, by the way. Can we put a microphone on a family member? And so the legacy will be, it isn't just I'm tuning in to watch team handball anymore. It's like, who are these people?
You might want some time delay.
Oh, it'll be on. We'll beef you out. I'm very familiar with you. Yeah.
Just saying.
Just mic everyone up.
Yep.
Everyone's hot mic'd. And that's, telling the athlete story, right, is so important. And I think that that's so much of what has contributed to the growth of women's sports is the ability to storytell around the athletes and for fans to get to know them even better. And Nzinga, for you, 2-time Olympic fencer, but also founder of Peace, the Prescott Institute for Sport, Teamwork, and Education. I'll get it. And for those who don't know, it is a fantastic community organization based right here in New York City that brings fencing and educational opportunities to New York City youth in underserved communities, but based around fencing, right? And so as the games approach, what do you see as the role of media in helping to showcase the athletes as role models to the youth that you serve, and how is that important?
Right. One of the challenges I come across now that I'm on the organizing and coaching and youth community engagement side versus the athlete side is kind of convincing young people in New York City who look like me, Black and brown youth, to really embrace fencing. Fencing is not basketball. Basketball has a huge culture here, and it's not football. Even football has, a dominant culture here. So one of the challenges is like culturally, how do you penetrate this group of people? Especially when we go into the schools, it's like, is fencing cool? And you want to do what your friends do. So definitely media, I think, can be a powerful vehicle for embracing non-traditional sports. Non-traditional sports where there's a huge amount of opportunities. There was a New York Times article about fencing being a huge pipeline into the Ivy League. For the community that we serve, this is a huge opportunity for mobility, and I benefited from that, and it's a lot of affluent families, decide to put their children in fencing and sports like fencing, more niche sports for these types of mobility and access, and so it's very important in media to make those opportunities visible and make these non-traditional outlets more visible, and not only that, but also embrace diverse groups of people who are succeeding in those stories. I think sometimes in media I see a lot of the same stories kind of repeating themselves when really there's so many athletes who invest their lives into the sport, like you're saying, and dedicate their lives to the sport, and everything kind of revolves around it. And I think there's a lot of opportunity to diversify who's being highlighted, especially leading up to the games that happen every 4 years. So all of that is very important. And showcasing other talents beyond basketball, football, and the norm, I think, is very important to also just sustaining the games, because there's a lot of sports that are not as common that you see at the Olympic Games that aren't advertised during the 4 years in between, and so we need activation around those sports to sustain them, and also to continue attracting talent and keep growing those sports.
Excellent. And I saw the program in action a few months ago, and your athletes, the kids in that program, are so impressive, and it is just a really great showcase of using sport to highlight how athletes can make change in their life, and that mobility that you spoke of. Jennifer, your day job is president of the Connecticut Sun, right? And you alluded to it already. You were coach of the 3x3 in 2020, taking home gold in the first year that it was in the
5-on-5 in 2020
Oh, you were?
Yes.
Oh, excuse me.
5-on-5.
My Googling skills. I need to.
That's all right.
I'll correct the Google. But so now upcoming on the 3x3.
Yes.
And so, these days really, like, women's basketball, especially here in the US, it feels like it is on a trajectory, right?
Yep.
College, NCAA, professional in the W, Olympics, and I would add the Paralympics as well. Our wheelchair basketball team is phenomenal. So how can we ensure values like gender equity, diversity, inclusion, integrity, all of the values and themes we're talking about today are key components of the legacy of the upcoming Olympics and Paralympic Games? And basketball especially is such a prominent sport. What role does that play in kind of perpetuating that legacy?
Well, earlier one of the fireside chats, Danita talked about working in the WNBA and how it's a league of mostly black women that get stereotyped at times for maybe being too masculine or too athletic, or being in a sport that hasn't always had equity. So when you compare it to some of the other Olympic and Paralympic sports, you see this explosion of coverage, but when you compare it to men's sports, it feels like quite the opposite. But 25 years into the WNBA's history, the trajectory right now is really strong, which is why you're seeing so much interest around investing in women's basketball right now and women's soccer right now. And I think for, Amy asked me outside if Caitlin Clark was going to be on the 3-on-3 team because she wants to have a good story to tell. However, I know as a fan that I turn on the Olympics to hear about the fencers and to watch sports that are untraditional, and not just to watch them compete, because I think all of us love to see a gold medal match, right? Or a Super Bowl or a WNBA championship level competition. But it's because of that 5 minutes before they compete when you're learning about who they are as a person. And when Bob Costas can get me to like cry, in the story leading up to that gold medal match, you got me as a fan. And So I think as a part of the basketball community, we feel, obviously there's a legacy in the sport of women's basketball in the Olympics because they've won 7 consecutive gold medals. But I think there's also a weight of carrying, a torch, no pun intended, for all women in the Olympics and Paralympics, because I think our pool of athletes on 5-on-5 and 3x3 side represent so much diversity. They represent, I think, what's best in professional athletics in the United States. They stand for things that are important. They speak out about social justice issues. They're not afraid to back each other. They compete on the court, but then they back each other off the court as humans. And they have each other's back. And so I think when you talk to the athletes in basketball, you would probably be surprised at how much they marvel at what other athletes in other sports do at the Olympics and how supportive they are of the other athletes and what they're doing at the Olympics, because they understand that they have this opportunity to play basketball all year round. And for their entire careers, they grew up getting a chance to play professional basketball. But the rest of the athletes in the Olympics and Paralympics, a lot of them, they train for 4 years to compete for a few days. Like, they're training for their entire lives for one opportunity to potentially win a medal. And so much can go right or wrong in those 4 years leading up to an Olympics. And they understand the value of that. And I think they want to carry that weight of making sure that they continue to promote. They stand for all good things around women's sports, but especially inclusion, diversity, and equity. And they're going to be the ones that publicly, because they have the most coverage and because there's the most access for them, they're going to be the ones that stand for all of the athletes when they can and make sure that they're fighting for equity in women's sports.
And I'll add, it's not just the athletes, right? So the Women's Sports Foundation, we're a nonprofit based here in New York City, national nonprofit. We do our work through advocacy, research, and community partnerships and community programming. We have an Olympic and Paralympic report series that we do every year for both winter and summer games. And so one of the stats that I pulled is just from the 2020 games, of the 71 listed head coaches, only 15 were women. I think this was for Team USA specifically, right? So also looking at the coaching and the coaching legacy of USA women's basketball, right? And you're part of that. Dawn Staley,
right? Yeah, you bet.
And so I think that's also important to name too, because we do see such a lack of women in coaching roles, not just within the Olympics and Paralympics, but throughout sport, from youth level, right? Having Nzinga, you and your staff working with youth is so important to have women as role models all the way through college, professional, right? And having that visibility as well and telling the stories of everyone around the team, not just the athletes. We're so tight on time here. Okay. Begrudgingly.
Lunch, everybody's thinking lunch.
Okay, so Paris 2024 is just a couple months away. But who's counting?
Countdown's great. Thank you. More countdown.
Yes, with the USOPC zip up on, I see you. But just after that, right, just around the corner is LA 28. And so the thing, as I was starting to prepare for this and starting to think through some of the things that I wanted to talk about, the last summer Olympics and Paralympics that were hosted here on US soil was Atlanta in '96. And in many circles that got deemed the Title IX Olympics because it was really that first opportunity where there was an entire generation that those athletes in the '96 games had the ability to grow up with Title IX here in the States, right, which is an educational law that really has been credited for such exponential growth in athletic participation in our schools. And so, we now see an additional, surge, not just here in the US, but worldwide in women's sports and the attraction that it has. And so I think, just as the '96 games in Atlanta were an opportunity to leave a legacy, I was a young kid at that time being able, as a softball athlete, being able to see softball in the Olympics for the first time, having that, it was the right timing because it's all East Coast, right? You were able to see it live and see those athletes and see something that was possible that 4 years before wasn't, right? And so what do you all think, as we approach, and skipping ahead to LA, I know we still have this summer ahead of us, But as we approach the LA 28 games, you know, what do you hope is the lasting legacy of LA 28? What is that opportunity for us here in the States to really cash in on that legacy?
You're up, sister.
Ready? Heavy sigh. LA 28, the bane of my existence. What I would love for this next amazing opportunity that we have on our soil to host the Olympic and Paralympic Games is, one, I would love for us to recognize and understand, while it will be the second Olympics in Los Angeles, it is the first Paralympic Games. I think there is a massive opportunity to elevate the Paralympic Games from a business perspective. I also believe that with the Olympic and Paralympic Games, specifically the Paralympic Games, what the Paralympic Games does, it changes infrastructure. And what we understand about the Olympics and the Paralympics, it's not just about, for me it's tennis obviously, it's not just about hitting that little yellow ball. It is about what is the legacy. If we change infrastructure, if we change programmatic inclusion, right, to create that, the people, the Angelinos, and those who are globally watching the games are like, oh my gosh, you are able to participate because imagine that, getting into the building. Right? Something very, very basic. The Paralympics also brings forward accessible transportation systems. We all know how important that is. When I was at the Sydney Games, it was flawless, and they built it. And what they did was they elevated people with disabilities, varying disabilities, in leadership roles so that they can advise and get paid for, compensated for their expertise. Again, LA 28 has a massive opportunity, but I'll go back to, if I cannot get them to say Olympic and Paralympic Games, I'm tracking them real hard also. Their social media, if you've got 10 Olympic posts and 1 Paralympic post, that's not working for me. And guess who's gonna get loud about it? So get ready, everybody. Yeah, I think, again, there's a lot of opportunity to be had and a lot to facilitate change in the social tapestry. The most important things that build community and humanity. Because personally, I'm done proving my humanity to anybody. And I think that's a big reason why I'm here. Thank you, Katie and Emmanuel. You know, making people uncomfortable and also extending the grace. We're here, but I'm also not here, or we're also not here for you to pick my brain. Pick your MasterCard, and then we can have a discussion, okay? All right.
Nazika, what about you from an athlete perspective?
Yeah, I would say leading up to LA 2028, I think, so as I mentioned, sports costs money, right? Disposable, you need disposable income. That's at the high performance level. It's not funded by the government. Like France, for example, has a really amazing sports system. They help fund their athletes. They're well, you know, they're better paid. As a youth fencer, you can access fencing for 350 euros a year. In New York City, fencing on average for a 10-year-old might cost $10,000 plus. When you start traveling, it's way more. So just the disparities, you know, are very present. And I think what our power is, I think, in this country is our companies, like our organizations. They're very powerful. In this room, there are a lot of powerful people who are connected to budgets. I think when you're thinking about ESG and you're thinking about your corporate responsibility strategy, loop in sports and grassroots sports and funding those programs, because those programs develop leaders. You know, tomorrow's leaders, that's what, sports are multi-dimensional. It's fitness, it's social emotional learning, it's how do you pick yourself up, all the resilience, all the connections you build, all the opportunities consequently from being part of that community. And that's not just one-day events, that's development programs starting from when you're 6, 7, 8 years old until college and beyond, and being an alumni of that program. Those types of programs are powerful. and change people's lives. And so when you're thinking about like how you're spending, like you're giving dollars, sports are a multifaceted way to approach many problems of equities that our society faces. So LA 2028 legacy, I think, kind of reframing how we think of ESG in terms of the social side and really embracing sport, especially for everyone in this room who has an affinity for sport, to support those programs, like peace.
There you go. Amy, from your perspective?
So, full disclosure, I first wanted to be a vet, and then in intro to biology, I couldn't dissect the frog, so that was out. And then I thought about going into news, but I couldn't deal with like the stress and the emotion. So I went into sports because it was entertainment. However, for LA, it feels different to me from this standpoint. I actually want to talk about Paralympics more than Olympics. We have the opportunity, NBC is a big megaphone, and we have the opportunity in that instance to really change lives. It's more than just covering a sporting event. And so I'm excited and proud because, covering sports is great, but this is about changing society. And when you have a domestic Olympics and Paralympics, the attention that it brings to so much discrepancy that exists, I actually feel pretty proud. I'm proud to work in sports, but Paralympics for LA is really kind of the great, Carol Stiff talks about the back nine. I'm on like the back two. I'm already putting the driver away. But to be able to sort of what would likely close out my, Olympic, Paralympic television career, to end with LA where you actually have the ability to, really move the meter for society is pretty impactful.
Jennifer, you were there in 96, rooting. You'll be there as a coach in 28.
I know. I feel like I should have went first and not last in this question. And I'm a little afraid of Karen, and I know we're ending soon, so I got to be a little careful. But no, I think, one of the reasons that I love to do this panel situation is because it opens my eyes, not just, I think a lot of people feel like I can come and offer a perspective, and I always feel like, well, I always get something out of this. And so, honestly, I've always thought about diversity, equity, inclusion, because in the basketball world, it's so much about the LGBTQ community, and it's about fighting for equality for women, and it's working in a sport that's like 80 to 90% minority, Black women. And I don't know that I ever really thought about it as people with disabilities. And so it kind of opened my eyes to not saying Paralympics at the end of Olympics, that effect that it has. So you've won me over. But I think, as Amy said, it's about changing the narrative and telling the story and providing access, right? I think that word access has probably been thrown around more than anything today. And that's what we fight for every day. Like, I'm down here with my communications manager and director of sponsorship, and they're always talking to brands that we want to partner with about telling the stories of our players. It's never about, there's like the jersey patch and the signage on the floor and the visibility of brand recognition, but most brands that we talk to nowadays want to talk about investment in our women and telling their stories, and how does that tie to their brand. And so if we have the opportunity in 2028 to do that in LA at a level that's higher than we've ever done it before, whether it's for female athletes or sports that don't typically get covered other than during the Olympics, or it's for the Paralympic athletes, for the Black and brown community, the LGBTQ community, like, why not? Let's hit a home run and let's do it to the best that we can. And I think that, we have the opportunity to do it and we have the time to plan for it. So if that's a legacy that we can leave, that after the 2028 Olympics, we feel great about the integrity of women's sports and the inclusion of women athletes, then I think that's a pretty good legacy that we can all leave behind.
Excellent, thank you. Well, thank you to our great group of panelists today. Thank you to SIGA and to MasterCard for this event. Can't wait to see the rest of the panels, but with that,
All right, I think we're due for lunch.
Thank you.
Lunchtime. All right.
Thank you all so much for this wonderful discussion on the Olympics and Paralympics. If it was up to me, we would just have this entire rest of the day discussing it. But I really appreciate everything you've said. And to Amy's point, Peacock is very good. This is not an ad. I watched all of the Beijing Games on Peacock every single second. So thank you so much. Okay, great. And also, this was presented by Connecticut Sun, so thank you so much for presenting this panel. And before we head to lunch, just wanted to remind everyone that there are gift bags outside, so make sure you grab your swag bag before you go. And also, make sure you tag SIGA in every post that you have and follow and like and just be in the conversation. And thank you so much for this first half of the morning. It's been wonderful to be your MC for the day, and Cecilia Lagos will be your MC in the afternoon. So have a great lunch.
Hello, I'm Mathieu Hinel, Professor of Sport Management at Lunech University, Luxembourg. The importance of good governance in sport cannot be overstated. It is the foundation upon which fairness, transparency, and ethical conduct rest, creating trust among athletes, fans, and stakeholders. So I'm very excited to introduce our last offering, the Executive Education Certificate in Good Governance in Sport, built in partnership between Lunech University and Sport Integrity Global Alliance, SIGA. This comprehensive program has been thoughtfully designed to be inclusive and accessible, delivery fully online through a blend of live and recorded sessions. Upon completion, you will emerge well-versed and confident in navigating the complex landscape of sports governance. You will learn to establish transparent and accountable practices, guaranteeing the integrity and ethics within the sports domain. What sets this course apart is the opportunity to learn from the best academic and industry expert, working hand in hand with SIGA, the world's most prominent advocate for sport integrity. Through this certificate, you will grasp the essentials of governance and integrity in sport, addressing the hurdles that come with implementing such principles. We'll engage with like-minded professionals to broaden your perspective and expand your network within the industry. Our expert will guide you through practical case studies, arming you with the tools to tackle the industry's unique challenges. Enrolling in this course empowers you to be a catalyst for positive change in sport, prioritizing athlete well-being, promoting fairness, and steering sustainable growth. This is your chance to strengthen your professional expertise and open doors to new career opportunities. Join us on a journey towards becoming a trusted leader in sports governance. Enroll today and be the driving force behind a brighter, more transparent, and ethically sound future for the world of sports. Thank you.
안녕하세요. 저는 커스텀 아티스트 현예슬이라고 합니다. 반갑습니다. 제가 파인아트를 전공했는데 한참 그림을 쉬다가 우연찮게 친구가 반스 스니커즈에 커스텀을 해달라고 해서 시작했던 게 사람들이 많이 좋아해줘서 여태까지 할 수 있었던 것 같아요. 분들도 그 스트릿 아트를 되게 즐기는 것들을 보면서 이제는 유스 컬처가 완전히 어린 사람들의 전유물이 아니고 전 세대를 아우르면서 즐길 수 있는 것이 되어 가는구나 하는 것들을 통해서 그러니까 그런 스트릿 아트들을 통해서 영감을 좀 받는 것 같아요. 롤드컵이 이렇게 큰 행사인지 몰랐는데 제가 열심히 찾아보니까 되게 많은 분들이 좋아해 주시고 그리고 이런 큰 행사가 한국에서 열린다는 것 자체도 되게 자랑스러웠다고 해야 될까요?
what inspired me to become a SIGA mentor is when I was reflecting on my own journey as an athlete and a sports administrator, I recognized the profound impact that my formal and informal mentors had on my personal development. I mean, their invaluable guidance, insights, and support played a pivotal role in shaping my career and exposing me certainly to the bigger sports ecosystem beyond what I could have seen at the time as a young professional. So for me, becoming a SIGA mentor meant the opportunity to pay it forward to the next generation of female sports leaders. And as an advocate for diversity and inclusion in sports, I firmly believe that the positive effects of mentorship expand far beyond mentoring the individual. I think the ripple effect that mentorship creates influences not only the young professional, but their peers, their colleagues, and the wider sporting community. So for me, mentorship also allows me to learn and grow as a leader. Yes, certainly. Actually, one of my SIGA mentors, and I was mentoring during COVID. So coming out of COVID, a lot of people were grappling with career changes and their own self-thought about their impact on what they're doing. So I had a mentee who was navigating something very similar, a challenging career transition. And she was feeling very uncertain and overwhelmed about her next steps. And she didn't lack the ability, she just, I think, lacked the confidence to make that step, the bold step to change her or to transition into a new career. So as her mentor, I took some time and I provided simple guidance and support using my own personal experiences with some career transitions I would have experienced. Just simple, practical advice. And over time, as our relationship developed and we discussed the transition, I saw her gain confidence and a very renewed sense of purpose. And she started to leverage the networking opportunities that we would have made together. And through these connections, she would have secured a new role in something that fueled her passion and her purpose in the desired industry that she wanted to be in. So I think the additional mentorship further boosted her confidence because she had the skill set, and the insights helped guide her to her new career transition. So seeing my mentee navigate this career transition with confidence and resilience was incredibly rewarding for me. And it reaffirmed my belief in the power of mentorship to positively shape the trajectory of young female professionals in sports. Given my unique career path into sports administration, it has been marked by some diverse experiences and challenges, as most people would also have, and some insights that I think I can pull on that will help my mentees. I'll focus on three that I think are very important. First one I want to look at is definitely embracing your challenges as learning opportunities. Throughout my journey in sports, I would have encountered challenges that have ultimately become, to me, significant learning opportunities. And I want to share insights to my mentees on reframing their challenges and viewing them as stepping stones rather than obstacles, and pretty much exacting valuable lessons from each of these experiences. The second thing I would talk about is adaptability and resilience. During my career, I've been involved in navigating through various industries and having to adapt to these different roles. I believe as a person, this showcases the importance of adaptability and resilience in the face of change, because change is constant. So in guiding mentees on how to embrace change, I want them to see it as an opportunity for growth and thereby building resilience in the process. And finally, something I think is important and that we need to embrace is or cross-functional skill development. For me, having worked in different sectors, I've developed a set of cross-functional skills that has transcended any specific sports industry. And I think to my mentee, I want to emphasize these experiences are valuable, and having a diverse skill set and to provide guidance on identifying their skill sets and cultivating their transferable skills that will be relevant across their sporting professional career. The Women's Global Mentorship Program within SIGA presents to me a significant opportunity to contribute to the advancement of gender equality and diversity within the broader context of SIGA's initiatives. This mentorship program contributes to diversity within the sports industry by creating mentorship relationships that span different backgrounds, experiences, and perspective. This to me provides a unique opportunity both for the mentor and mentee to step outside of their normal circles of colleagues and their cultural environments, and certainly the social media echo chamber to gain an intimate understanding of how the world of sport looks through somebody else's eyes and their experiences, hence giving new perspectives and to help foster diversity of thought. SIGA's mission and efforts, to me, are poised to have a transformative impact on the overall landscape of gender equity in sports governance. By questioning and challenging and not accepting the structures that currently underpin the sports industry, I think SIGA's advocacy is creating a more inclusive, transparent, and equitable environment where women can thrive and contribute their talents at all levels. In essence, by driving gender diversity and inclusive initiative, SIGA's missions and efforts will not only enhance the government standards of sports, but also pave the way for a future where gender equity is not an exception, but certainly the norm.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sarah Pickens. I'm a United States citizen and currently live in the state of Maryland, right outside of Washington, D.C. And I work at the U.S. Soccer Foundation, where I'm the Vice President of Programs. Both in my personal life and professionally, and with the organization U.S. Soccer Foundation, all of us have a strong commitment to mentorship and see it as a strong mechanism for growth of a community. So there's an obvious tie for my interest in joining the SIGA Women Global Mentorship Program. And I think that there's nothing potentially more inspiring than a group of powerful women united for a common cause. I'm sad to miss the summit this year, but have another important job as a woman in having a baby soon. So I'll be doing that instead, but I imagine some great work will be happening at the summit. And great work is needed because although we've made progress and need to extend gratitude to the trailblazers that have made that progress, we still have plenty of inequities that still exist. And the best way to tackle these inequities is by working together. So my thought is to find other women that can teach you things and teach other women things, connect and learn from each other. Together we'll break through that glass ceiling and hopefully build bridges across those glass cliffs, which will require persistence and resilience, but that's something that women know a thing or two about. So I'll miss you all now, but hopefully reconnect with you soon and have a great time at the summit.
this is a crucial game.
This is a massive test.
Sports is a celebration that unites the world. But its values are under threat. Increasing cases of corruption, criminal infiltration and abuse are tarnishing its reputation. Winning cannot come at any cost. SIGA is the world's leading organization for sport integrity. Our goal is to provide trust, assurance, and credibility in the industry. SIGA's independent rating and verification system pioneers better governed sports, financial integrity and transparency, sports betting integrity, and youth development. Sports organizations are the custodians of the game. SERVS is the assurance that they are fit for purpose. SERVS is the assurance that the reputation of sport and the wider industry are protected. Join our global movement. Be the leaders of change.
Women X met SIGA on International Women's Day of last year, and we were thoroughly impressed by the conference that we attended that SIGA hosted at MasterCard, because we saw before us women leaders in sports and related industries who were committed to not only giving voice to the issues that matter to women, but also really effectuating change. And Women X's mission is about supporting the advancement of women in all industries through education. And the heart of education is conversation, and conversation rooted in activism. And so we align with SIGA's mission, and we were so hungry to be a part of a community that was really committed to making the world a better place for the next generation. And the best way we could do that was by supporting SIGA's education initiatives that directly impact the lives of women who want to advance in sport. I think it's thought-provoking. All of the conversations that SIGA has led, the connectivity has been integral, building true bonds and relationships with other women across the globe, and platform. I think it's really important for women not just to think of these issues that SIGA raises in silos, but to have speaking opportunities to really educate the world on what's happening with women. So of course, I would advise anyone to become a mentor, and I'll speak, I guess, from a personal frame of reference. Mary and I are entrepreneurs, and sometimes in building a business, you have your head down and you're so focused on what that looks like and achieving your goals. And SIGA really helped us bring into perspective the importance of mentoring again, and really having a close relationship with a woman who's developing her own voice and her own path. And I think when we all look to the power of mentoring, it's really important in the advancement of women and the advancement of community. And so I appreciate wholly the opportunity to serve in that way.
Choosing the program of SIGA to be a mentor was a chance for me to give back. Give back to my former mentors, to give back to the people of youth community. This is a world of mentorship is very important for moving forward, and for a young person, besides being passionate, being inspired by the area where they want to work for, a sport is always very inspiring area. It is also important to build allies. And once I came to the point that somebody comes to me and said, hey, do you want to be a mentor? I couldn't say other answer than yes, I want to be a mentor, and I want to be a mentor for any program that is actually making space and making possibilities for the youth. That's why I couldn't say no to SIGA, and I'm actually very honored that SIGA and myself, we found a way to bring back through building a series of mentorship programs. Diversity, breaking through as a one word, and sustainability. My mentee got a job offer from her dream employee while we were close to the end of the program. So basically, my favorite experience was not only that I had a chance to meet amazing women from super diverse cultures from all around the world and from all around the sectors, organizations, and stakeholders involved in sports and beyond. I actually got a chance to see the progress of my mentee from a shy but full of ideas lady who is already successful in super different areas of work to actually become loud, bold women who knows what she wants through the SIGA Women Mentorship Program. And she has been offered her dream job. So basically, after the SIGA Women Mentorship Program, we together said yes to her dream future.
The SIGA Sport Mentorship Program is to me the opportunity to support and encourage young aspiring female leaders to fulfill their full potential from the very start of their career. It's actually something I've noticed quite a lot in the sport industry, that female employees, female counterparts struggle to find a certain path for leadership. And that's what I thought, that maybe from the start of their career in the sport industry, having a plan, a strategy, and being part of a mentorship program could lead them to better results several years later. Community, solidarity, and visibility. The best part of the program to me is actually the great relationship that you develop on a human side with amongst women, and the level of also confidence and confidentiality that we develop in this mentorship relationship is something I've never seen before, for instance. Yes, I would advise any women to sign up as a mentee, but also to not hesitate to sign up as a mentor, as this can be done over the course of the years, to be a mentee and then become a mentor in the program, as myself.
Hi, my name is Lyndon, and I was lucky enough to be a 2022 SIGA mentee. It was actually an amazing experience. I'm so glad I applied. I actually have one of my professors who's also a mentor for this program, Dr. Lindsay Krasnoff. She actually invited me to apply for the program. So I put my name forward, and I was lucky enough to be selected. I was lucky enough to be mentored by Dr. Pamela Sarah, who's based in Johannesburg, South Africa, and is actually working at a university there. And she's been an amazing mentor. Like, we connected right away, and she had so many great ideas, but I just loved her personality. And she really taught me the importance of connection and just further empowering women in sport, which is something that I was already passionate about. But because she works with students in an academic setting, and I'm actually currently a PhD candidate in New Zealand. And so even though I think like we're in different countries, it just shows that like the power that knowledge can bring together, and that I want to inspire people too in that setting and beyond. So she definitely helped me with that. In terms of my career path, I think this opportunity to be a mentee is just amazing and phenomenal because, you know, we get with all these sessions and we get to meet so many different people from all around the industry. It really opens your horizons about what you can do. And so I loved it.
For Rugby World Cup 2023 in France, MasterCard is celebrating rugby's 200th anniversary by championing the next generation of players, fans, and talent across France and the world. Each match's highs, lows, and thunderous celebrations are being turned into a soundtrack with emerging musicians and acclaimed music producer, Sirkin. From rocks to rhythm, conversions to chorus, moments to melody, it's where rugby meets music. Each unique sonic track will be added into our soundtrack trophy, created by talented French designers Natasha and Sasha, and presented after the final whistle to the MasterCard Player of the Match. Priceless.
Sport has a tremendous potential, but to really use its power for the good of the world, it also needs to change. And which is why your mission at SIGA, the world's largest organization for sports integrity, is so important. Today's forum will promote values that are relevant beyond the world of sport.
I think that it's very important that we partner with SIGA to understand best practices for sport integrity.
What is the role of politicians and government, and where can that bear down on some of the policies that we're developing within SIGA as well?
And if the public is going to invest that much money into sport, the public deserve public accountability for the use of their resources.
SIGA has brought together all the actors, all the stakeholders within sport, from government, from the industry, and from all around the world.
The understanding of the integrity which sits at the heart of our sport that they have, and that we continue to work hard to transmit to that next generation as they come through.
The way that we evaluate new opportunities and existing partnerships for our clients has changed quite drastically.
SIGA has created, if you will, a safe environment to come in. It's a positive, forward thinking. It's meant to work together.
When I became the UK Minister for Sport in 2013, that there was a definite lack of diversity, not just in terms of participation.
But when you look at the senior leadership roles and how many are filled by women, it's about 12%. And at the very highest levels, I think only 6% of CEO positions are held by women.
We decided for the mentors that we would launch an application process whereby women who are aged 24 upwards could apply to spend 5 business days with one of our female leaders.
What isn't commonly known is that through the International Gaming Institute at UNLV, there is a regulator forum where gaming regulators from around the United States can come and meet and have conversation.
It's great to hear what people think and what people want to do, and now it's a case of going forward and doing that. So I look forward to working with SIGA in order to achieve that.
I think SIGA's initiative is fantastic. It's protecting the athlete, the pureness of sport, and I believe that to do this, the integrity has to be questioned at the top of the tree.
On a personal level, I think it's important for me to be the role model for young girls that didn't exist when I was younger.
The journey that SIGA has taken the past 12 months has been truly remarkable.
GW is so excited to have a partnership with SIGA.
SIGA is really advancing some very important actions and work.
Everyone, including SIGA, needs to be involved.
The fact that SIGA has managed to bring those groups together is great.
SIGA is a crucial part.
That SIGA has been able to bring them to the table.
We are, as you said, the largest independent, neutral and multi-stakeholder coalition. But that is not the privilege. That is a responsibility that falls on each of the shoulders of the men and women you see in this room. And we are prepared to walk the talk.
I think that SIGA is a fantastic organisation. I love what they're doing in the industry to bring more integrity to it. In terms of the mentoring programme, it's a really valuable programme. I wanted to be a part of it because I think it's really important to particularly connect women who are working in sport with each other, to be able to share experiences and help each other to progress. And my experience has proven that that was the right decision to get involved with it, because I've met some fantastic people, learned a lot through the brilliant webinars and gatherings and conferences and things that happen as part of the programme. So it's been a really great experience. Three words is tough. Can I make each other one word and say we need each other? So I think, or there's strength in numbers. No, that's still 4 words. There we go. I just think it's really important to build a trusted community that people can ask questions, share information, check things, to see if they're on the right lines of thinking. And just have a support network. The best thing I would say is the network, really, the people that you meet. Obviously, coming out of that, you then learn more things, see things from different perspectives, from different roles that people might have in the industry, different countries that they're in around the world. So definitely the network is a fantastic thing that you can get from this programme, and I would highly recommend to both people who are looking for a mentor and people who want to be a mentor. I think we can all benefit from it together. So yes, I would definitely recommend it.
Hello everyone, SIGA Wow is back, the show dedicated to promoting and celebrating women in sport. I'm your host, Katie Simmons, Global COO at SIGA and Managing Director of the SIGA Women Programme. On the first Wednesday of every month, we invite female leaders who are movers and shakers in sport to share their insights on how we can promote, celebrate and ensure greater gender equity, both in the boardroom and on the field of play.
Nothing better that I'd love to do on a Wednesday than be with wonderful women as yourselves.
We all know the places that we are, let's say, proverbially pretending just so we can keep the temperature stable in the room that somebody else wants us to keep, right? These are the power dynamics that we're always working with, under, around, for. I just, in my own career, in my own life, I simply stopped pretending and began elevating truth.
We've got to
continue that drive and hopefully in the end, get 50% of people involved of women involved in all aspects of motorsport.
You have to have self-confidence. There is nobody out there that's doing something that you can't realistically do.
Women's football has a value on its own. We want to prove this.
The conditions surrounding a player is so much more than just the remuneration. And I guess I have to say up front that I would never stand in the way of a woman who is seeking something that she believes that she is worth.
Lately, in the last few years, there is a positive change in that direction. At least the attention is more into that direction, and we should be able to use the opportunity to build, if you like, stronger networks and to provide better opportunities for the female athletes in general.
We have a long way to go from a media perspective. So, why we're in women's football and women's sport in general is pretty simple. Our company at its core is focused on gender balance and driving gender equity in society.
My role, I see it as an opportunity not just to influence the next generation of little girls, but also little boys, and to show them what's possible for men and women.
I've also been really lucky to have some really great female leaders across my career that I have learned a lot from.
Thanks for having me on. Wow, I do stalk you as well. I think you're doing really good and it's an awesome program.
And finally, we need male champions to promote and inspire females in sport.
Don't worry if you fuck up. I think it's my piece of advice on that, because we do it and we do it all the time. I think I don't want to battle of the sexes this or anything, but generally my experience is that men cope with their own fuck ups better than women do, and I think it's about time that we kind of dealt with them better, got over them, got up and carried on, and I think that would that would help.
I'm just going to end this final episode by asking our viewers to stand with SIGA, support our sport integrity goals, hold sports and brands that you like and love accountable to the values you champion and that we at SIGA champions. Each of us can make a change, and if we all do it together, we can have a huge impact.
SIGA's mission of sports integrity aligns with Women X. We educate, elevate, and empower women through education. And part of that is through mentorship. It's so important to share our experiences over our career and listen, most importantly, listen to our mentees on what are their issues and how can we support them? And the more we get to know these women and women have the opportunity to build relationships, this is where and how we will get gender equity in all areas. And in sports, where it's primarily a male-dominated industry, connections and relationships are vital. And so what's important to me and why SIGA was a wonderful partner for us is that we're based in the US, yet sports is international.
Hello, everyone. I know you're very busy and entertained, talking to each other, networking, and eating yummy, delicious food for lunch, but we are going to resume our session in 5 minutes. So please come back to the room. Maybe grab a coffee if you want so you don't fall asleep after having lunch. We have so many wonderful speakers waiting for you to pay attention and learn from their lessons and experiences. So please start returning to the room. We are going to start again in 5 minutes. Thank you.
The mentorship program brought us so much. It's hard to those 3 words were hard to choose. I definitely recommend it for other women who want to give back, and it's not just about giving back. In fact, it's about, we got so much out of our relationships with our mentees. They will be with us, I think, for the rest of our time. And those relationships are what life is all about.
Today is the day because we cannot afford to wait any longer. Today is the day because we have here the leadership, we have here the foresight, and we have undoubtedly a vision of future and for the future.
Sports is a passion, and everything that we put a passion, we have to make sure that we combine the right passion with the right integrity, transparency in governance on the other side, that we have to give back to the fans what they are looking for.
We saw in SIGA the same principles, the same concerns, the same dreams that we have, and the not better way to do again, join together.
I take a commitment, and this commitment is still more alive than ever. This is the reason we are friends, for what I will never deny my support, a declaration, an interview, never.
Education is the most powerful weapon that you can have to change the world. And this is what we want to do. This is what we will do now in partnership with SIGA.
One of the things that really drew me to the universal standards was, that possibility of creating a consistent environment for athletes to thrive.
We have a moral obligation to develop and protect our youth.
It's absolutely in our interest and in the interest of our members that the integrity of those rights is protected.
We need to see more diversity as well in refereeing and judging. Someone has mentioned coaching already.
Well, if we're going to have women in sports, we're going to have girls in sports first. I guess the third piece is really calling on men to be allies.
So they have to, if they really want a bright future for their daughters in sport specifically, they have to work. And there are more and more men who are really supporting this.
In the words of Elvis Presley, and this is what we're all here for, a little less conversation and a little more action.
We must act with integrity to ensure that marginalized voices are heard, that discrimination is loudly rebuked, and that the individual privileges we each hold are leveraged to even the playing field for all.
Because together, we have come a long way. Together, we have transformed vision into ambition and ambition into achievement.
Sport has a long way to go when we look at in mainstream media what are the behaviors and values that we're celebrating and that we're tolerating, because that's what's defining the culture. And I think we know that sport does have a culture problem.
But this is not just about publicity. This is about changing a culture.
Then we slowly through sport are making a cultural change.
I fundamentally believe that there is a crucial role for sponsors.
Brands build that trust and authenticity in the marketplace, and they want to make sure that nowadays who they're partnering with is going to share on those values and make sure that that trust and that authenticity isn't at risk.
For us, from a cultural point of view, and how we all started here with SIGA years ago was with the UN and the Partnership Against Corruption Initiative. Patchy just deciding that we were going to be a company, we were going to be a brand that wanted to stand for integrity.
So we're not just talking about our customers and our communities, but we're also talking about our employee base, and we're accountable to everyone, not just auditors, but ourselves.
When I started years ago, decades ago, any sponsor was welcome, anyone. Now, we are not doing that. Now we are digging, we are choosing.
Corruption and criminality impacts all sectors, not only in the physical markets, but across the digital world as well.
But what does it mean for the athletes themselves? And we at Microsoft have a very big belief that data is a human right.
It's the people. It's the people that will make the difference in this. For all of our technology and all our regulation and all of our systems and computers.
The youth needs the opportunities and stages like this in order to help and get a voice. Because we are not only digital, we can do powerful, meaningful work if given the opportunity.
It's everybody's responsibility. No one is only responsible for sport integrity. We cannot just blame sport organization or only government. Everybody should play a role in this.
De clube, gestor de clube, apenas porque se tem vontade e disponibilidade. É preciso também ter requisitos de profissionalismo da gestão. Deixem-me dizer-vos, hoje ninguém é gestor de banco sem passar por uma apreciação prévia de uma entidade reguladora.
When we established the partnership with SIGA in 2019, Emmanuel Macedo de Medeiros called us trailblazers of the integrity of football. Now I invite everyone to follow our trail. Rest assured that in UEFA, our member associations, and other stakeholders, you will always have a supportive and reliable partner.
This moment is yours. This Sport Integrity Week is yours. And that is why I want to ask you to seize it, to make it worth, to make it count.
Try to wring out your heart like a washcloth. Every last little drop. Is there anything left of your love? You're the only one who can pick it up, who can carry you home. There's a
What you bring.
Last call, everyone. We are just about to start, so please, if you want to be inside the room, this is your moment to return to your seats and start enjoying our speakers and our afternoon session. So thank you so much. Otherwise, the room will close its doors very soon. So come back, rush, rush, rush. We're about to start. Thank you.
Cause we know if I could dial that watch back to the 0, I could be your hero, yeah. Feel like we clicked, feel like a kid again. Oh, what you do to me, you make it stick. Don't wanna miss a thing. Count every second, I you think? You make me wanna quit this music thing. We might buy a couple novels and go off the grid again. I can't wait to live again in your head. In many ways we're friends, I ain't got time to explain. Yeah, look at you, you're vibrant. Life is funny, we just winging this stuff. Days and nights in silence. On the weekends I'm singing with you. Look at us, we're blinded. Soon enough I'll be ringing with you. Hope that we could be timeless. We both know that the clock's ticking, yeah. I know if I could out there, watch back to the zero, I could be your hero, yeah. Feel like we click, feel like a kid again. Oh, what you do to me, you make it stick.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so glad that you made it after lunch. I'm sure that you enjoyed it and enjoyed the networking, the delicious food. So it's time to resume our session, our summit, with the afternoon session. And well, first of all, let me introduce myself. I am Cecilia Lagos. I will be your MC for the afternoon session. I am a sports journalist based in the Netherlands. I am a European correspondent for ESPN. And I am so excited to join you here, only 2 days away from International Women's Day. So it's this Friday, 8th of March. And of course, we are all part of this global movement that aims to inspire inclusion and promote gender equity in sport. So far, this has been absolutely empowering, and we need to thank many people and organizations, starting, of course, by SIGA. Thank you, SIGA, for your thought leadership. Thank you also, MasterCard, for hosting once again the summit this year in such a warm and efficient way. Thank you to our partners, TCS, M&T Bank, Epic Global Solutions, Connecticut Sun, Diario AS, and Women's Sports Network. Thank you also to everyone attending, because I know that many of you took planes and trains and drove with your cars, of course, besides the locals. So thank you for making the effort to be here in person, and also to everyone who's joining us online all over the world. Are you ready for a vibrant afternoon? After lunch, I hope you grab your coffees and fall asleep, because you will learn so much from such amazing speakers. And now we are in New York, so our next speaker is a New Yorker. And I am proud to call on stage Jasmine Ray, Director, New York Mayor's Office of Sports, Wellness, and Recreation. Welcome, Jasmine. Where's Jasmine? Yeah, applause. She was outside. She was mic'd. Oh, there she is. Okay, excellent. Hi. Thank you so much, Jasmine. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Just curious, how many here are New Yorkers? Who's here from New Jersey? And who's here from the international community? Wow, that's amazing. Well, I want to welcome you all to New York City. My name is Jasmine Ray, Director for the Mayor's Office of Sports, Wellness, and Recreation. I want to thank SIGA for the work that they engage in as a much-needed organization to unite the stakeholders in the sports industry to enhance integrity standards. Sports must be a force for good, often referred to as ritualistic combat. It teaches us about human dynamics, tribe dynamics, and about resiliency. All the things our communities need in facing challenging decisions. And the only way forward is to persevere from a place of communication, understanding, camaraderie, and respect. Sports teaches us that. It has evolved over the years from African Americans not being able to play professional sports to now having female marathon runners. We must come from a place of honesty to ensure our outcomes are inclusive and fair. And some of the priorities of the Mayor's Office of Sports, Wellness, and Recreation is to establish New York City as a city full of equitable and accessible health, wellness, and sporting opportunities. As a densely populated city, we face many, many challenges. An example of one of those challenges is available space. If you look at the amount of green space per person in major New York cities and major other cities, New York comes in dead last, unfortunately. If all the city's green space were distributed evenly for every resident, each New Yorker would get 146 square feet of space. So how do we address this? By transforming spaces that we never thought could be utilized for recreation, such as underneath the Brooklyn Bridge, which is now home to new basketball courts and a skate park. We've also transformed the largest landfill in the world into a beautiful, thriving 2,200-acre park, which is 3 times the size of Central Park. For my New Yorkers, it's located on Staten Island. And lastly, we've built over 60 new mini soccer pitches everywhere we could identify underutilized space. We still have about 15 more pitches to go. We've also taken the initiative to create an incubator program to assist our community-based organizations who are largely responsible for activating our green spaces to build capacity, which in turn serves more kids. This free programming will help them to navigate city contracts, compliance standards, marketing, leadership, and things like accounting. This will in turn drive much needed cultural change, just like SIGA's Women Global Mentorship Program. And lastly, let's talk about gender equity and female leadership in sports and beyond. There is no greater example than what our mayor has done in this administration by appointing the first female police commissioner, by appointing the first female fire department commissioner, and we also have 5 female deputy mayors, and of course myself, the first female in New York City to lead sports initiatives. Thank you. And to that end, I'd like to wish you all a happy International Women's Day on Friday the 8th, and I hope you enjoy the second half of this summit. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Yeah, thank you. Pleasure.
Thank you so much, Jasmine. I'm a New Yorker at heart. You know, I used to live and study here more than 20 years ago and never forgot it. So does it count? Thank you. Well, the title of the next panel is Freakonomics, the explosion of the commercialization of the women's game. And before I invite the speakers to the stage, we are joined live from Switzerland, where Guy Laurent Epstein is ready to deliver an inspiring keynote on commercializing women's soccer/football. So, hi, Guy Laurent.
Hello, hello, good morning, good evening, good afternoon to everybody.
Yeah, let's remember that it's 6 hours later right now in Switzerland, in most of Europe. So, good afternoon, Guy Laurent. It's so good to have you. So, the floor is yours. Start speaking. Thank you for being here at the SIGA Summit.
Yes, and first of all, I'd like to thank you for having me on the panel. Obviously, I have to apologize not to be present live in New York, where I would love to be with you. As you can hear, I'm not a New Yorker myself, but I understand that there are plenty in the room, so very well represented. Yeah, so I think UEFA and SIGA as a long-term relationship that started in 2019, and our president mentioned it earlier in the video. Of course, rational for us to join is that integrity is a key pillar for football in general, being off the pitch or being first on the pitch, integrity, refereeing, inclusion of VAR, match fixing. I mean, it's a lot of fights that we are taking that are very important, but it's also extremely important off the pitch, ensuring a transparent governance of football, of the game. And as part of integrity, we see the sustainability, diversity, and all the development of gender equality as being in the core of what we have to do. When it comes to women's football, and I know the next panel is about the commercialization of football, which is something of women's football. It's something that we've invested a lot of time and effort, and we will continue for the next years. I mean, we're very committed to grow the game, not only commercially, but it goes with it, but first of all, on the pitch. And as some of you that are familiar with what we're doing, our leader is Nadine Kessler. She's leading all women's football within UEFA. She was a star on the pitch. She was named the best player of Europe a few years ago, or before she stopped her career, obviously. But she's an extremely great example of women leadership off the pitch as well. And she integrated us. She came to us 5 years ago, and she's doing an amazing job. And under her leadership, we've done a few things that are moving the boundaries into women's football when it comes to the competition themselves. And as you know, before talking about commercialization, a sport, you need to understand what is the sport and how you shape it to make it more attractive. And since since Nadine arrived, we revamped all of our competition, being the national team football. And last week, there was the first edition of the Nations League for women's football, with a victory of Spain, unfortunately, against France. But that's something you can do. It's part of integrity. We can choose. And we also revamped the club competition formats that will start from the season 25 onwards, with creating a new competition to create more ability for people to join, for women obviously to join the game, and for clubs to develop at an international level and create more value for women's football in Europe. Another example was the creation of the Finalissima, was a game between the winner of the European Women's Euro and the South American Women's Copa America. It was played in Wembley 2 years ago, and it was a full attendance of 90,000 people in Wembley for a women's game, which is something that we all striving to. This is obviously at the core of what we're doing going forward. I think as probably football institutions don't like to hear that we are marketing the game, the competition as brands. But I strongly believe that the success of UEFA has been to create brands out of the competition. The best example is probably the Champions League, that is marketed as a brand, looking at the product, looking at the brand environment, making sure that the distribution is the best one, and that we deal with the partners around in the best manner possible to optimize the overall value, not only economic, but also promotional. And we do exactly the same with the women's football, being clubs or national team. And that's really a direction that we are committed to do. So to give you, sorry, it's cold in Europe, to give you a few examples of what we've done, and probably we've been pioneer in terms of the commercialization of women's football. Back in 2018, we decided to create a commercial program dedicated to women's football. Historically, and like many organizations, it is changing a lot nowadays, but the Women's Euro or the Women's Champions League were bundled with the men's competition, and was not pushed as having the greatest value. I mean, I could remember, and it's very sad, but it was many, many years ago, that some sponsors would have said that, well, it's a tax to grow the package with something we don't want to have. We took their words and we said, okay, we take this out and we will market the women's football, being Champions League and club all together, to create a movement and not only connected to the competition. And we will target brands that are willing to invest and willing to associate with women's football. And that was back, 7 years ago we started. And it is extremely successful. We see a lot of new brands coming up that are key and wants to invest. I mean, we have a very good example with, I won't name it because MasterCard is in the room, but Visa is a good partner for the women's football. MasterCard is investing a lot in women's football as well. And we have also a discussion about that. You have Pepsi is very keen to invest and to continue the partnership in women's football. So we have Adidas is there. We have a lot of brands that are very, very keen to invest more for the women's game. And guess what? Now all sponsors complain that they don't have access to the women's game because it's not bundled anymore. So it's probably a new era into this, into the commercialization, and it's it's quite exciting to see it, and it's very dynamic, very genuine, very positive. In terms of the next steps to grow it further, we first started to centralize the media rights for the Women's Champions League from the group stage to the final back in 21. The cycle finishes in 25. And again, it has been a very significant success, treating it differently than we do with the men, having a global partnership with DAZN on a worldwide basis, and where they put a lot of games for free on their YouTube platform. And the outcome has been very, very, very positive. So we're very excited about it. Euro 2025 that is coming up in a year time in Switzerland will break records. We are doing extremely well from a commercial standpoint because again there is a very strong attraction for the game that creates and generates values that are very attractive for partners that want to associate with something new, dynamic, genuine, and including all this diversity that women's football brings to the game. We are in the middle, actually, it's very interesting. We are in the middle of a tender process. We received the first bid last week for the future of the women's football, being for Champions League on the media rights and the sponsorship, and the Euro for the sponsorship for the cycle 25 to 2030. Here we took a different approach, and I think Juliet Slot from Arsenal, that is probably in the room, has been a great contributor to the thinking process in what we are doing next. So we've gone for a 5 years cycle, because it's time to go to the next step now, to get more maturity into the program. I think there is a movement being created with the women's football and the women's football commercial story. And now we need to give space to people to have time to grow their message, their activation. And that's why we go now for 5 years project. And the interest is very significant. So we go step by step. I believe that we are, it is new from a commercial standpoint, women's football. I think we have to be honest to ourselves. We are at the beginning of a journey. I believe we are somehow collectively lucky that we will go faster than what has happened with men's football. And we can see it already that the acceleration is significant, because, I mean, as everyone else, whilst it is a very different proposition, we will learn from the errors or the trial and errors that we've done with the men's football. So we will probably be accelerating the opportunities going forward, because the experience is there on what is right or what is wrong. It doesn't apply always to women's football, but we have some knowledge. And and I think all of this would help us collectively to streamline the commercial process for women's football going forward, and by making sure that what we develop with at the core of it, the game itself, which we need to protect, and is the core of anything we do is to protect the game. It has to be, it has to carry on conveying the values that women's football is carrying, but to build around it all the marketing. And there is an opportunity to market the product in a very different manner than men's football, obviously. And then to bring via the commercialization and the distribution, the platform, a dedicated platform for the women's game. Hopefully, obviously, some problems we have is to identify, for example, exclusive windows for women's game, because it deserves and it needs exclusive windows. So the calendar is really packed. We're working very hard with the teams to make sure that women's football will have their exclusive windows in order to promote the game in the best way possible. And basically, I think in a very nutshell, that's what I wanted to convey, that women's football is in the heart of what we're doing, is one of the priority for the next 5 years of our strategic plan. It has been a priority for the last 4 years of our strategic plan, and I can't see this stopping. It is an extremely big success for us on the pitch and off the pitch, and we will continue to work very hard on that. And probably you'll have even more exciting information in the next panel with experts that will have more time to deliver content and stories about what has happened in this pioneer time of the conversation of women's football. And probably that would be it for me, unless there were any questions, obviously.
Thank you, Guy. UEFA is a long-term partner of SIGA, and SIGA thanks you for your active participation in its sport integrity reform agenda. We know also that many of UEFA's women partners are tuning in virtually, and EA are in person to watch the summit, so this is a shout out to them. Okay, well, thank you very much, Guy Laurent Epstein. Thank you so much for joining us from Switzerland live via Zoom. Nowadays, everything is possible thanks to Zoom and thanks to internet, so that was great. And now I invite our speakers to the stage. Casey Blossom, Director, Marketing and Communications, NESN. Someone who just Guy Laurent mentioned, Juliette Slot, Chief Commercial Officer at Arsenal FC. Samantha Holland, Director of Sales and Marketing at Playfly, and Ashley Pellit, Sports Deals Reporter at Sportico, and Jess Smith, President of the WNBA, bless you. Jess Smith, President of the WNBA Golden State Warriors team, so she's joining us live virtually also. So, ladies, the floor is yours. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everyone, and happy almost International Women's Day to all of you. Once again, I think we should mention this day over and over again in this beautiful environment. I'm so honored and grateful to be part of today's event and also moderating this panel. I want to introduce my panelists very briefly to you because you might know some of them. I have Casey, who leads marketing and communications efforts for NESN, home of Boston Red Sox, Boston Bruins, also Women's Professional Hockey League in Boston, and also part of Sportsnet Pittsburgh, home of the Penguins and Pirates, a lot of sports. And before that, she worked at National Hockey League in communications and player relations. And she also worked at Lego driving PR and social media. I want to talk to you about that. I'm a huge Lego fan. And I know that you're also very passionate about sports. You played in college. Soccer, out of all the sports. Again, it's another moment for women's soccer, so we'll talk more about that. So an incredible career. Next to you is Juliette Slot, who leads the commercial team at Arsenal. And her department spans across brand marketing, all owned and operated in social channels, data, insight, commercial partnership, membership, ticketing, hospitality. And what she does is she doesn't even separate men's and women's sports. This is all together under her. She treats everything equally, and that's, I think, a very innovative way of dealing with commercial side of sports. And not only she's been, working in sports since leaving uni, she's also she's the non-executive director of British Olympic Association. So, and also big applause for the last 2 weeks, incredible events in women's soccer with Arsenal. We'll mention that in a minute. Her team broke records at Women's Super League. 60,000 women showed up in 17th of February watching Arsenal's women's team. And then again, following the week, they broke another record. So that's an amazing, I think, achievement for women's soccer in England. Samantha, hello. She's the Director of National Sales Strategy at Playfly Sports. She works in the intersection of sales and partnership development and strategic direction. She fostered over 100 iconic brand partnerships. Most recently, she co-led the development of Playfly's innovative go-to-market strategy for their home team sports media division. She always actively champions mentorship and finds her most rewarding work supporting team members' growth through their professional careers. I think all women here are doing that. So thank you for being a women's advocate. And last but not least, Jess, who's joining us. Hi. Big congratulations to Jess, who just became NBA Golden State president. When we were, putting this together, she was at Angel City FC, and in the middle of our conversations, we got the big news. So big applause for your new job. She joins Golden State from Angel City, like I mentioned. She was the head of revenue since the team inception in 2020. She oversaw partnerships, ticketing, commercial operations, data and analytics, and revolutionized her partnership approach with Angel City model, where she married revenue and impact to invest into local community, which we will talk about it in detail in a little bit, because I think that's one of the most interesting aspects of Angel City. And she renewed over 90% of the team's season ticket members heading into the new season 2024 before moving to basketball. So it's an amazing achievement. All the women in this panel are amazing. So I think let's look at 2023. 2023 has been an incredible year for women's sports. We celebrated record-breaking attendance in multiple sporting events, including women's college basketball, volleyball, soccer, FIFA 2023 Women's World Cup. I just mentioned Arsenal's record-breaking, ticket sales at, Women's Super League. When we're looking at this landscape of women's sports, what is the reality like for 2024, coming into 2024 with so much important breakthrough numbers, because the numbers, commercial is numbers game. When you have audiences like that, how are you going to commercialize the game going forward?
Yeah, sure. I'll start. I think, looking at, from Nessen's perspective, we're obviously a media company. So I think there are three key things that stand out for me. One is, like you said, the viewership and the attendance is skyrocketing. So that's an incredible place to be heading into 2024. I think the second piece is that media coverage of women's sports tripled last year. So that's a second component that's really awesome to see and amazing momentum for us. And then I think the third piece for me, and this is sort of, I think, where my marketing hat comes on, but there's so much research that's saying that consumers care about where brands put their money, and sports fans, not just women's sports fans, but sports fans care about brands that put their money on women's sports. And so I think that's really powerful as well. So those three things kind of combined for me make me really optimistic about 2024.
Well, I think, so it's really great to be here. Thank you for inviting me. And so I've been around for a long time in the world of women of sport. I've worked for 32 years. We at Arsenal, we've had a women's team for 37 years. So we've been doing this for a long time. And where we are now is that a light has been shone on what is already a brilliant product. And it's, I believe, my duty and our duty at Arsenal just to shine that light a lot more brightly and to open up the opportunity to people who didn't know that, from our point of view, women's football was such an amazing experience. So what we're doing now is we're just basically encouraging new people to come and experience our sport. 61% of the people who come and watch us in our sellout stadiums, thank you very much. By the way, we've got higher average attendances at the women's games than 8 Premier League men's football teams, just saying. Thank you. So, but the really exciting thing for me is that traditionally, a lot of the people who come to our women's games, they don't read the mainstream sports pages. So we've had to find a new way of finding them. We've found them, and we've showed our wares to them, and they've said, this is amazing, and they've come back. And so for me, I think the opportunity is to unlock the entertainment experience that is women's sport to so many people that wouldn't necessarily consider going to watch a men's game. And that, for me, is like a barren a landscape that is enormous. The potential is incredible. And so I think there's a huge opportunity, and it is our duty to basically give that platform to what is an amazing, for us, football is an amazing sport, and the women's game is totally different to the men's game. And the other thing I would say, just to build on what you said, is that I asked my team not to look at it through the lens of the men's game. Something I wish I could have said that to Guy Laurent, because I think that's what UEFA have done for a long time. They look at the game through the lens of the men's game and apply the men's rules and ways and whole regulations. And it's a different game. And it's a different audience and a different experience and a different set of athletes. And the more we champion that and give it the respect it's due from a perspective of a women's game, the more we'll continue to grow it and the more we'll encourage partners who want to be a part of that. And that's not to denigrate the men's game. I love men's football, but it's a different product. So I'd say there's huge opportunity.
Huge opportunity and so much growth happening across women's sports in general. As mentioned, there's been record-breaking things occurring, here and then also internationally. At Playfly, we represent Nebraska, and their volleyball team had an amazing run. 92,000 record-breaking crowd at a women's volleyball event is huge. And not only was it record-breaking for the U.S., but it was the highest viewed women's event, or highest attended women's event in the world, which is unbelievable. It was pretty crazy to witness. So I think that going into 2024, there's just going to be a lot of momentum behind women's sports. And if you look at kind of the headlines, even coming out of the NBA All-Star break, right? There is definitely a lot of talk about the women's players there, and the shoot contest with Sabrina and Steph was one of the highlights of that week. So I think we're getting more coverage in women's sports, and that is certainly going to lead to more access as well for fans.
Yeah, and I would just tie everything everyone said together. It's every segment of the industry coming together to propel that growth, right? So you have attendees and consumers saying, yes, I'm going to buy merchandise, I'm going to show up, I'm going to tune in. You have media paying more attention because those consumers are rewarding them for that. You have owners starting to look at investing in women's sports. You have expansion happening, significantly, or added ownership groups across the globe for resource and investment to come in to build this product behind the momentum that exists today. So there's not a segment of women's sports that is not now at the forefront of everyone's mind when it comes to building business that will grow. And that's actually what will lead to the equity, right? So everyone's aligned at the right time. And I think it's unrecognizable from the last number of years. And when you think of the future, not only in 24, but the next 5 or 10 years, I know we'll all be sitting here talking about immense growth and innovation versus just kind of the standard practice that a lot of the folks on this stage are already seeing.
And just, I don't want to not mention NWSL's $240 million 4-year media deal. I think that's very important to emphasize here, and maybe you can walk us through a little bit of why that was important. NWSL's prior deal was so much smaller. It was $1.5 million a year deal, and we're looking at $60 million, 40-fold. That was such a huge achievement. How was that process for when you guys were at Angel City negotiating that deal, and how did you bring it to that level, actually? I'm really curious to hear from your perspective.
Yeah, we had a seat at the table as one of the teams to help advise NWSL, but that deal was done by the incredible work of the league office and the folks advising them. When you look at the progress over the last 5 years for broadcast specific to NWSL, even before the CBS deal, the agreement beforehand was on Lifetime Networks. And when you think of that, the CBS deal was actually incredibly innovative for its time, where every single game could be found on some type of direct-to-consumer or nationally broadcast game. That was a big deal. And how quickly it changed, I think, is exactly what this entire group is also sharing of. It wasn't good enough very quickly in that we wanted better production. The fans were demanding that. We wanted more primetime games on different networks with different audiences. Just as Arsenal is sharing, there's no assumption as to who the women's sports fan will be. I think having a broadcast deal that's going to span across multiple networks is actually an incredible opportunity at this moment in time for the NWSL, because they're going to be able to attract consumers from some of those networks that are tuning into, different programming there as well. So the number that's there and the growth that you see really just reflects the work that's being done by the fans. Year over year, record-breaking attendance, year over year expansion teams, year over year increased markets, increased visibility globally, nationally, and within those specific markets. I think it's just the beginning of what we're going to see in women's sports media rights deals. I know there's some other ones upcoming here that I can't necessarily comment on as well.
Well, we're looking forward to hearing them on your new endeavors. But now that when we're looking at these these TV deals and access, and is it making your job so much easier when you're dealing with clients and showing them that there is not only their opportunity, broadcasters are, giving the platform to women's sports, there's a viewership, and here the brands and how that comes in. Maybe from your personal experiences, you can talk a little bit about, some projects that you worked on recently that when everything came together, there was a beautiful product at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll talk a little bit about the Beanpot Championship, which for those of you who aren't from New England or Boston, you may have zero clue what that is, but it's essentially a hockey tournament in Boston, men's and women's, between the top 4 universities in Boston, so BC, BU, Northeastern, and Harvard. And it's been a tournament that's been around since the 50s. The men have played at TD Garden, home of the Boston Bruins, since the 50s, and the women have not. We've broadcast both for a long time, but for the first time this past February, there was a small shift to how things were done, which was a venue change. The women played at TD Garden for the first time ever. And to me, what that did was precipitate this sort of waterfall effect of a couple of things. One, Duncan came in and sponsored the tournament for the men's and the women's tournament, which provided, monetization of what we were doing. 2, attendance for the women's championship was the highest it's ever been. There was more space in TD Garden, so we were able to kind of beat those records of people coming, attending. Our viewership was the highest it's ever been. And the last piece that, is near and dear to my heart, which I think was sort of the cherry on top, was because it was at TD Garden, Nesson broadcasts games there day in and day out. We broadcast the Bruins. There was infrastructure so that we could do something we'd been wanting to do for a long time that we hadn't been able to, which is create an all-female broadcast team and a female-led broadcast. So the producer, the director, the pregame, the game, all of the on-air talent were women. And so we were able to do that, and as a part of it, we unveiled a new platform that we created called Women of Nesson, which is essentially a red thread of a brand that we are going to have from now and beyond, where we're wrapping all of our women's content under that one umbrella to double down on our efforts to storytell about women and to provide an opportunity for brands to come on board with us. So it was really, I say it's a small change. It took 50 plus years to do, but to us, it really precipitated a ton of growth and opportunity for us.
Like they say, you build it, they come, right? And Juliet, we don't know that much about maybe the broadcast opportunities and how to commercialize the women's game there. Maybe you can also give us a little bit of background.
Well, I was going to talk just a little bit about what we've done on ticketing, because I think I can come to broadcast in a second. So 2 years ago, our average gate was 8,000, and we played all of our games at a small little stadium in northwest London. And we said we would like to bring some games to the Emirates. And the first year we did 10,000. And then in January of 2 years ago, I said, right, we need to learn how to market this in a different way. So men's football, we sell out every game at the Arsenal for the men's team. And my team didn't actually know how to sell tickets because they didn't have to. So I used to work in racing, so I basically brought everything we did in horse racing, which is one of the hardest sports to sell, and we cut and pasted that, and we brought everything in. I have the same channels, digital, radio, outdoor, the same we did different segmentation, obviously, because it was a slightly different audience, but I think my message was to the board was, we need to spend some money, but we will deliver you an ROI. And our ROAS is 5 to 1 on every single pound spent to get people into the stadium. And then, of course, now we're trying to get them to come back on a regular basis. So off the back of that, we too have developed loads of content plays. In fact, we work with MasterCard, who joined us, to their credit, before we were a really big, successful women's team in terms of filling stadiums. And they're the kind of partner that you should always be grateful for, because they believed in us before we were anything and have helped us on our journey. We create a lot of content plays with them, which we put out through social media. And I was talking to somebody yesterday, is that our audience don't read about us in the men's around the men's coverage in the newspapers. They're following us on social media. And so we've found a new audience and we found a way of communicating with them in short form and long form content. And interestingly, kind of segue into broadcasters, we produced 2 big long form pieces, sort of documentary style coverage this year. And I guess a highlight for us is that Sky Sports, who's one of our broadcast partners, came and said, could we show that on our channel? So after one of our games earlier against Liverpool, early against the season, they then showed the 3 episodes of this documentary we've done with the women's team. And it's really, we're creating this huge momentum. I think that around every kind of different element. And then the final piece is that we're also building a new retail offer, because our retail offer was very, very male focused, because those were mainly the people that were coming to our shop. So we're changing everything. So we're going to have a different layout for our store and a match day for the women's audience, and then we'll change it over for the men's game. So we would never have done that 2 years ago. We would never have thought to do that 2 years ago, but everybody's embraced this opportunity from across my whole department and across, frankly, the whole club. So it's a great kind of will. Where there's a will, there's a way. And just in terms of, we're in the market at the moment, so I can't talk about it, but we're hoping that we will get a bigger deal. We have a huge problem on scheduling in the UK because we come up against the men's game a lot in terms of some time slots, so that is a challenge for us. But hopefully we'll come with a very successful new renewal, either with staying with Sky and the BBC or potentially other partners, so watch this space.
You built it and they came.
Well, we are building it.
Building
yes.
it.
Yeah.
To build it. Yeah. I think one of the big things that Playfly is doing right now is working on founding new events in the women's space. So this coming October, we're actually going to be hosting the inaugural Women's Volleyball Classic tournament at the LA Coliseum. And the hope is that there are going to be some records broken there too, because of how big the space is. You know, you're able to fill it with more people. And it's going to be, you know, where beach volleyball was really founded in LA, right? That's where it all kind of started. And it's going to be a big rivalry matchup with USC versus UCLA, which everybody knows, 2 of like the biggest rivals out there in the volleyball space. And then also we're doing a second match, USA versus the world. So we're just launching the promotions around that right now. And we have 2 other events in the women's space that are going to be coming up. And we really hope that brands are going to be rallying around these new, bigger, women's focused events. And, you know, it is a risk in building it, right? You're going to be putting a lot of capital towards creating something. And then you need to be able to, you know, bring that through to brands and have them, you know, put their money where their mouth is and understand, as it's been mentioned on every single panel today, you know, women's sports is not just a flash in the pan. It's not just a moment, which we all hate it when we hear those kinds of words and phrases. It's here to stay, and we need to make sure that brands know they need to invest in it.
I'd love to ask you, I think what's been really interesting for us is how to price our tickets, because lots of women's games were given away for free, and I'm absolutely, you're not allowed to give anything away for free because that devalues a proposition. But we're really learning about the price elasticity of our customers. So when you're launching a new product to market, how have you worked out how to price it?
Yeah, that's really hard in the women's space, because it's hard really to figure out how to price any event. But I think we're going to be looking at kind of historical data at the Coliseum in general to be able to figure out what we can do to price it. And I think there's going to be group initiatives too, if you think about university students that are going to be wanting to attend. Yeah. So, you know, definitely not free, but we're going to be able to figure out ways to get students involved too.
And I'll just add, like, we're going through that right now with the WNBA launch and thinking through this arena, which sells out for the Warriors and a ton of concerts. It's a great exercise. So I think we're looking at it in 2 ways. One, experience. Like, one of the things we learned at Angel City was we weren't really ready for the amount of premium that people wanted. I think there was always the assumption that, yes, you could sell a lot of tickets, but we ended up selling out of premium seating in 3 days. And as I take on this venture, I think it's really important to not discount what that courtside prime experience feels like, and that these fans have been waiting to be offered that, not simply to go to a game and be served a hot dog and assume that it's just family friendly, right? Like, families are a part of the audience. They're not the core audience. And so I think when we're thinking through pricing, we're backing into it with thinking of audience segment first and that experience that not to back away from having a premier experience. Accessibility is important, but it's also important that people value what that is. So it's more about finding the audience and then understanding what they're willing to pay for the product. So as a new team, we're looking at balancing the two of those things, but definitely not shying away from the premier experience that we know fans would want from a courtside experience too.
I just have to say, I just bought tickets to the NWSL Challenge game, that one that is going to happen the day before the kickoff. And I have to say, when I was looking at ticket prices, they were very close to, a very important men's game, like when Messi was visiting New York last year. So that shows that there's demand, and that obviously the willingness to pay goes up, and then therefore, not only it's not free, I think there's a lot of money to be made, especially when the opportunity is right, when everybody's interested in seeing superstars on stage. And another note that I wanted to mention, I think, this is the first time the U.S. has 3 professional women's volleyball leagues launching at the same time. So you guys are going to piggyback after Athletes Unlimited series in June, and then it's going to be your volleyball tournament. I think that this is the year for volleyball for sure. So, I think it will be an incredibly successful tournament for you. But I have to say, it's not always easy to do your job. Even though we're talking about, there's incredible interest, there's a lot of audience looking to find places to find the game, still, there are markets. I'm sure you deal with people who are like, do I really want to pay this much money? So let's maybe briefly talk about the difficulties that you've been facing when you're commercializing the product.
I can start with that one if you want. I think
yes, please.
The biggest right now is the word access has been thrown around a lot, but determining how people can access their games. There's this explosion and fragmentation happening in the sports landscape right now that's affecting both men's and women's games. And people don't know where to go to find their games, right? You can watch everything, whether it be a FAST channel or a CTV platform, your local station at NESN. So I think it's how do we get to fans to be able to access their home teams, because that's what's going to build that lifelong fandom that we really want. And as the WNBA and NWSL and all the different women's leagues grow, we need to make sure that it starts at home. So one of the things that Playfly is championing is making sure that fans have access to their local home teams, whether it be through their regional sports network or in other ways, so that they can build that fandom from the ground up. And that's the most important thing.
I think also to build on that, I think you sell partnership in a different way, and you need the people buying it to understand that the old metrics of media value, ROI against eyeballs is just not, it's not as relevant to a successful partnership in the women's game. So I think breaking down those perceptions for some of the boards that you will talk to who don't understand about the intangible value of an association with the IP, so you have a lot more explaining to do. But I think case studies that we've managed to create to demonstrate that. So one small example, we have a relationship with Il Maquillage, which is an amazing, well, they're American makeup brand, online only. And they came to us and we developed a whole campaign around your game face. And they invested an element of their partnership with us in marketing. And they got 53% recall of their campaign, which is the highest recall we've ever had from any partner that we've had at Arsenal, because they absolutely they found the right tone and the right way of demonstrating the power of what they do as a brand in association with our athletes. I think so. I do think, I don't know if you experience this too, but I think we've had to learn to sell it in a different way, which is exciting because, when you've been doing something for a certain way for a long time, it's good to have to challenge yourself to do it in a different way. But it's really shown that, and we've got a lot of brands that are really excited about partnering with us from a women's only point of view and doing something a bit different, particularly compared to how they might have judged a partnership with the men's game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we're thinking about that as well. Like I mentioned, the Women of NESN platform, we're coming at things differently. Like we have to think about things creatively. And, I'm lucky because our director of content is a woman, our SVP of sales is a woman. So when we were building that platform, we have a commitment to reinvesting 15% of the dollars that come in for a sponsorship for a platform like that back into women's sports, whether it's our coverage of it, programming, acquisition of rights, whatever it is, we made that commitment. And I think the second piece is really just like, we're a rights holder, right? So we want the rights, we want the capital R rights, and if, we have that, we can cover the team and we can justify that. I think a little bit of it is breaking down that muscle memory at NESN. We have amazing platforms across social, across digital, across everything, and it's like that we can still touch things that we don't have the rights to, and I think that will help propel our women's coverage and our commitment to women's sports more than if we just said, no, we're the regional rights holder, we're only touching the things that we have media rights for.
Yeah, and I would just compliment all of the things shared when we were putting Angel City together. All of those were in mind, right? So the traditional valuations we very much realized weren't accurate, right? Like we were being told what our jersey valuation was in comparison to men's teams that were selling a fourth of the number of jerseys we were going to be selling, that didn't have celebrities that were going to be wearing them using their own personal likeness, that didn't necessarily mean something, that stood for equity and values that the brand then benefited from. So we very quickly had to rethink exactly what that was, which is where our 10% model came from, where we wanted to invite partners into like, yes, this stands for something, and also we're not going to back away from what the valuation should be, even though the market's not necessarily dictating that purely off the systems that exist. But I think at every segment, what's difficult is that it is a new product. There is a lot of test. There is a lot of try and fails that all of us are doing to, build this the right way for consumers to have that trust, for the media to have that trust, and for partners to have that trust. And so it's really getting comfortable with an entrepreneur mindset of not doing things the way that they've been done before and being okay if it doesn't go well, and then adapting from there, right? And I think the leaders that you're beginning to see are the ones that are willing to do that quickly and willing to find the avenues and pathways that work well to build off of.
And I think my time is almost up, but I wanted to give my amazing guests one more very quick note on like, what are some insights into emerging trends coming up for 2024? Like few words, maybe you can give us a little bit of what to look for in 2024 in women's sports. How to commercial women's sports, actually.
Yeah, I think one thing I'm really interested in is like women as sports fans too are incredibly valuable. And last year, our Bruins viewership, we saw women 25 to 54 was up 66%. Like, obviously you've seen the Taylor Swift phenomenon, all of that. Women as fans are also incredibly valuable and hold a ton of, we were talking about how much purchasing power in the home that they have.
I think 99% of all purchase decisions in the home are made by women. Don't you agree, guys? Yeah.
It's a stat. So I'm really interested in that and seeing how that sticks.
So a build on that is, yes, we've got a new audience of women, but we have a lot of men supporting women's sport who don't support men's sport. And so I think the really exciting thing, I think I mentioned this earlier, is this new audience that we're building around our games is completely new to watching sport in a way and in coming to our environment. So we need to treat them well. We need to really understand them and serve them in the way they want to be served. And I really agree with what Jess said. Like, we don't know exactly how to do that yet, but we're learning, we're testing and learning, and we're trying to get it right. And we're asking them every game as a survey, what do we do? How can we do it better? And I think if you have that open learning and humility that we don't know if we're doing it right yet, that we will then get it right through the right process rather than assuming that you do it like this. So I think for me, I'm really excited. We're building more of the same. I don't think there's going to be a revolution. I think there's so much on the table in the normal traditional ways of earning money, where there's more partnership, there's more retail, there's more ticket income. In those three simple revenue streams, there's just so much more opportunity to be taken advantage of.
Absolutely. And I think for me, the most exciting thing is just the way that brands are going to be getting involved with women's sports is going to be changing so much. You can no longer just have a women's sports strategy. That doesn't cut it anymore. There's so many opportunities out there. Brands need to be able to understand where within the women's sports landscape they fit in space. And once they understand that, and they understand the women's game across different sports, they're only going to increase their ROI. So I'm excited for that trend moving into 24.
Yeah, and I would say the key word is just more. There's more visibility, more ticket, like there's growth in every sport, in every facet. I would say it's not a trend, but I think the other thing that is so apparent that we're all building on collectively is that sport and what we're seeing in women's sport, and sport has always been a reflection of our society at any given moment, and that's exactly what's happening at this moment in time as well. We have the data now that shows that over 90% of women in leadership positions had access to sport. So yes, it's about sport and building that product and everything to do with it. It's also about understanding collectively what that means to our society and how to make sure that it's a key piece of that core value moving forward, as we know that there's success in that too. So I think everyone has that top of mind that I've spoken to that is seeing the growth of women's sports to make sure that that is top of mind. And I think that's only going to continue to increase with the leadership at the table now.
Well, thank you very much. And one thing that we all decided outside, more mentorship, more camaraderie, and more, collaboration between women in sports is what we're all looking forward to for 2024 and beyond. Thank you very much for this beautiful conversation. Thank you, Jess, and congratulations again. Thank you, everyone, for listening.
So thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you so much also for your attention. A couple of reminders. Please, if you can turn your cell phones into silent mode, that would be great. Also, if you want to share what you are seeing here and enjoying at the SIGA Summit, you can do it through your social media, especially Instagram and LinkedIn, using the hashtag SIGA Women and Inspiring Inclusion. So that's great. After the next panel, we're going to have a coffee break, so you can still hold on, and focus on the next panel, because it's really, really good. By the way, our recent panel, it's absolutely the proof that the naysayers, the ones who said, or who are still saying, and no one cares about women's sports and no one watches, it's totally, absolutely not true, and it's exploding. So, but in order to have women's sports exploding, we need male allies. And I'm sure that all of you women who hold positions in the sports industry have now or have been hired, sometimes given an opportunity by a male boss or by a man who gave you the opportunity and believed in you. That's for sure. I have, that's for sure. And sadly, the situation is that it's a male-dominated industry, and the men are still the ones who hold most of the decision-making positions. So it's time for our next session about male allies, reframing the gender debate dynamic through male allies. So please, can I invite to the stage our host, Alison Giordano, Senior Vice President, Global Sponsorships and Consumer Marketing at MasterCard, Bill Mosley, Director, Sponsorships and Experimental Marketing at AT&T, Kevin Demoff, COO, LA Rams, Tim Pernetti, President, IMG Academy, and Bonnie Bernstein, Founder and CEO at Walk Swiftly Productions. So please, thank you, and welcome. Welcome to the SIGA Summit.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for hanging out in this rainy, lovely day in New York. MasterCard Tech Hub. It's pretty amazing. So we are tackling a phenomenally important discussion in today's day and age as we continue to march toward gender equity, and we could not have a better panel to start this discussion. I'm going to start with you as the one chica on the panel. What is the role, based on your experience and your mindset, of the male ally in the workplace?
Sure. Well, one, we're here today, right? 50% of the population is female, but 50% is male, right? So the role of the male ally is very, very important, because while the population is such, we saw with some of the statistics shared by the UN this morning, and in conversations throughout the morning, that there's still quite a ways to go. So with that said, the role of the male ally, as well as women leaders, to bring women forward, to make sure that women are empowered as men are, and to allow them the opportunities to be leaders. And also, I think everybody heard this morning from Alexa at the Yankees, and she talked a little bit about imposter syndrome. I think it's very important for male allies to help remove that feeling of imposter syndrome and remind their female colleagues that they have a right to be at that table.
I'm going to switch the question up for our three male friends on this panel. You have to make a concerted decision to be an ally, to be a mentor, to be a sponsor, to support DEI initiatives. Usually that comes from somewhere. For each of you, and Bill, we'll start with you, what's your why? What's your origin story behind deciding to lead AT&T's DEI initiatives?
Well, I think the short answer is how I grew up. We didn't have men in the family. I was raised by a single mom with my sister. Even the cats were female. And my sister was the athlete in the family. So, we went to her sports games and cheered her on. And so I think just inherently that was by, bias is a bad word, but, I think that's just how I entered into the workplace is, thinking that way.
And mine is also how I grew up in a much different standpoint. So I grew up in the household. My father was an NFL agent. And so I had a door open to me in the sports world, which got me here. But ultimately, you realize then if that's the only place that the sports world comes from, we're going to have a very non-diverse group. And so I think it's a duty for those of us who had doors open to go open doors for others. And I would hate, I always viewed it as, we should be opening doors for others the same way people open doors for us, whether that's for women, people of color, because the sports industry has for too long not been a place where doors were open. And I think I had it pretty easy, and if people like me don't do it, who will?
Similar story. I actually didn't grow up with girls. I grew up with a very hot-headed Italian mother. And, at the same time, as funny as that sounds, I did learn a lot of things about how to treat people from my very traditional Italian parents, and which I'm always grateful for. And it's amazing to see how those things apply to your life as you get on in your years. But much like everybody here, everybody gets a break. Like, this is such a hard industry to crack into. Like, the beginning is so hard. So when you have the opportunity and somebody reaches a hand back to help you, like I've said to myself from the beginning, if I'm ever going to get the opportunity to be in leadership, which is a privilege, by the way, like your responsibility is not to yourself, it's to everybody else, that you have to spend time, I don't know about everybody here, but I spend time every single week talking to someone that I probably don't know about breaking into the industry. When you're running a business and you have a customer, you're fooling yourself thinking that you can have a majority of men decide what the customer wants when your customer base is hugely diverse. And to me, it's just about helping people in. Like, it's a great industry. We need more great people, but you can't do it on your own.
Right. Allie, when you first got to MasterCard, and this goes for all of you, but if you were to identify a barrier or a deficiency that you've put a lot of energy into addressing, what would that be?
That's a new question. So I've been at MasterCard for 20 years. Yeah, I know, right? It's actually been an amazing journey. I've been very fortunate in that time frame to have amazing leaders, both male and female, that also in some ways acted as a mentor and others that acted as sponsors. So on that front, I didn't have barriers per se in terms of if there was opportunities, you work hard, and you bring value you can get recognized at the company. I think what's been exciting over the years is to see the, I'd say, dedicated focus by MasterCard to really lean in on gender equity. And that started with us announcing many years ago equal pay for men and women at the company. And that, while they were working towards that and probably very close to that, it became like a real action point for the organization. And then all of the services and every benefit that you can imagine has been expanded and added, whether it's for new families or taking care of elderly or other groups within the organization, DRGs, business resource groups. So I think for me, it's been more of seeing the acceleration and focus areas around gender equity that maybe weren't as, let's say, highlighted within the organization previously, and now that they're there front and center.
Bill, you've been at AT&T almost, how many years now?
25.
Yeah, so same sort of neighborhood. And AT&T is one of those organizations that is known for having lots of females in senior leadership positions. Do you recall what it was like when you first got there?
Yeah, I mean, the reality is, and you may not think this about AT&T, the average person, but I've worked for more women than men in my 25 years. I would say, and again, I am not a spokesperson, so I'm not, talking about our policies here, but I know we were chatting earlier about how we shifted from mentorship to sponsorship, and we made a concerted effort where our executives were sponsoring candidates and recommending them for jobs, and the result is there's a lot of women I knew when I was coming up who are now officers with the company through that effort. Because they took a different approach to make sure that we had more women in leadership.
Yeah. Kevin, when you
senior leadership.
When we were prepping our session, one of the first things you said to me was, we have more than 50% of our senior leadership comprised of women, and I think we might be the only NFL team who can boast that. How do you get to that place?
I think it's a concerted effort, right? Because I think the most important thing is you can't just say, well, we have a female on the team or two, right? If you want to make it successful, there has to be an ecosystem that everybody can be their best selves at work. And so to me, it starts with, we were fortunate when we moved back to Los Angeles in 2016, we had an opportunity to reimagine everything about our organization. And you move to one of the most diverse places in the country, maybe in the world, you have to build an organization that reflects both Los Angeles and what you want to be. And we had an amazing opportunity to really start our leadership team from scratch. But it's one of those things where, and make a concerted effort, not just to hire women, but women in positions where people typically don't have women. And so many times in sports, it's like, oh, it's in community or it's in public relations, some of the softer skill set. And it was very much no, like we want our head of sales to be female. We want our head of marketing to be female. We want them to then go hire more females. And that, one begets another. But to me, it has to be about creating an atmosphere where everybody's comfortable when you come to work and that it truly is. We don't even think about it now when we hire people. It was trying to get to that point. And we are number one kind of in the NFL. But what I also love is when we go out to recruit, male, female, women loves knowing that if they come to our place, it's not just, hey, who around me looks like me. Like right now back in Los Angeles, we have our women's ERC is having a lunch with 4 people coming and speaking, which to do every month. It is a core piece of who we are. And I think it's a differentiator for what I hope is our success in the NFL.
I keep saying, and it's been relevant for a few years now, thanks to wonderful brands like MasterCard, that women's sports isn't having a moment, it's having a movement. And Tim, when you first got to IMG Academy a few years ago, the number of female athletes versus male athletes, you might not be getting that signal, and similarly to the women you had in your offices. So can you sort of hit the rewind button, paint a picture then versus now?
Sure. So, IMG Academy was a thing that I was helping to oversee with a lot of other people in 2019 and 2018. And when COVID became a thing, I was sent to Florida to keep the business open. So paint the picture. I'm on a commercial flight. I'm the only person actually on this plane. I get down there. Kids are trapped there because they can't get home or they can't get out of the country, whatever it is. And I started walking around, and literally I said to a guy that works with me, I said, where are the girls? And he said, what do you mean? And I said, is it me or is it out of balance here? He's like, yeah, the population of females here is less than 20%. And at the time, 800 or 900 kids. And then we started to bring people back to work. And I said to the same guy, where are the women? And he's like, you know, we kind of have a thing with that. So to me, it just kind of jumped out at me. And what we did was we immediately formed a new division, which we called Experience. And we put some people in charge of trying to take on key projects. The first project we took on, we called Project GX, which was Girls Experience. And the whole idea there was, what is the experience right now, which we found out was the boys' experience? Why are we not retaining girls? Why are they not having fun here? Why are they not developing? And we literally put hundreds of girls in the room, and knowing from my own 16-year-old daughter that goes there, you put girls in the room that age, they're going to let you have it. And they let us have it, and it was the best feedback we ever got. Since then, our population in girls has gone from under 20% to close to 40%. We are retaining more of them. There are more of them at the table actually helping us make business decisions about what we do. And on the leadership side, I had 0 female colleagues in leadership when I took the business over. And now we're at 40%. And it's nice that we're at 40%, but we're not near where we need to be because, again, if you send your kid to boarding school or you send your kid away to camp where they're going to live somewhere else they're not going to be with, and you're going to spend X amount of money, who's making that decision? The mom is making that decision. So in order for us to actually get in sync with our customer and speak their language, we needed to change things dramatically. And we've done a good job, but we have to go further with this.
What's different? I want to follow up on that. So you have all these girls in the room and you want to know about what they want from a user experience. How is the user experience for, we're just talking athletes here, but I also want to ask from a leadership standpoint, what's different about the user experience between boys and girls as athletes that you've leaned into?
Well, I think IMG Academy, if you look at it historically, it was designed as a tennis performance center mainly for boys and then girls, but the place over time has been built more for the boys. And the experience girls were having was just sort of, we were backing them in to the same programming, the same delivery, the same everything. Like mental conditioning coaches were speaking to them more about the mindset of male athletes. Like it was just all screwed up, you know, left and right. But with athletes, because the thing that's misunderstood is kids don't just go there for sports. Like there's confidence training, mental conditioning, leadership, sexual violence, healthy relationships, financial literacy. More stuff goes on outside of sport and the school than anything else. And that's where we really doubled down. We looked at a bunch of young people and said, the responsibility is to help them get ready for what's next when they walk out of here. It's not to get them better at lacrosse or better at football.
All right, so let's take that conversation and move it into the workforce. What is the role of the male ally, and Allie, feel free to chime in here too, when it comes to ensuring that the user experience, a woman in leadership, a female employee, how do you help them feel like they are getting the best experience that they want to get? As a sponsor, as a mentor, in whatever role that you are playing, as a person in leadership, how do you do that?
Who's this for?
Kevin or Bill?
Sure, I can take it. I mean, I think that, not directly answer your question, but I think the first step is get to know them because not all women are made the same and have different strengths and weaknesses and, you know, parts of their personality. And I think get to know them and get to know what they need to be coached on, what they want to be coached on. You know, this is not, hey, I want to help you, you know. It's, hey, what are you interested in? And literally just, you know, learn, you know, I've had a few women, you talked about it earlier, in terms of asking for what you're worth. And, oh, the interview didn't go well. Well, how did it go? And what did you ask for? Well, you should have asked for this. You know, dudes will go in and just, I can do everything. They'll apply for jobs that they're only 50% qualified for. And, you know, a lot of women will only qualify jobs that they're 120% qualified for. And I think it's asking for what you're worth and being confident about what you're worth. And that's been kind of a consistent theme, at least with me at work.
I'll give a little bit of a different answer as I think through because I think that's spot on. I think part of it is the policies you set up for your workplace so that the difference between, you know, men and women isn't apparent. I mean, in your 20s, it's not that different. I mean, there's obviously a difference, but everybody's probably single or just getting married. You know, they're working, it's hard. I think as we all get to be parents, it is so, the journey from me as a 25-year-old to me as a 45-year-old is very different than a journey of a really talented female from 25 to 45. And so it's having things like flexible work policy, 3 days in, 2 days out, making sure that all parents, whether it's myself, that you go to your kids' plays, you go to their games, so that when people are in and out of the office, it becomes standard and it's not noticed that it's very different for working moms. I was like, the people who are working moms in our building are amazing, amazing. You have to give them every ability to do their job as well, but it can't just be, oh, we're making an exception. You have to make it your policy across the board for working dads, for working moms, so that nobody sees it. Nobody sees it differently, so that way when you walk in the office and, well, so-and-so can't make a meeting because they're at their daughter's soccer game. That's true whether it's me or whether, you know, it's someone else. And I think that is where, when you have, you know, and for us it gets back to the original question, when you get to a majority female, those policies are set by everybody. It's not us trying to adapt to women. It's women who are setting our policies and us, you know, making sure that we incorporate them.
You want to tell me? No, so thank you for sharing that, Kevin. I think it's critical. Kevin's point's critical. I also just want to touch on allowing, you know, men are different from each other, women are different from each other, to Bill's point, but also being comfortable being your authentic self and not trying to fit into sort of a male mold of what you might think of, you know, maybe an older stereotype.
The patriarch. Patriarchal approach to leadership.
Yeah, you know, I look at someone like our president of our Americas, Linda Kirkpatrick. She is a phenomenal woman, and she is, you know, level-headed, calm, lovely, friendly, you know, in a way like the nice girl next door who is just phenomenally smart, amazing, but she is her. She is authentically her. She's not trying to fit into, you know, a mold that she thinks she should be. So being confident to act as who you are and as a male ally, you know, allowing and accepting that. And I think also then gives you as a group the ability to be more successful. Because if you're coming to work as your authentic self without feeling like you have to be someone else, be more like your boss or whoever it is, you're going to add more value to the organization.
And I'll add a personal anecdote here. So for the first 2 decades of my career, I was strictly doing on-air work. I knew I wanted to go into my business for myself and start a production company. Before I did that, I needed to learn a whole new suite of business skill sets. And I went to work for Jerry Reinsdorf's digital media company, Silver Chalice, and I was given the opportunity. The title it sounds inflated because it was a startup, but VP of Content, what was it? VP of Content and Brand Development. And it was my first leadership position. And being surrounded predominantly by male leaders at ESPN and CBS up to that point, I thought I had a sense for who I needed to be. I needed to emulate what I saw from male leadership. And I had a mentor at Silver Chalice who is a dear friend to this day who said to me, you have to stop being somebody you're not. Don't be afraid to be the kind, compassionate, curious, caring person you are. Those are critical leadership skills. And I needed to have that conversation with him. His name's Jason Coyle. You might know him. He's one of the great guys in the industry. But I needed that vote of confidence from my male ally, from somebody who was my mentor and, you know, the CEO of the company, to tell me it was okay. And we hear that, we have these conversations with our female friends in leadership if we're fortunate enough to surround ourselves with those sorts of extraordinary women, but it's equally as critical to hear it from men, just to say, it's okay. And the research tells us now, there's an interesting article in the New York Times several years ago, that these soft skills have been extraordinarily valuable, and they've helped boost the bottom line, because when you have a workforce that wants to run through a wall for you because they feel like they matter, it helps your bottom line. I'm going to get to the hardest question of the day, but it's stuff we talk about all of the time, and I feel we'd be remiss if we didn't bring it up. Those who are not allies, those who are not proponents of diversity will come back and say, this allyship, this commitment to gender equity can be doing a disservice to a company because you're hiring to check a box. And sometimes if you're hiring to check a box, you're not hiring the most qualified person. The reality is that unless women are given opportunities where women haven't been given opportunities before, how can they seize those opportunities? And so it is this very delicate dance. My question to all of you, I'm not going to choose somebody to pick it, somebody take it. When you're in a hiring position, how do you strike the balance between bringing in somebody whose resume checks the boxes versus somebody who has a strong body of work, but a lot of potential that would give you the reason to want to give them an opportunity?
I'm happy to start this one. I think anybody that's hiring diverse candidates to check the box should be fired, because that's not a reason. Okay, you have to. It starts with having a balanced attack when you're trying to hire for a key position. What I learned at our own place was the candidate pools were not diverse. So policy, you develop policy that the candidate pools have to be diverse. And we even broke it down by what categories they had to be comprised of. But at the end of the day, I don't know, I'm not speaking for anybody here, you have to hire the best candidate. Okay, my own personal feeling, and I've been hired, been fired, hired people, fired people, is in that situation, I'd bet on potential all day long and never look back. Because the reality is, if we're really trying to bring more female leadership into our industry, you want to bet on potential, have the ability to shape their journey, and give them more stops on the road for advancement. That's reality. The more you bet on experience, the steps for advancement are a lot less. And when you bet on experience, sometimes people are not with a different way of doing things. But for me, it's easy. And I've been burned by this. You don't get it right on everybody, but I bet on potential all day long, because if you bet on potential, people know maybe they're not the most qualified, and if they know you have their back, they will kill for you in what they do.
I mean, I think I'll jump in. It gets to that. You have to have the same philosophy for every position you hire, right? And if as an organization, you bet on potential at every spot, whether it's at a senior VP level or an entry level, no one can turn around and say, well, that was a different hiring process at the top than it was anywhere else. My favorite thing to do is hire, because you actually get out and you get messy and you get to see the entire world. And by the end, you know, and lengthy, way too long. I spend way too long trying to look under every rock. But the goal is, when you get to the end, you feel very confident that you've exhausted every possibility, and that your choice you feel very confident about. And some may have greater potential than others. I've always thought one of the things we do, and certainly in sports from a team perspective, it's a little different. We're way too incestual. We only look at other teams. If you want to go increase your pool, look outside sports, right? Look outside to other companies, because you're going to find great talent who wants to come into sports. And I always said, if we don't use, we're an NFL brand with the greatest stadium in the world in Los Angeles that is a Super Bowl champion. If you don't take that for a ride hiring and think that that can attract amazing talent that might not otherwise look at your brand, but to me, you always bet on the potential, because the experience, you know exactly what you're going to get. And I mean, look, and this isn't true just for me. I hired a 30-year-old head coach who everybody said we were nuts. I wouldn't trade him for anybody in the world right now. But I think that's it. When you hire a head coach, and when you hire a head of sales, you're always going to bet on potential. But if that's your MO, no one can ever look at you and say you did this process differently than that. And I think that consistency across the board is important.
Well, Kevin, I'd love you to give specific examples, because you guys are a football organization, okay? Your head of operations, your head of football operations is a woman. Your head of scouting strategy is a woman, Nicole Blake. So can you just take those specific positions where, in a million years, most of us wouldn't think, you've got a woman overseeing your scouting? You're scouting. What about making that decision has been fruitful for the Rams.
Yeah, so Nicole's a great story, and I wish you were here. I'll embarrass her. I co-teach one class every year at Stanford in the business school. And this was in 2021 on a Zoom. She was one of the TAs. Actually, no, she was a student, but the professor was, texting me on the side of the Zoom like, hey, she wants to get in the NFL, but onto the scouting side. So I connected with her afterwards, and I was like, this is an amazing person. I'm like, I have no idea if we actually have this job. We don't actually have this job. But I'm going to introduce you to, and she had a choice, and I can knock the Niners because they're our rivals, and because when we get to the Super Bowl, we actually win it sometimes.
We didn't talk about that.
Sorry, Niners. But they were, she was talking to them, and one of my peers who I love, who works in the Niners, was co-teaching the class, but they couldn't figure out how to get her on the football side. And I just called our GM up, and I'm like, I need you to meet this person. I have no idea what we would do with Nicole, but bring her in. So he talked to her for half an hour, and he goes, yeah, I don't know what we're going to do, but we're hiring her. And we brought her in that summer. She interned for us. She was amazing. Went to the Super Bowl that year, and sure enough, as she was coming out of Stanford at GSB, we're like, all right, we're going to create a role, and we let her design it. And I thought that was the great part was part of, this is when you have an open-minded organization. It's not a role you have. You can create roles for anybody, and that was, and she's an integral part. And if you look at, last year's draft, whether it's Puka Nacua, Nicole is right there with our group helping make those decisions, and all because, and I would say I helped open the door. It was Les Snead, our GM, who's like, yeah, I don't know what we're going to do, but you're going to be part of it. And she will be a GM in the NFL, and I truly believe she'll be the first GM in the NFL when time comes.
Thank you for sharing that. That's a really great story. Bill, you and I were talking about this beforehand. AT&T has made the switch from mentors to sponsors. Mm-hmm. Can you share some insight as to the why behind that and the impact it's had?
Sure. Well, I think the short answer is over the years, we didn't see that at senior leadership. And again, I don't represent HR here. I'm just kind of observing, right?
But you did sleep at Holiday Inn last night.
But I'm assuming that because, the results weren't there, right? And so there had to be a change. And we're all about innovation. We're a technology company, even more so now than we were, 3 years ago. And so it literally is about we need to make a change. How do you go about doing that? And I think both these guys kind of keyed on it a little bit. It's not necessarily the hire, it's the funnel that you need to improve, right? And so, like Tim said earlier in a different context, where are the girls? Where are the women? If you're hiring for a position and you're getting 10 resumes and, those 10 resumes are not diverse, ask for more resumes, ask for more candidates. You need to have a better funnel. That's how you're going to ultimately get the results.
The research tells us that more than ever, consumers make their purchasing decisions on whether a brand aligns with their core values and whether a brand is doing its part to make the world a better place. Knowing that, how does allyship, the commitment to diversity and gender equity, inform MasterCard's approach to sponsorship and marketing?
Sure. Couple of things. So one is we as an organization are part of, or members of two organizations. One Bill's very involved in, the ANA SIGA organization, which manages what's called the GEM score and allows you to analyze your advertising, your marketing, and make sure you're removing and do not have bias in your communications, which is super critical. Given the power that brands have and media companies have to influence change and or reposition norms in the world. The same with the UN Women's Unstereotype Alliance. Overall, UN Women is a large partner of MasterCard's, and so we leverage the tools, the trainings, things like that, that these types of organizations provide to make sure that our internal teams and our external agency partners are very focused on that from an advertising perspective. On the sponsorship front, given our company's focus on gender equity in such an overt way, whether it be equal pay, we have a Gender Steerco organization within the company that drives decisions around this. We looked at our sponsorship portfolio and continue to evolve it to ensure that we were spotlighting and shining a light on our female athlete ambassadors, that we were bringing to life relationships and finding new relationships, like with Juliet from Arsenal, where we're a women's side only sponsor, to be able to showcase our beliefs in reality.
I don't mean to be the bad guy, but time's up.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Oh, I was keeping an eye.
yeah,
I was looking.
yeah,
I was good. So I'm sorry. I thought we had a few extra minutes. So I apologize.
It's been great. Thank you so
Yes.
much.
Thank you so much to
Kevin.
everybody. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Kevin, Tim, Bill for being male allies, also Bonnie and Allison for your insights. It's been great. It seems like we could organize a whole summit on male allies and the male role in in closing the gender gap. But now it's time for a coffee break. And the next subject is critical. It's sports betting. So go get your coffees, network, and then get prepared. And also I want to ask the speakers of the next panel to get mic'd up, please, right next to the right entrance to the room. There's a table with all the microphones, so please get mic'd up and get ready for the sports betting panel right after the coffee break. So enjoy your coffee. See you later.
Dear friends, thank you for the invitation and opportunity to address you during the SIGA Sports Integrity Week. Nobody in this room needs a reminder of what integrity means for our society. Each of you devoted your life and career to the service of truth, which is the most challenging service there is. I will not speak about our success in the vital areas of sport integrity either, such as our fight against doping, against match fixing, and against discrimination. We are well aware of how much more needs to be done in each area to protect the health and dignity of our players, fans, and competitions. And trust me, these are the battles that we will endure. However, I want to take this opportunity to remind everyone that the challenges our sport and society are facing cannot be resolved by individual action. Sharing the same goal is not sufficient. We must act together to achieve it. European football proved this unity's power in recent years, always standing for what is right in difficult times of health, economic and humanitarian crisis, often overcoming the obstacles beyond the boundaries of the sports itself. We must continue in doing so, as the main principle of good governance is to lead by example. When we established the partnership with SIGA in 2019, Emmanuel Macedo de Medeiros called us trailblazers of the integrity of football. Now I invite everyone to follow our trail. Rest assured that in UEFA, our member associations, and other stakeholders, you will always have a supportive and reliable partner in our quest to tackle assaults on sports integrity and advance in good governance, ethics, and youth protection. We must never forget that it is our deeds that define us, the same way that we define them. Thank you for your attention.
We are here on the eve of Rugby World Cup 2023 in Paris, and I am joined by MasterCard ambassadors Dan Carter and Safi NDI. Today we have a number of children from the community joining us for a very special rugby clinic. And with that, MasterCard has just launched the Future 15 report. The Future 15 report was done in collaboration with the University of Bath, and it focuses on how rugby is positively impacting society. We are so excited to have the children here today because they are the next generation and have the opportunity to make a real difference in sport.
So SIGA is important to the sports industry because it gives customers, members, investors and sponsors confidence in the organisation that they're investing or wanting to be a part of. To achieve SIGA, we undertook 2.5 full days of auditing with the British Standards Institute. The first day involved a deep look into the organisation and spent time with the auditor, showing them our policies, showing how these are enacted and discussing areas on the framework. The second day involved a wider group of stakeholders, including our members of our board and staff, who helped to reinforce the fact that these policies and our procedures are in place. There was also a half day focused purely on equality, diversity and inclusion to ensure that European Rugby League meets SIGA's robust standards for that area of the framework. SIGA has been really valuable to European Rugby League. It's allowed us to understand what excellence looks like and given us the tools to spot gaps and to fill those gaps and to give our members confidence that the organisation demonstrates the high standards of governance that SIGA, through the SIGA framework, expects.
I was actually nominated by one of my mentees, a male mentee who actually took part in one of your programs previously. And he just talked to me a little bit about it. He's mentored by himself. And because he was aware that we're doing something similar, trying to build something similar at FIBA level, a program called Women in Leadership, which really focuses also on mentorship. We had a really interesting conversation, and I just found this as a fantastic opportunity to connect with the program and through the program, of course, with other people and organizations who are doing similar things, specifically focusing on women and the next generation future leaders. And as far as what did I get from that, of course, I got new contacts, I heard stories, and I learned quite a lot. And this is what life is about. We learn every single day. And it was extremely exciting journey to actually connect and be part of this program. For me personally, the 3 key words would be connect, educate, and motivate. For me, it's the expansion of the network and the confidence. I would add to everything I said previously, the confidence, because to me, a lot of women, especially, they have the knowledge, they have the experience, and they really would like to share and perhaps to pass on this knowledge and mentor somebody, but they don't have necessarily the confidence of actually stepping forward and either offering that or even doing that. If they're asked, they will gladly share, but quite often I have, during these conversations, I have, if you like, back the opinion, am I good enough? I'm not a great speaker. What if I say something wrong? What if I'm not fitting in line with the new generation of thinking? So I think this really gives you the confidence. I would just say to anybody who would like to test and to see if they're good enough or if they can improve this, just join in and listen. And this will really build you confidence to actually step forward and offer your knowledge and experience to others.
So I applied to the SIGA mentorship program as I was finishing my master's degree in sports ethics and integrity, and it felt right to connect and get to know more women inside the sports industry who were interested in the same themes that I was. My mentor was Fernanda Borba from the Associação de Futebol da Ponta Delgada, and we had a great partnership where she shared some of her experiences leading projects at a football association, and I got to share a bit of my academic knowledge and how it could be applied to some of the real life situations they were facing. This connection between my mentor and I was certainly the best thing about the program because we had meaningful conversations about the current state of sport and how we can act to make it a better place for women especially. So if you're thinking of having a great group of women who are connected to sports in many different levels, this is a program that I would definitely recommend. And I can see it evolving into a big network of women that lift each other into the sports market.
SIGA's mission of sports integrity aligns with Women X. We educate, elevate, and empower women through education. And part of that is through mentorship. It's so important to share our experiences over our career and listen, most importantly, listen to our mentees on, what are their issues and how can we support them? And the more we get to know these women and women have the opportunity to build relationships, this is where and how we will get gender equity in all areas. And in sports, where it's primarily a male-dominated industry, connections and relationships are vital. And so what's important to me and why SIGA was a wonderful partner for us is that we're based in the US, yet sports is international. And the issues that we experience here in the US are very similar around the world. So we want to connect with women around the world and support their goals and visions to be their best selves and to achieve the goals and career goals that they have in their lives, to be their best selves. And if we can do that, all of society will benefit. Relationships, partnerships, and friendship. The mentorship program brought us so much. It's hard to, those three words were hard to choose. I definitely recommend it for other women who want to give back, and it's not just about giving back. In fact, it's about, we got so much out of our relationships with our mentees. They will be with us, I think, for the rest of our time. And those relationships are what life is all about.
Hello, everyone. We are ready to resume our afternoon session. So please get back to your seats, grab your coffees, your water, and get ready to enjoy a great panel about sports betting. So come back to the room, come back to your seats, and yes, we are waiting for you now. In less than 5 minutes, we are going to start. We have great panel experts, so please let the room be filled to welcome those speakers. So we're waiting for you here. Thank you so much. Rush, rush.
To achieve SERVs, we undertook 2.5 full days of auditing with the British Standards Institute. The first day involved a deep look into the organisation and spent time with the auditor, showing them our policies, showing how these are enacted, and discussing areas on the framework. The second day involved a wider group of stakeholders, including our members of our board and staff, who helped to reinforce the fact that these policies and our procedures are in place. There was also a half day focused purely on equality, diversity and inclusion to ensure that European Rugby League meets SERV's robust standards for that area of the framework. SERVs has been really valuable to European Rugby League. It's allowed us to understand what excellence looks like and given us the tools to spot gaps and to fill those gaps and to give our members confidence that the organisation demonstrates the high standards of governance that SIGA, through the SERVs framework, expects. So SERVs is important to the sports industry because it gives customers, members, investors and sponsors confidence in the organisation that they're investing or wanting to be a part of. To achieve SERVs, we undertook 2.5 full days of auditing with the British Standards Institute. The first day involved a deep look into the organisation and spent time with the auditor, showing them our policies, showing how these are enacted and discussing areas on the framework. The second day involved a wider group of stakeholders, including our members of our board and staff, who helped to reinforce the fact that these policies and our procedures are in place. There was also a half day focused purely on equality, diversity and inclusion to ensure that European Rugby League meets SERV's robust standards for that area of the framework. SERVs has been really valuable to European Rugby League. It's allowed us to understand what excellence looks like and given us the tools to spot gaps and to fill those gaps and to give our members confidence that the organisation demonstrates the high standards of governance that SIGA, through the SERVs framework, expects.
So we are about to resume our afternoon session. Last call, last call. We are going to close our doors. Welcome back. Thank you for joining this session. Thank you for being here. I'm giving you all guys a little bit more time to just return to your seats and have a beautiful setting for our next speaker. But you know, as we accelerate towards the end of the day and the much awaited champagne toast, we still have some important topics to cover. And the first one is an emerging trend that is capturing attention everywhere, and it's a controversial one everywhere in the world. It's sports betting. And that is surely one of the biggest topics on the US League's agenda. So I am happy to call on stage, and she's already here, Sabrina Perel, who holds a remarkable knowledge on the matter and who is also the Chief Compliance Officer of the NFL, for a keynote. So over to you, Sabrina. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Apologies, there's no podium. You get to see me standing here holding my notes, and you'll laugh to see how extremely messy they are, so you'll hope for the best for me. In any event, thank you very much. Thank you, Katie. Thank you to the organization for this opportunity, and certainly look forward to being on the panel with my esteemed colleagues. But in light of the host in today's agenda, I thought I would delve into leadership a bit. I've been with the NFL for 11 seasons. I was new to sports at the time that I came in. In the first 5 years, I spent learning the business. This is along my journey, learning the business, building relationships, and expanding the existing program that the league had, going into the fact that we would have an ever-growing international footprint and media presence. Okay, so then May of 2018 came, and my professional journey took a new chapter. Just after May of 2018 and the legalization of sports betting in the US, along with several NFL colleagues, we decided that we would engage. We wanted to engage and network across the more mature betting markets. We met with folks in the UK and Australia and Asia. It was important for us to lean in and learn from the non-US operators, regulators, and other leagues about sort of the who's, the whys, the whats, and the hows around the risks that sports betting poses. And we really felt that we could learn from each in terms of where they felt that they had succeeded, what they had done well, and what they might have done differently as their betting landscapes matured, and particularly regarding integrity, okay? And the policies, the market monitoring tools, and the information sharing protocols that they had in place and had in place for a while. So knowing that we had a lot of work ahead of us, we first established an internal working group under the guidance of the NFL commissioner and team ownership. So we wanted to recommend over time strategy and action plans that affect and maintain our place as a leader in the ecosystem. We learned during our discussions in the more mature markets that while we were looking to learn very much from them, they were also quite interested in learning what we were planning, very much assessing what leadership and influence role that we would take as the market began to emerge and develop in the US. So the group is comprised of representatives across the league with diverse responsibilities and perspectives. Each of us developed leadership in our respective spaces, mine in integrity, with the encouragement, support, collaboration of the other members. Sort of, again, each of us leading by the collective and maximizing the collective. So our collective mantra was to take a long-term approach with regards to commercial partnerships, promotion, advertising, kind of understanding that our fans expected us to deliver optimal viewing experiences in new and engaging ways. But foremost in all of it, with every strategic decision and step that we made along the way, we were looking through the lens of integrity. But we looked back, and all of it and said that we kind of looked at each other and knew that in talking with the other markets, the more mature markets, that by helping us, that we could collectively ensure best practices for the greater good across the whole entire marketplace. So as we looked at what commercial partnerships we wanted to do, we've got blue chip partnerships in that space. We said that gives us much better visibility into the bets that are placed on our games. As we engage into these partnerships, we work closely with the partners to detect suspicious wagering in the markets and to prevent insider personnel from wagering on NFL games. We've advocated for the mandatory use of official league data by sportsbook operators, and for those operators receiving our game feed from our partner Genius, we require those operators to employ high integrity standards, including information sharing concerning suspicious wagering. We work closely with the monitoring service providers, including US Integrity, to monitor the games and the betting markets. And our efforts with our partners are further supported by dialogue with the regulators, where we continue to ask for their support in requiring the operators to uniformly information share with the NFL and the other leagues. Law enforcement, too, plays a critical role, and along with the other leagues, we meet regularly with federal and state resources with expertise in game fixing and athlete vulnerability. So collectively, along with the other leagues, including the NBA and the MLB, so we get together, we think we're gonna assimilate our brands at the table, we're gonna maximize our ability, and think about, too, how we're each uniquely positioned in this space because the way in which we offer our sport to our fans and viewers. But most recently, we joined forces regarding responsible advertising standards. But we also look through the integrity lens from the risk from within, okay? So we need rules. The cornerstone of our governance program is our gambling policy and the education that we conduct each year to ensure our personnel, key vendors, and other partners understand that the rules we have prohibit betting on NFL games and sharing NFL inside information, among with other core integrity rules. In addition to league and club personnel, we require training for partners and vendors to whom we afford special access to our games, players, coaches, and medical personnel. We educate more than 17,000 persons each year on the rules, the importance of protecting integrity of the game from fixing and for the appearance of same, and for those who choose to bet where they can find resources on betting responsibly. We, of course, monitor and enforce compliance, taking a zero-tolerance approach for policy violations for both player and non-player personnel. So we continually learn, review, enhance our governance program in light of the ever-expanding sports betting marketplace. We'll talk on that on our panel. But we want to make sure that we maintain the leadership role that was and is expected of us in this space. But quite in parallel and in complement, SIGA is demonstrating its commitment to sports leadership, networking, and training. SIGA shows particular dedication to those who are beginning their professional journey. I commend Katie and the entire SIGA organization's dedication to developing strong female leaders in the integrity space and other through their global mentorship program. Being aspiring leaders, they already exemplify core values. But with further nurturing and support from SIGA, they will be well positioned to implement gold standard best practices in their sports paths to good governance. We all face new opportunities and challenges each day. For those beginning their journey, SIGA's strong tailwinds may help provide them with a greater vision and resilience in making safe sport. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sabrina. So I invite you to pay attention to our next panel, Navigating Uncharted Territories, Sport Betting Integrity, with Alex Roth, Vice President and Assistant General Counsel, League Governance and Policy, NBA, Liz Thielen, former amateur boxer, Program Facilitator at Epic Global Solutions, Jill Watkins, Senior Commercial Director at FanDuel, and our moderator, Teresa Fiore, who's VP Partnerships at Epic Global Solutions. And the repeal of PASPA led to an explosion of sports betting across the United States with the focus on revenue generation, with integrity often an afterthought. Sport betting integrity is a core pillar of SIGA's reform agenda, with its universal standards aimed at sports organizations, regulators, governments, and operators to safeguard the industry. This panel, powered by SIGA member Epic, tackles what is being done to ensure that the integrity of the sport competitions and athletes are effectively protected against illegal betting, match fixing, sport betting fraud, and the pernicious influence of transnational organized crime. You will hear from female leaders driving the change in the U.S. men's leagues, as well as female athletes that have experienced challenges relating to sport gambling addiction. This is not to be missed, so welcome and thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It is so wonderful to join you at this fabulous event. To give us a better sense of who was in the room, though, show of hands for anyone who has placed a sports wager in the last 5 years. More than I thought. Okay, how about, do you know somebody who has placed a sports wager in the last 5 years? Me too for that one. Absolutely. This number would have looked a lot different had it not been for the 28 repeal of PASPA, which of course gave state governments the authority to legalize sports wagering within the states. Since then, 38 states plus Washington, D.C. have legalized, so we find ourselves in a very, very different landscape. On this panel, we have experts who are well-versed in responsible gaming, policy, governance, and integrity. As the connections between these areas are not always well understood, I'd like to start with Liz to please share a bit about your background as both a professional athlete and someone with lived experience of gambling addiction.
Thank you so much, Teresa. Well, thanks for being here, and this is such a big, important topic, and I know it's a little later in the day, so I'm so glad to see a full room here. So I grew up in a household with a single mom, and things were tough for a while, and my mom remarried, and Sam came into our lives. He had been a high school football player, and he was also a boxing trainer and coach in college. And so he inherited 4 girls, and I was the youngest and the only one that was interested. And so I grew up on the love of the sweet science. And so, you know, we had a heavy bag in the basement. You know, I'd hit the pads with him. When my sister and I would argue, he would say, lace them up. And we settled our differences that way. And so when I got a little older and I wanted to do something, there was the rec was no, you're going to do dance. You're going to do ballet. I didn't want to do that. I was not interested. I was horrible at it. So only after I failed miserably did I say, can I just fight now? And finally, they said, yes, you can fight. And so I became an amateur boxer. And for those of you who are familiar with amateur boxing, the Golden Gloves is a very well-known and wonderful tournament. And so I was a state Golden Gloves champion multiple years in a row. And when USA Boxing invited women to participate at the national level, finally, I became the first US champion at 112 pounds. And thank you. I was a knockout puncher. I had an 80% knockout rate until my one and only loss. And it was an interesting and exciting time in my life. I was intending to turn pro. We had a promoter that was working with my coach. I was initially set to turn pro on the undercard of Hector Macho Camacho and Sugar Ray Leonard. We chose to hold off a bit, take the opportunity to defend my title. And then this happened. So I had an injury that was plaguing me for over a year, close to 2 years, that I didn't attend to. It dramatically impacted my performance in my last fight. And when I finally got it looked at, they said, I don't know how you've been doing this long, you're done. And so I now have a plate in my arm and 6 screws, and this trajectory that I had for my life was over, and it was over abruptly. And so I went from this future that I had envisioned for myself, and I went from a training regimen that was 6 days a week, 4 hours a day, to the doctor saying, well, that's okay, you can still do some light cardio. And very difficult, you know. We don't do a lot to help transitioning athletes out of sport, let alone when it's abrupt, like with a career-ending injury. And unfortunately, I had had one place in my life where I felt something similar to that feeling of going to the ring. When I would go to the ring, my heart would be pounding, I'd have tunnel vision, I couldn't really hear anything except my heart beating, and it was intoxicating to see your opponent on the mat, to see blood that you drew. I know it sounds a little awful, but it's true. It was a very intoxicating, I would say somewhat addicting feeling, and it was gone. But I had felt that one time in my life, and that was when I would go to the casino. Thankfully for me, when I was competing, the nearest casino was over an international border. And believe me, I went. But that training regimen kept it at bay. So now I have career-ending injury, and it increases. Then we move somewhere where I have a casino 45 minutes from my house, and then it increases. I joined the Air Force as an officer because I still want to do something intense, right? As I leave, we get word that Sam has cancer. And I'm like, sorry, he's 46 years old, he's a tough guy, he's going to be fine. I'm at training, I get the call, you need to come home, he's not going to make it. So Air Force says, go home, family's important. If you can come back in 6 months, you can keep your commission. So I go home, stay, I get a job waitressing. You know, I spend every day with Sam. He dies 9 months later. My whole family moves. They say they get out of this place. So I'm alone, I'm grieving, I'm still mourning the loss of my career. I'm 45 minutes from a casino. And that's when my compulsive gambling really took off. And it was a good decades-long experience that was painful, that was lonely, that was shameful. I'm grateful to have 12 years now gambling-free. Thank you. I'm also very grateful that sports wagering was not as accessible when I was in that vulnerable state. Now, athletes have a higher risk of developing gambling problems, 4 to 6 times that of the general population. But they don't know it. I didn't know it. I don't drink. I've never used a drug. I have what I thought was protected myself from addiction my whole life, but gambling got me. So now we're in this new landscape where we have vulnerable individuals, a whole group of them, with a high accessibility to a behavior that they are at greater risk for developing a problem with. So sporting integrity has to include prevention and education for those athletes that are in a more vulnerable state, but as well as for the fans and the sports wagers, because when betting becomes problematic betting, we all lose.
And Liz, if you could just expand a bit on, you know, the implication around gambling addiction, what it has on sport integrity.
Sure. So when somebody does have a gambling problem, we tend to act in ways that are against our values and that are against just what all of us would say are okay. So there's always that risk for a player engaging in match fixing, you know, betting on their own sport, doing things to impact the line, and that's something that can really just shake everybody's trust in the sport. I mean, one of the things about sport that is just so incredible, you do not know what to expect. And we know that people can be all caught up in the analytics and the stats and everything, but you just never know what's going to happen. You never know when somebody's going to go to hit a home run and a bird gets in the path of that ball. I mean, it's really incredible. It's so suspenseful. But when somebody is caught up and they're desperate, you know, maybe they're financially vulnerable once they've placed a bet, and somebody knows it, now they're vulnerable to somebody, you know, threatening them, pressuring them to take certain actions during a game or a match that will favor their what they're planning to do as far as betting. And so it just has the potential to disrupt something that has, you know, been an important part of our culture for so long.
Absolutely. And so on the league side, how has the repeal of PASPA changed the landscape in the U.S., and what challenges has this created for maintaining sports integrity? With Alex, we'll start with you with the NBA.
Sure. So it's hard to find over here. Thanks everyone for having me, and I'm sure Sabrina will have a similar set of considerations. But from a league perspective, you know, in the pre-PASPA period, there was legal sports betting in Las Vegas and in a very limited fashion in, I think, Delaware. That was it. And everything else it was happening. Let's not be naive. It was happening, but it was happening on offshore websites with your bookie down the street, less savory offshore websites, the dark web. It was clearly happening, but in a way that both sounds and I think in fact was somewhat shadowy. And so at the league, you know, there's only so much you can know. You kind of vaguely understand that there's something happening and it might impact your games, but there's no visibility into it. Well, fast forward to now, I'm skipping a lot of the middle years, but I think the trajectory is pretty clear. Now, sports betting, you know, that illegal market is, certainly it still exists, and we would rather it didn't, but it does as of today. But in states where sports betting is legal, we are sitting in one of them, and mobile sports betting is the main way that people place bets on sports, there's a lot of visibility for operators who can see every bet that is placed within, you know, a microsecond. They can track an individual's betting. This has implications for responsible gaming, but it also has implications for identifying unusual or suspicious bets, right? So the operators have extreme visibility into what's going on. We have partnerships with sports betting operators that are designed in part to make sure that we at the league can leverage that transparency and to better monitor the integrity of our games and make sure that, you know, this is really just like betting for fun and not betting in a way that is tied in any way to what is going on in the court in a way that is nefarious and breaks our rules. And then finally, you know, regulators sit on top of all of this. In every state, there's a different regulator, and the operators all have different obligations to what they need to report to the regulator on an ongoing basis, what they need to report to the other operators. You know, hey, I saw something suspicious over here. Check your you know, book, and is this the same person? You know, and I think the hope is that transparency and bringing this sort of into the sunlight, so to speak, gives everyone involved in the sports ecosystem more tools to make sure that everything is on the up and up and nothing untoward or suspicious or suggestive of manipulation is happening. So, you know, it's not perfect, right? If you go to California, there's no sports betting. California, Texas, two of the biggest states in the country. There's no legal sports betting, but like, I'll make you guys a little casual bet here. There's sports betting happening in those states. So it's not perfect, but I think the idea is that, you know, as sports betting has become more established as a legal enterprise in the United States, the U.S. leagues at least have the tools to have a better handle on sort of the risks that are present anytime there's betting on our games. So that's, I'll leave that there. Others should chime in as well, but that's the first cut answer.
Yeah, maybe I'll take the other side of that, some of the challenges, right? And I think there's a list from, as we think about the types of the betting markets that are out there, like, so we work with the regulators and with the operators, that there's certain bets, for example, like bets around penalties and officiating, injuries and concussions, and, you know, there's just certain things that are not good for the sport, not good for the integrity of either the game or the marketplace in general, that these types of bets, you know, to be offered. So we work on that. Player props, right? Those are so proliferating. We all see those. And those are what they are, but, you know, we keep track from the perspective of, you know, thinking about it's a reinforcement point when we talk about not sharing NFL inside information. And when you talk about, you know, who's performing and the yardages that, you know, there's going to be for receiving and passing, and, you know, when it really comes down to individual performance, and so many people within the facility are, you know, very aware of what the likelihood is of that person achieving various performance metrics. So, you know, a couple different challenges there, but important challenges. You know, talking about athlete vulnerability, the abuse that the athletes are getting in this space. You know, all of us, I know, are thinking on that and working again collectively on that point. Non-game events, you know, so draft and combine from our perspective, I'm sure Alex sees this too. So we spend a lot of time, you know, so they're both very good examples from the same point. So we just had betting markets on combine, you know, just a couple of days ago. And, you know, those individuals, right, they're prospects, they're not, you know, they're not with a team, so they're not officially covered by our policies, right? So similar to the draft prospects. So you've got people with knowledge who are not covered by our policies, and so, you know, they're not being educated because they're not covered by the policy. You know, just thinking about the inherent risk in those betting markets that we can mitigate as much as we can through the tools that I was previously mentioning, you know, again, everything from our policies, education, monitoring, all of that. But there's just inherent risks that we cannot mitigate. And so we try to talk to the regulators, engage with them, and try to talk to them and I mean that by like a regular cadence perspective, but we engage with them as frequently as possible to sort of refresh on, you know, where things are with the draft, our prospects, the agents, their family members, you know, everyone in their room who's going to know that, you know, that they are the next pick. So down to the mechanics of the fact that, you know, that who knows the information before it's actually announced on air by commissioner. So there's so many pieces to the equation, but those are such nuanced challenges that, you know, we think about every day, you know, but just to kind of put those out, that there's a wide range. So along with all of the great transparency and everything that we're getting and our partnerships, through engagement with our partners and everyone upholding to the same high level of integrity standards, there's just certain elements that we can't mitigate for entirely. And then there's, as I said, there's just markets that really just don't benefit the game, whether that's officiating relating, injury related, that that just don't benefit the game, and so we would advocate that those should not be available.
And I think nuance is a really great word that you use to describe this whole landscape. And so as you were speaking, Sabrina, I was reminded of the first time that you and I met, and it was when I was working at PointsBet Sportsbook, and as a betting partner of the NFL, you wanted basically a little tour of our site. So tell me a bit about why that sort of due diligence is important for any partners within the space.
Sure. I mean, I'm happy to take that first. I think it's just it's important for us to kind of, get in and kick the tires around a bit, just to understand, how our partners go about their risk management practices. When you're with someone in person and face to face and being in that dialogue with them in terms of how they implement and uphold and enforce all of those criteria. It's good to get a feel in person, and for me, I'm an in-person person, and I feel like when I get to meet someone and engage with them, that's kind of best case scenario, and then we can establish, okay, here's our commonalities, here's what we both want to achieve, and then try to talk through any differences that we might have.
Thank you. And so, I mean, collaboration, it's kind of revealing itself as a key theme here. So, Emmanuel, I'm curious to your take on that from the global governance side of sport. How has stakeholder collaboration played a role in the design of SIGA's global platform?
Collaboration has been key, has been the backbone. And collaboration embedded in the strong notion that as far as this topic is concerned, we face a global problem that required a global solution, and that required a number of long overdue reforms. I think for much too long, the world of sport has lived in denial. Governments too, law enforcement had its own priorities. And within this climate, there was a certain navel-gazing attitude, a sort of window dressing attitude. But organized crime does not take days off. Organized crime does not take holidays. And organized crime has penetrated the sport that I love, the sport I have fought for. And as most of you know, I was the CEO of 55 leagues around the world, soccer leagues, a business volume of several billions a year. And very proud of the commercial success of the leagues. But knowing that without integrity, there would not be global appeal, there would not be commercial success, there would not be the possibility to justify the passion of the fans, the trust of the sponsors, and the public interest that the governments are the first custodians and responsible for. So my first contact with sports betting was probably in the year 2000 when I was the CEO of the Portuguese League, and I was approached by a betting company. And we had a monopoly. And I said, but who are you? Where you come from? What are your credentials? And I knew that this was not an isolated case. So I went to Brussels, the European Commission, the European Parliament, because I thought, this probably affects 27 countries, and it's faster, it's wiser to have a solution involving all Europe. It was like talking to a wall. It was like talking about brain surgery, because they had no clue. So we sport were completely unprotected. In 2005, we had to wake up to a trauma called the Heutzer case. And it was in the German second division. A cause created by Croatian or the Balkans mafia. And then we realized that no one was shielded, that no country was immune, no sport was immune, and we needed to do something. But in order to wake up the sports governing bodies, the governments, the law enforcement, the legislators, I could speak hours and hours about the struggle that it took us to get here. So coming here, having listened to what I've listened, I want to take this opportunity, first of all, to take my head off to Sabrina, who I met for the first time maybe 2017, 2018. And the NFL was waking up to this challenge. It's not a problem, it's a challenge, right? And trying to identify best practice that could help the NFL to shape its policy. Look to where the NFL is now. And your keynote, Sabrina, was an eloquent demonstration of a league who takes matters seriously, proactively, and with leadership. And I could say the same about you, Alex. But also, collaboration was what unites us all here. And it's not just the betting, it's not just defining which types of bets are more susceptible of inducing unscrupulous behavior, or which sort of regulation can be more effective to mitigate the threat of criminal infiltration. It's everything. It's the training, it's education, it's the capacity building with the athletes on a daily basis. It cannot see, as I say in my country, once every spring, and we take a nice picture and we go home and we have done our business. No, it is not. It is not. We cannot rest on our laurels. Those who have done their homework need to be applauded, but there is no rest because organized crime is not taking any rest as well. And what makes our sport beautiful is the ability that we all have to trust what we see on the pitch, what we see on the court, what we see on the tracks. And that is an obligation for each one of us, media included. Media included. And that's what I want to say as an opening statement. Yes, I am concerned. I am concerned with the status quo, and I am concerned with the prospects ahead. But at the same time, I know that with danger comes also opportunities, and I think that we will be able to grasp this opportunity. U.S. had a major challenge with the repeal of PASPA. Whether things have worked out 100% the way I would idealized, I cannot say it has. I've always been open, and I've always been frank, and I always said, it's not just how much money it will bring to you, states or sports organizations. It is about the ability to protect the integrity of the game and each and every constituent. That is the bedrock. But if I look to Brazil, for example, I'm going to Brazil next week. They also opened their betting market. Big challenges. And it's not just from the sports perspective, it's the betting operators. Who is licensing them? Which criteria? Which supervision? When we have so many that are based offshores and operating in the back of investment funds with tremendous opacity behind. So it's a very serious business, but I want to compliment the efforts that have been made. And you, Madam, bravo. It takes a huge courage to stand here and give your example. And based on that courage, I think we will find what it needs to get our job done.
So no shortage of passion, obviously, working in sports, but we're here for fans, right? So I pose this question to any panelist, what type of role, if any, do fans play when it comes to governance, game integrity, responsible gaming?
I'd like to take something. I want to take a step back. I digress a lot. So back in the day, getting to the Nationals was almost the height of my career, but before that was the preliminaries, and we were going to be aired on a major sports network. Al Bernstein, for anybody who follows boxing, was commentating. So for a young boxer to know that Al Bernstein is watching them was incredible. So my jab was on fire that night. I almost knocked my opponent out with a jab, but I did put her down 4 times in 1 round. TKO, raise the hand, look over at Al Bernstein, and he's still talking and looking, but the cameras are gone. The mics are gone. In their infinite wisdom of covering women's sports, they decided film an hour and leave. And so as a person who worked so hard and was so excited to hear, like, what is he, what's he gonna say? And I never got to see it. Nobody got to see it. When it was aired, it was only listed. And it was the only knockout of the night, by the way, so nobody got to see it. And it hurt, and it still hurts. It shouldn't. It's been a long time. But we've talked a lot today about elevating the visibility of women's sports and sports wagering as a potential to add to that is something that we can look at with some hope. But with that comes a whole new dynamic between the fan and the player, the fan and the athlete. And what that dynamic looks like has not been defined by anybody yet. And we have harassment of athletes. We have threats to athletes. There's a female badminton player that lost a match and was threatened by a sports bettor, threatened rape, for losing a match. And so I think it is contingent on everybody through all the collaboration, the teams, the leagues, the sports, the operators, the regulators, to come together to define what is that relationship between fan and athlete now. What are the boundaries around that? What are the expectations? And making sure that that is clear for the sports bettor, because these athletes are just, living their dream and just doing their best, and they should never have to wonder, because I missed that or made that shot, am I going to be punished? That's what I have to add.
And just on that, Liz, do you feel like there's sufficient attention given to educate female athletes, or is it largely male-focused?
I think it's been, to what extent it is, it's been largely male-focused. Epic has really recognized the need to expand and speak to the female athletes, and I get to do that regularly, and it's really incredible. I really appreciate that opportunity because, research shows female athletes do gamble and they do sports bet much more than their non-athlete female counterparts, but nobody knows about it because we also gamble in isolation. I know I did. Hardly anybody knew I gambled. And so it's happening, but nobody knows it. And so all this risky behavior, potentially harmful behavior, is happening without any recognition or support. So it's so important and crucial to speak to that female athlete, and from a perspective of knowing that sometimes it looks different than it does with the male athletes.
Yeah, and I know there's some really interesting data on stigma affecting women, treatment-seeking behavior as well, progression towards an actual problem gambling diagnosis. So it's a big area, and one which I think will receive increasing attention in the coming years. So final question, why is gender diversity important within the context of sports in the betting industry? Would love to hear from any panelist on this one.
I'm happy just to start. I mean, for me, it's just the general notion that if you think about just those different perspectives, right? Like that I truly feel like it takes everyone to work through these challenges, to come up with solutions that can't just work for the leagues, that can't just work for the operators. I mean, it really does have to be in partnership and collaboration. And so having, the diverse, gender and other qualities that people bring to the table, but it's being at that table with your own experiences and your perspectives, and again, just maximizing what that collectiveness brings, to, if we're all going to be saying, okay, look, on a global basis, we want this to be the safest betting market possible, with integrity of the game, that it takes all of that with all those different perspectives, gender included.
And I agree with everything Sabrina said, and also these are two industries that have a ways to go, right? I mean, there are more women in sports now than there were 5-10 years ago. There are more women in sports betting than there were 5 or 10 years ago, but we're not there yet. And it is more often than not that I'm in rooms with mostly men, no offense to the men here. But, I think these are two industries where, everyone kind of is on the same page more or less, that like there's more to do. And I think it's for the reason Sabrina says, like you do need varied perspectives, and you do need everyone at the table sort of rowing in the same direction, some hopefully with non-overlapping ideas and blind spots and biases, so that you can get sort of the best and most balanced approach to genuinely hard problems.
My perspective, I agree with everything that has been said, but I just cannot stand discrimination. I just cannot stand this these artificial walls that are built to protect some, to give privilege to others, I just cannot stand. And I think this is a good example. This conference, this summit, which we are holding for the third time here, is a great example. Thought leadership, insightful visions, great inputs. And I think we go all home feeling enriched with the stories that we heard, with the experience that was shared, and with the best practice that also were shared. And that is the purpose of SIGA. It is to spur change. It is to induce and to encourage results, because that is all that counts. Don't expect from us to be an awareness-raising organization. We had too much talk. We need action. And I think you have all demonstrated that, the sport is in a better place thanks to the job that you do in your organizations. And for that, I thank you.
And thank you all for joining, and thank you all for listening. And I think we have one question.
Okay. I do broadcasting for men and women's basketball collegiately. And I hope that you might be able to use your platform to educate college athletes, both men and women, about the pitfalls of gambling. I get asked, as I walk in to the venue I'm broadcasting, hey, anybody not playing today? What's going on? And I come from a family of athletes and coaches, and my older brother had a gambling addiction, so I applaud you. The recovery rate of gambling is the lowest of any addiction because you can go to work and look normal. So I applaud you because I know what that's like. But I'm hoping that, like during one basketball game, our sports information director has to change his Twitter account because of the horrible hits he is getting directed to the athletes playing the game. Because people are betting on the quarter score, people are betting on the point spread, all those kinds of things, and it's hitting the athletes. So my hope is that you use your professional league platforms, the NBA, the NHL, the NFL, to educate collegians about the pitfalls of the gambling world who tries to get information and gets their friendship. And then obviously we all know the pitfalls of years ago of the point spreads. So I applaud all the work you're doing, and I hope that it goes a little bit further down to the younger people.
Absolutely. I'd like to mention that through the work that I get to do with EPIC and a larger team, I think we've reached over 50,000 college athletes, I believe. Is that right, that number right? 50,000 college athletes, and not only of the dangers of gambling addiction and why we have a unique risk compared to the general population, but to prepare for those exact things. You're right, people can be sneaky, like, hey, I heard so-and-so, just went through a breakup, how are they doing? So, part of what we share is that when you're caught off guard, you're more likely to share information. And once you do, they've got you, because they're like, hey, you gave that to me before, you need to give it to me now. So that's part of what we share too, is like, be prepared for these and be prepared for an answer, which is, oh, I don't know, I got to get to practice. Like we just say, just say that and book it, and then go tell your compliance officer. Mm-hmm. But you're absolutely right. And, we've reached, I think, 50,000, but every single one needs to be touched with this information, because even one person experiencing this is one too many.
And just to add, so we all work with the NCAA in varying degrees, but they're very much committed to college athlete education across the board.
Thank you so much for your insights, for your testimony, Liz. And it's also a matter for a whole another summit. Sports journalism, that's another panel, because it's been infiltrated. I see it in South America, it's huge. But again, thank you so much, Alex. Thank you so much, Emmanuel. Thank you so much, Liz, Sarina, and Teresa, for this navigating uncharted territories in sports betting integrity. Thank you so much. Emmanuel, I ask you to please stay because there's an announcement. Because I am delighted to tell everyone that earlier today, a very important cooperation agreement was signed between SIGA's brand new commercial arm, SIGA Solutions, and SIGA member Epic Global Solutions. So thank you, Emmanuel Macedo de Medeiros, who's the global CEO of SIGA and chairman and CEO of SIGA America, and Martin Bland, Director, Business Development, Epic Global Solutions, to explain the significance of this agreement in the field of sports betting integrity. Over to you.
Well, as you know, sports betting integrity is one of our core pillars. We provide an holistic vision, a reformist spirit anchored on a set of universal standards. These standards encapsulate good governance, financial integrity, sports betting integrity is the third, and finally, youth development and protection in sport. The only area that in reality we leave outside is anti-doping. And the reason is because there was already the World Anti-Doping Agency, and I had enough fights with the established, world back then. But for us, sports betting integrity is a core priority. And our strategy encapsulates, first of all, the need and the recognition for regulation. Secondly, consumer protection. We need to ensure that the executives, the coaches, the referees, the athletes can also enjoy a safe and trusted environment. And this means to protect them from unscrupulous approaches or from falling into gambling addiction, for example. Then we also provide the training, education, capacity building. That is another important facet, and so on and so forth. We have made important strides. We have seen how certain countries have opened up their market and regulated in order to ensure that sports betting could be offered in lawful manner, and with the attempt also to safeguard the integrity of sport. But we have now been receiving alarming information. In my country, for example, 10 years after the first legislation that opened the market, we see the impact that this had on the consumers, on the athletes. We have seen, for example, this past Christmas, what the Minister of Sport of Italy publicly had to acknowledge, that the country was facing a huge challenge of athlete addiction to betting. And this is not only important to show that battles are won before they are fought, but it's important to realize that no one is safeguarded, no one is immune from these challenges. So we need solutions that prevent these harmful consequences from happening. And it is for this reason, because we need solutions, because we are a solution-oriented organization, because we seek reforms, because we seek results, that we have established within SIGA, the SIGA Solutions. And today we are publicly announcing our first partnership with Epic Global Solutions. And we are commencing precisely by this problem of gambling harm. And Martin will tell you more about this, more than what we have already said here today. But it's something that needs to be taken seriously. It's something that needs to be placed at the top of the priority list. And it's something that affects everyone, from every gender, from every social background. So it is also a common cause. It is also a common fight. But we are ready for it. And this is why we are here to tell you what we are committed to do. And we will start by rolling up our sleeves straight away and putting these solutions in the right place.
Thank you, Emmanuel, and thank you for this amazing opportunity, and good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, look, EPIC is a very proud member of SIGA, and it's so important to us to support not just events, but agendas like this. And EPIC as an organization, we are a responsible gambling education firm, and we work with professional athletes, collegiate athletes, all over the world, and help them to maintain a healthy relationship with gambling. We know that athletes all over the world, young and old, male and female, are absolutely immersed in sports betting because of the environment in which they work. And we see it as our mission to help them maintain a healthy relationship with gambling. And the way that EPIC has always run as a business is through what we term lived experience. And lived experience in the context of our business is an individual who has been an ex-professional or collegiate athlete or amateur athlete who has had a previous gambling addiction. And you heard earlier from Liz, and you got a short insight into her story and her background and how her relationship with gambling went from a very social relationship to being a very harmful relationship that was life-changing for her. And that is how EPIC operates. We work with some amazing partners. We work with the NCAA, who are here today. We're an amazing partner, and we do a lot of work, as Liz mentioned, working with tens of thousands of collegiate athletes to ensure that they maintain a healthy relationship with gambling. In the US, we work with the MLB, we work with the NFL, we work with the MLS, and we're hoping shortly to work with the NHL and the NBA as well. But we ultimately see our mission as very simple. Our goal is to ensure that no athlete, young or old, professional or amateur, male or female, ever goes through the experience that our lived experience facilitators have gone through. And they now dedicate their lives to ensuring that is not going to be the case. And they share their own personal stories and their personal relationships with gambling to provide people with educational awareness that hopefully stops them from getting themselves into a situation that they themselves got themselves into. So really, really excited by working closely with SIGA as part of SIGA Solutions. We have a huge mission. We share the same values. We know it's a complex task, but we will be working very hard to achieve that, to keep the sports industry safe from gambling harm. And we're very excited about the opportunity, Emmanuel. So thank you.
Thank you. And you heard it here for the first time.
Once again, congratulations for this important step in the fight against sports betting and installing the sports betting integrity, basically. It's vital. So now we are going to move on to the next panel. This is about mentorship because it's a vital part of everyone's career, especially for women. Being lucky enough to meet the perfect mentor can be the difference between reaching your goals or not. Fortunately, 75 aspiring female leaders have joined the SIGA Women Global Mentorship Program this year. And to tell more about it, we prepared an exciting panel. But before that starts, I invite you all to watch some video messages recorded by SIGA mentors.
Mentoring is a brain to pick, an ear to listen to, and a push in the right direction. Having been mentored through a previous SIGA program, I'm definitely humbled to be a mentor in this year's program. Working in football, also known as soccer, working with many different personalities in a diverse culture and working in a traditional male-oriented sports, team sports environment prepared me for the real world, the dynamics, the challenges in communication and the interpersonal relationship, and of course, and how best to contribute to rising women's football to similar heights. For me, mentorship is best experienced as a shared journey. It's an opportunity for both to continue to learn and grow, The mentorship journey opens me as the mentor to looking back, to evaluating my own past experiences, to share and exchange on best practices, and of course, suggestions, motivational in a way that forges bond. Bringing to life one's challenges, successes, what to do, and just as important, what not to do. There's an old saying, steel sharpens steel, and it can be argued that the efforts you put into a relationship influences what you receive in return. Mentorship is more than empowering the mentee to discover, to use their tools also. Using what you have to get what you want. It is about sowing the seeds to give back, to share, to use our positions and platform to empower others who do not have a voice and who in turn would pay it forward. Mentorship and leadership are the tonics that build people up. We must continue to invest our time and efforts where there is no tangible return. During a match, when one player has replaced another, the substitute coming on is expected to do even better, to be able to appreciate the situation at hand and to contribute to a successful outcome. At work, I seek to ensure that my staff and colleagues have an overall appreciation of the goals, to ensure consistency in delivery, in decision-making, teamwork at its best. In this way, I can be a mentor, whether intentionally or even without me realizing it. Today, my friends, I say to you that though the struggle is real, never give up. We have come too far to turn back. To coin a phrase, the future is indeed feminine. Don't lose sight of our dream. Let's show the world we continue to matter. We belong.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed mentors, mentees, and our distinguished delegates from around the globe. Permit me a bit of your time to share a glimpse into my experiences on becoming a part of SIGA Women's Global Mentorship Program. As a mentor, I had the privilege of being at the intersection of knowledge, wisdom, and guidance. Initially, I had some doubts about my suitability for such a significant role in this global landscape. However, I came to recognize the profound influence of mentorship in shaping not only the lives of others, but also my own. Prior to embracing this opportunity, I turned to my own mentors for guidance. And the words of one of my mentors, hand go, hand come, resonated profoundly with me. This African Caribbean expression encapsulates the principle that as you give, so shall you receive. In the Caribbean, mentorship, although not always formally structured, is, however, deeply woven into our communities and our culture, where tales of experiences and inherited wisdoms are handed down through generations. The encouragement and insights of my mentors provided guidance and reassurance for me that mentorship isn't about flawlessness, but rather about genuine connection and support. Mentorship within SIGA has been a mutual voyage for me, propelled by the tenacity and resolve of our mentees. And as I pass on the invaluable support I've been fortunate to receive, I'm reminded of the true value of mentorship in molding lives and sparking transformations. I wish to express my gratitude for SIGA for allowing me to be a part of this growing global network. And in conclusion, I wish to urge us, all of us, to acknowledge and celebrate the genuine value of mentorship, pledging to pay it forward in our own mentoring endeavors, because by empowering both the current and future generation of female leaders, we're cultivating a world where impactful change is achievable. Thank you for taking the time to hear my SIGA journey. I trust you'll find the rest of the summit enjoyable and insightful.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Carol Oglesby. I'm from the United States of America. I've been involved with SIGA, especially this year, a part of the mentor program. And the experience has been wonderful. The main reason for that is that it reminds me that there is this wonderful cadre of young women waiting out there and actually taking steps to move into new leadership roles in the advocacy area for women's involvement in sport. This is very much needed. Many times people think that the work is almost completed in some way, but male-dominated thinking has been in place for centuries. And so we have a long way to go. There's progress being made, but a long way to go, and you're very much needed. I hope you have a wonderful time in the meetings that you're attending now, and look forward to meeting you in person perhaps sometime soon.
In case you're interested to joining the program, whether as a mentor or a mentee, the applications are open in September for the next cycle. So you can either check the SIGA website or also approach Katie Simmons here at the end of the summit. So you know already if you're interested, because it can be a great experience either as a mentor or a mentee. So now it's time to pay it forward, assessing the true value of mentorship. A session with Haley Price, Head of Sport Sponsorships North America at TCS, our silver partner. Haley is one of the amazing SIGA Women Global Mentors. Also Kelly Gately, Coach Development Coordinator, the USTA New England, also a SIGA Women Mentee. Richa Sharma, a Sponsorship and Marketing Manager at Oman Cricket. She flew all the way from Oman to be here. And she's a SIGA Women Mentee. Sandra Lopez, Deputy Chair, SIGA America Advisory Board, former CMO at Microsoft, and also SIGA Women Global Mentor. And this panel is moderated by Cassandra Brownstein, Product Manager at MasterCard, and also a SIGA Women Global Mentor. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hey everyone, what a day. We're almost there. Thank you for sticking with us. My name is Cassie Brownstein. I am your moderator for this panel. I'm also a SIGA mentor, and I was also a SIGA mentee. The SIGA program has brought us all here, and it's really been remarkable what the team has done. They collect women from all over the world, and they bring us together, and they bring us to events like this. It's been an amazing experience to be a part of the program, and I encourage everybody to apply to it in September when we run our 5th cycle. Last year I sat up here as a panelist, and it was my first panel, and I was very nervous. And I went up to our moderator, Lisa Murray, and I told her to go easy on me because I was scared. And Lisa does not go easy on anybody, but she did a great job with me. And I told her how nervous I was and how I didn't feel like I could sit up here because I was sitting next to some very prestigious big names. And she looked at me dead in the eye and she goes, "Honey, no one cares. No one cares if you say the wrong word. No one cares if you mess up. You're up there because you deserve to be up there." And I was up here. I spoke awkwardly and I did a lot of weird things with my hands. And it was all recorded. So I thank everybody for that. And afterwards, I caught up with her, and I was just chatting with her and everything, and she goes, "Next year, I want to see you up there." And I laughed, and I did more weird things with my hands. And I didn't know it then, but she gave me more confidence than I probably ever had in myself, right? And that's what a mentor does. They see things in you that you don't see in yourself just yet, and they give you that vote of confidence, right? And that's what we're here to talk about today, is mentorship. Now, we're ready to get going because the only thing standing between you and the bar is us. So let's get to introductions. And we will start down with Sandra, if you'd like to go.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, or good morning, wherever you're from. Sandra Lopez. I'm a tech executive. I've worked for some of the smallest companies and large companies such as Microsoft and Intel. And I'm very committed to giving back to both women in leadership and the Latino community. Really because when I started my career, mentorship did not exist. And there were so many moments in my life that I wish I had somebody to talk to with regards to many different things that transpired in the business community and in my professional life. And so I'm a mentor here of SIGA, and I actually I do monthly mentor days once a month. Anybody that wants to reach out to me, schedule have 8 hours, and you can schedule some time so that I can just give back and help ensure that we raise the next future leaders that are women.
Hi everyone, my name is Raja Sharma. I'm coming from Oman. I'm the sponsorship and marketing manager for Oman Cricket. I'm originally from India. I have worked for various sports including football, hockey, and now I'm working for cricket. Recently, I've worked for Men's Cricket World Cup as sponsorship and marketing manager. For me, mentorship passion comes from the foundational lessons instilled in me by my first mentor, my mother. She taught me that there's no limit to learning. Never hesitate to ask for guidance or any opportunity to learn from anyone.
Hi everyone, I'm Kelly. I work for USTA New England, so the US Tennis Association. I'm based in Rhode Island. Previous to my career at USTA, I used to work as a middle school and elementary school science teacher. Might seem like a weird career switch, but I work in coach development, and coaching and teaching and also mentoring are so intertwined and so similar. And this is my first time on a panel, and ironically, Cassie is also my mentor. So big shout out for you getting me involved in this.
And you'll be the moderator next year.
I'm Haley Price. I'm head of North America Sports Sponsorships at Tata Consultancy Services. I've been there about 9 years now, but in and around the sports industry for 20 years. And I am so happy to be here today to talk about mentorship, because my mentor is in the back of the room, Michelle Doty-Taylor, one of the greatest leaders that I've ever met, and truly the embodiment of thoughtful, kind, driven, all the things you'd want. And so I would not be here without her today, so I'm really happy to talk about that. I'm also a global council member for SIGA and part of the mentorship program, and a mentor this year. And I have to say, Michelle gave me this really great thing because she believed in me before I ever believed in myself. So anyway, thank you for being here. Thank you for letting me come here to speak.
We're happy to have you, and we're excited to hear about all of your experiences and why mentorship is so important to you and what it's done. So when we talked about doing this panel, we said we want to keep it very open and very discussion, and bring your stories, bring your authentic self. So let's start with, what drives your passion for mentorship? Why are you here? What brings you here, aside from the SIGA mentorship program, which opens in September?
Well, can I start?
Sure.
Okay, I think I've had so many people help me in my career, so I think it's the drive to help others and be that conduit and hope to open a door, a window, whatever it is, so that other people can get that opportunity. I want to just ask around the room, how many people found out about this event through someone else? Okay, so basically almost everyone. That person did an act of micro-mentorship right there, right? They opened that door, they told you about this event, they created that opportunity for you. So I think that's just so incredibly important to kind of pass it on.
I guess I can go next.
Sure.
Yeah, mentorship, I mean, it's always been huge whenever I go into a new job or career. I think being the youngest in my family, I always like to watch other people and learn through their experiences. So when I made a career switch and I was like trying to find my way into the world of sports, I found out about the SIGA Mentor Program through our CEO at USTA New England, and it just seemed like a really natural way to learn more and kind of make my way in the space.
So programs like SIGA Women Global Mentorship offers you the opportunity to expand your professional network. It usually gives you opportunity to engage with experienced individuals and broaden your career opportunities perspective. My recent involvement in the International Cricket Council leadership program has given me the opportunity to contribute to the Men's Cricket World Cup, and that's the beauty of mentorship programs.
That's great. Like I mentioned earlier, when I started my career, mentorship did not exist. That was not in our vocabulary from a business perspective. And so as we fast forward, and I would say the last decade or so, mentorship has become something that most corporations are advocates for. And I would advise everybody, just think about it in 3 different parts. There's mentorships. People are going to advise you about how do you ask for that promotion, or if you're a working parent and you're going back into the office, like, how do you make that adjustment? So there's advice from many different things in the business community. And then sponsor is your advocate, right? That person that's going to advocate for you and consider you for that particular job. So I can say, like, Cassandra should actually, you should really think about putting her on the board. Or if I want to put Richa in terms of consider her for an advisory role, and here's why, because I've seen her work. And the third one, which is really, really, really important, no matter where you are in your maturity of your career, is have a board of advisors, right? That's a blend of a little bit of sponsorship, a little bit of mentors, but it's for those that you can actually have kind of like a private board of directors where you can talk about issues and concerns about your career. So how do you make a career pivot? How do you you're struggling with maybe the company that you're working for, and so they're there to help you. And the one thing that I want to make sure that I kind of close off with in terms of board of directors or your mentors or sponsors, 75% of them have been the white men. And I showed Kevin DeMoff earlier, May 5th, 2017, he was at the Sloan conference. He sent me a LinkedIn message directly, cold call, and he said, "This may be weird, but I'm reaching you out of the blue. I love your background. I was in technology. Have you ever considered being involved in sports?" And I saw him today and I said, "I want to thank you for opening the door." We had many meetings afterwards. You seeded the opportunity that I never saw myself in terms of being able to contribute to the sports community from my tech background. And so don't forget that the white male counterpart plays a vital role in getting us forward and moving us forward and landing influential positions within the sports community. Emmanuel, who's walking in, is one of those. So thank you so much, sir, for your commitment to sports equity.
And I think that's the perfect segue, right? We were talking about just before male allies and how they champion us and how they put us forward now. And it seems like that's the narrative that's coming through, and it's really changing the landscape, which is amazing. And I mean, you talking about how when you first started, mentorship wasn't a thing for women, right? How have we seen women representation within organizations come to light a bit more, through our male champions? And how does that work? How can we build the network to help support us and to provide the advocates?
I can start. So if you're a leader in an organization and or if you are a team member within the organization, champion women in network. So Intel did this in terms, it mobilized females that we saw had potential. And so we curated this group and we provided them a support structure. And the support structure was actually in combination with the CEO. And that woman in network, it started really small. I think it was maybe 7, and now it's grown up to like 300 females at Intel. And so I do think, they were talking about it in the earlier panel, in terms of policies and processes make this part of the DNA of a company. So whether you're a leader, think about those policies and processes, and if you're a team member, challenge your leadership. And you have perfect examples that we heard earlier in terms of what people have done and how change has made a meaningful impact.
Yeah, I think that's so important. At TCS, we believe in inclusion without exception. We've been a founding partner of the Million Women Mentors program, and we have over 1 million women in that program right now, which is really incredible. But there's still more work to be done. So globally, we have 600,000 roughly employees. 36% of those are women. And that's considered good for industry standards. But guess what? That's not good enough, right? There's still more work to be done. And I think it all starts with the culture at the top, the leadership, valuing and those women and making sure there is a seat at the table. And I'll never forget, last year, one of the panels, Erica Edwards O'Neill from New York Governors said, make sure that seat is not a folding chair, right? Make sure it's a permanent seat at that table. And I think that is something we're trying to foster more at TCS, and there's more work to be done.
Anything else? So yesterday we had our SIGA Masterclass, and it was a group of 30 people, men and women, and we had a really great conversation about mentorship. And something we talked about was active versus passive mentorship, which is like engaging from both sides, being the mentor, coming prepared and having an agenda for your mentee, and then the mentee coming as well. I'd like to talk a bit about the strategies that we have from both the mentor and the mentee side. How do we get comfortable with our mentors? How do we trust them, right? Within your organization, you're often paired with people, and it's really helpful, and it's great, and we're building our network within. How do you know that within the organization you can trust that person? What strategies do you implement to make the connection and to be able to really hone in on that?
I can speak a little bit since we were connected together. I mean, I feel like the first thing I obviously did was looked you up on LinkedIn. I was like, who's this Cassandra Brownstein? And when we met, I feel like sometimes it's also just like a gut thing. You kind of just know when you meet someone whether they feel like trustworthy or not. But one thing I also did was I was very open with you when we met about, you know, transitioning in my career, and just kind of seeing your reaction and seeing you be supportive kind of gave me like okay, I think I can trust her. And something that SIGA also recently gave me a platform to talk about was about 2 years ago, I got diagnosed with a chronic illness. That was kind of like a huge, like, pivotal moment in my life, and that was why I had to change careers. And I was very open with you about it. And just like your reaction to it, you understood, you wanted to listen, and like just that moment of vulnerability, I took a step, and then when I like got a good reaction, I was like, okay, and could like relax a little bit.
As a mentee, I actively work on my things to accomplish list, both professionally and personally. And then I seek guidance from my mentor on a defined plan and timeline to achieve it. And I'm very open with my mentors on my career aspirations, how and when I want to achieve it. So yeah, that's something I take from mentorship for sure.
I think it's got to be a two-way street too. I mean, I learn just as much from my mentees as I hope they learn from me, right? And I have a great mentee, Anne. She is focused on sports sustainability, and I feel like we get on the call and we're just trading ideas and we're connecting each other, and she's recommending a book to me and I'm recommending a book to her, and it's very much a two-way street because no one wants to be mentored at. No one wants to just hear like, oh, I had to walk uphill both ways to work back in the day, and we had no cell phones, and I had to use a call book, and all these. They don't want to hear those, you know, the old stories. You know, the history is important because it informs how you are now. But it's active because you want to understand what current generations need and want from a workplace.
Yeah, and then you can bring that into your organization, right? And then only make it stronger, and then champion other people with it.
Absolutely. I was going to mention Google did this research report with regards to what constitutes high-performing teams. So they spent a lot of time doing this analysis, and underneath everything was trust, but more importantly was vulnerability. And so when you think about the mentor relationship, whether it's a mentor or mentee, it's a relationship, and underneath that, trust should occur. And the more that the mentee can be vulnerable with the mentor, like, for me, my commitment to all my mentees is like, I just want to see this person succeed. And whatever he, she, or they is telling me, it's in confidence. And so I always say, like, will you give me the permission to reach out to your leadership team? Because maybe I can help move a roadblock that exists. And so oftentimes I ask permission from the mentee in terms of how do I help to navigate a situation that they may be in. And then they'll know. I think the mentees, you guys can speak to this, right? You know if maybe a mentor went out of bound. And so then at that very moment, the relationship is broken, right? So it's all about, you know, we're all human beings. It's all about building relationships that we can trust.
Now, this one wasn't on the script, and it's not controversial, I promise. But I'm wondering if you can tell me a time or tell me a story about when you had something really difficult happen within your career, within your personal life that you didn't know how to manage. And when you went to that mentor, a person you saw as an advisor or sponsor, what was the approach? How did you handle it, and then how did they respond? It's an open one.
Oh God, I have so many because I've been in the business for so long, but I'll let you guys speak to it.
I can start. I was in a tricky position a few years ago, and trying to figure out how to kind of advance and get to the next step in my career, and feeling kind of stuck. And, you know, I had this mentor, a guy that didn't work in the same function as me, so I feel like he added some outside perspective. And finally, you know, after many, many calls of me saying, oh, I really need help, I can't figure this out, like, people aren't listening to me. It's like, Haley, you are choosing to be here at this point. Like, this is your choice. Like, you need to own this and be accountable, and I don't want to hear it anymore. Like, he almost had to, like, say, like, this is now your choice. Now, not everyone has a choice, and not everyone can leave their jobs or or do whatever, you know, that they have to, sometimes they're stuck. But this position, I was like, I can choose to be here, and if I am going to choose to be here, I'm going to show up every day full on 100%. It was that kind of a come to Jesus moment that I kind of needed to really then fully own my position, fully own my role, and then kind of own my destiny at that point. Like, I'm going to make the job what I want and reshape some things to the best of my abilities and move on.
The outside perspective makes a big difference sometimes.
So when I joined Oman Cricket, we were really struggling to develop women's cricket. But during my involvement in the ICC leadership program and my mentor, the community have inspired me to focus on women's cricket development in Oman. And we have successfully launched a women's cricket development program, Cricket for Her. And as a result, we have engaged over 300 females, which is highest so far.
Well, I can speak to an example because I have so many, but this one came top of mind. I had a sponsor, her name is Chris Menn, who was helping me get to the executive ranks. And she gave me feedback, and she said, you know, Sandra, you have to be political. And I'm like, I'm not political. I don't play that game. I don't want to throw people under the bus. And she said, there's good politics and there's bad politics. And I'm going to be here to show you what good politics is all about. And she took me on this journey, 2 years, to really understand how to navigate corporate structures and how to overcome challenges and fine-tuning how I had to approach things at the company that I was at. And for her, I'm forever grateful. And so this is where I think mentee programs are such a gift, and sponsorship programs, and make sure that you cherish them, because they're going to be the ones that are going to get you ahead. And if I did not have Chris on my side and advising me, I would not be sitting here today.
Yeah. Kelly, anything?
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think. You guys all told such amazing stories, and I feel like they all have a lot of threads very similar. But I mean, I've been very lucky to have a lot of people in my life who I've been able to go to when I've said, you know, this situation is really hard, I'm really struggling, I'm not sure what to do. And I feel like I've always been met with just like open-minded advice and just helpful, and being able to be in a position to be able to give that back to, I think is really important. And I've appreciated like just being able to bounce ideas off of you and saying, you know, there's a situation at work, I have to have a difficult conversation, I'm not sure how to go about it. And like just having somebody who's non-biased, non-judgmental, completely removed from the situation, I feel like is so huge in successfully navigating challenges in the workplace.
Mm-hmm. And I think a theme that we're collecting here today is the idea of the two-way street, right? Being a mentor and a mentee. And I think, Katie, we just found the next step in the SIGA mentorship program is allowing people to have the two faces. Could be cool. Could be cool. I never say no. And then last one, because I know we're tight on time, which is a fun one. If you could go back and tell yourself anything as a young girl, what would you tell yourself? What advice would you give?
Maybe I'll start. If I could go back and advise myself, I would say it's okay to have multiple purposes and aspirations. I will reassure myself and accept that I can shine in all the places I want to shine in. I should not stop myself and eliminate myself in my own head before even I try something new.
As a young woman, I would tell myself, ask for more money. But no.
That's Haley.
No, but in all seriousness, I mean, I would still say that. But I would say know your value, right? Your voice has power, know your value. And I was talking to a young woman who reached out on LinkedIn. I have a lot of people who reached out LinkedIn, and I try to answer most of them. Mm-hmm. So young people aspiring in their careers, in their sports careers, and they want to talk. And this woman was in a new sponsorship role they'd never done it before at their small sports company, and she's trying to navigate it. And she's like, Haley, I don't know what to do. Like, I don't feel like I have the authority. I don't have the authority because I haven't worked in it that long. This is a new role. I was like, who is telling you that you do not have the authority? You are the only person telling yourself that right now. Right now, you are the authority. You're the only person doing this job in the whole company. It was like this moment was like, oh yes, I can do this job. You can do it. Know your value.
Sandra? Yeah, I guess I can go next. I think it would just be to not be afraid to show up as yourself. I think for a long time it was like thinking I had to hide parts of myself or showing up in a certain way, which has been a very common theme here today that I've heard. And just like reminding myself that if you show up as you are, then the right people are going to find you. And it might be scary and it's hard to be vulnerable. And sometimes you get, that like not great reaction, but I think the right people will find you and that'll make it all worth it.
Mine is help is not a weakness, it's a strength. Do not be afraid to ask for help. I would say 9 out of 10 times, people will say yes. So, oftentimes, like, how do I ask for a mentor? Just ask. And you'll be surprised how many people will say yes.
I think mine would be to make waves. I feel like when we're young, we're always taught to be quiet, sit down, you're too much, you have too much personality, you're too loud. I heard that my entire life. And honestly, I didn't realize it wasn't a bad thing until I probably started working. Otherwise, you're always thinking like something's wrong with you, right? So I think that's something I would tell myself is don't put yourself in a box, make waves, and people will learn to swim around you. And if they can't swim, then they'll float away. And everyone will be okay. Thank you, guys. Nice one.
What a beautiful panel. It's really inspiring, that it's one of our hashtags to inspire inclusion. And this is a wonderful, wonderful example of that. And, if you want to help SIGA keep growing, you can also, volunteer to be a global mentor. You can apply to be a mentee, or you can donate also and be a patron. So you can help SIGA keep doing this wonderful job, because all of the revenue, all revenues raised from the summit are reinvested back to the SIGA Women Global Mentorship Program. And this is the product, this is the effect. So this is what you are supporting right now. It's so important. So thank you so much, Cassandra, Sandra, Richa, Kelly, and Haley, for telling us your stories. And yeah, give it up. And slowly but surely, we're approaching to the last stage of our summit. And on SIGA's behalf, I want to thank everyone involved in the production of this groundbreaking event. Thank you, MasterCard, for being the hosting partner. Thank you, TCS, for being a silver partner. Thank you, Diario AS, for being the media partner and streaming the event also and taking it to thousands of people. Thank you to all the session partners, Connecticut Sun, Epic Global Solutions, and M&T Bank. And thank you to Women's Sports Network for the social media partnership. And thank you to all the speakers and attendees who joined us here today in person or through our streaming platforms. So the whole world connected today through the SIGA Women's Summit. A final word of appreciation to all the journalists that have been covering this event, because I'm a journalist too. And I know that we have a role and we have a responsibility also to spread the good things. So journalism has the mission of creating a better and fairer world. And this is what these men and women here are doing by promoting gender equity and female leadership. So let's all be the change that we want to be and see. Now I want to call on stage Lynn Casey, CEO and founder of Shine Scout, who will deliver research on the impact of sports on girls' and women's lives. Lynn, please. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having me back. Again, my name is Lynn Casey. I run a future trends and consumer insights consultancy. I work with Fortune 100 companies who are looking to navigate change and possibly find a new North Star. So I've heard a lot today about what needs to be done. And what I want to talk today is about why. Why is it so urgent? So how many people in the room saw the Barbie movie? Anyone? Everyone? Maybe? Right? Okay, fantastic. Could not have been more fun, could not have been more bubbly, could not have been more pink. But I'm wondering if underneath all that pinkness anyone else sensed a level of despair, right? Did everyone in this room feel that absolute gut punch when America Ferrara spoke about the impossibility of being a woman today, right? I remember leaving feeling like I had had too much cotton candy. I was a little sick to my stomach, right? And what she really was talking about was imposter syndrome. And I've heard a lot about imposter syndrome today, and I want to address it as we lean into mentorship. I'm going to borrow heavily from the CEO and founder of Girls Code, Reshma Sharjani, and her address to the Smith graduating class of 2023. There, Reshma introduced a term I was not familiar with, bicycle face. Anybody? Bicycle face? No, right, okay. There's a point here. So in the late 1800s, there was a device built that greatly freed up women, changed their lives. Anyone know what it was? It was a bicycle. It was a bicycle. Up until then, women had to have someone saddle up a horse. They had to get an escort. Someone had to put together a carriage and take them to where they wanted to go. But a bicycle meant freedom. Bicycles fueled the suffragette movement. Bicycles allowed women to put their picket signs in that little basket and ride to meetups, ride to proclamations, ride to demonstrations. And right around the same time, doctors discovered bicycle face. It was a terrible diagnosis. Women had bulging eyes and gripping jaws. Their tongues lolled. Their posture was very rigid. When they got off, they were tight. They were shaking. Doctors warned about this syndrome and told women that they persisted in riding, bicycle face would be their fate for the rest of their lives. Bicycle face remained a true medical diagnosis until, shockingly, a woman doctor punctured that diagnosis and proved it to be nothing more than an idea that was created to keep women off of bicycles. So I give you imposter syndrome. Imposter syndrome started to show up right around Title IX. Title IX was the initiative that allowed women, that demanded that women attend university. It picked up steam with Roe v. Wade, another land-mile law that allowed women to participate fully in life. And as women started to show up in universities and women started to show up in the workforce, they felt uncomfortable. They didn't know how to behave. They felt different. And thus imposter syndrome was born. Imposter syndrome at the time meant someone who's not prepared, someone who doesn't belong, someone who shouldn't be there. Well, of course that's how we felt. We hadn't been there before. Of course we felt different. The only other people there were men. Imposter syndrome was a concept made to keep us back on our heels. It was an idea made to feel less than. We are told that we have to prove our worth, not the other way around. So imposter syndrome is nothing but a trope. It's an idea that keeps us feeling shaky. So what we know now is that the difference that we bring, the difference that we have as women, is actually our superpower. It's not something to apologize for. It's something that we have to flex. It's something that we have to lean into. Because we need women leadership, diversity of thinking in every room. Boardrooms, back rooms, side rooms, you name it. And we know that women's sports is a huge lever for moving women forward. I'm going to read a quote from a recent UN report. Participation of women and girls in sports challenges gender stereotypes and discrimination. In particular, women in sports leadership can shape attitudes towards women's capabilities as leaders and decision makers, especially in traditional male domains. What does that mean? That means when little girls see women as athletes, as managers, and as coaches, they see where they belong. They'll never be an imposter. So today there's been a quote we've heard a lot of, that 94% of C-suite women have played sports. And there's a secret sauce there, right? That must be a superpower, 94%. And yet when we look at what's happening with little girls right now, the numbers don't jive. 50% of girls between the ages of 8 and 13 do not play sports. And the older they get, the more those numbers fall. Why? Here's the reasons they cite. Not being good enough, feeling judged, not feeling safe. Sounds like imposter syndrome? They feel like they don't belong. And they're starting to slide down the slippery slope of self-criticism and crowd-sourced cackling. At this age, girls' confidence drops by 20%. Their belief in their own intelligence drops by 50%. Their optimism by 52%. And their stress level increases by 241%. These are our little girls. These are the same little girls that are fueling the mental wellness crisis we are all aware of, the one that our Surgeon General called a state of emergency in 2022 and cited that young girls were the biggest victims in the most danger. And I speak from personal experience. I spent 3 months last summer monitoring the situation. I was in minivans, bedrooms, playgrounds, and kitchen counters. I heard parents crying about their inability to send their girls off to school, their girls' inability to stand up for themselves, their girls falling prey to bullying, and their girls' reluctance to try something new. In fact, parents list anxiety and depression as their #1 concern raising children today. And these are the same parents, by the way, who fervently believe that sports is the #1 thing that can empower their girls, that can give them a sense of self-actualization and actual physical power, a belief that they can do the thing. But programs have crumbled post-pandemic. Schools and communities have not regained their footing. And I will tell you from personal experience, today's girls are most likely to be left with this as their mentor, their guide, their teacher, and their friend. I saw it across the entire country. What we know now is that our difference is important. We know now that there's a change that we can make. So what do? We know that we need to get girls re-engaged, and we know that that means mentorship. That's what we hear about. We know and we believe that when we mentor young girls, their lives are changed. So about a month ago, SIGA decided to test this theory, because we all know it intrinsically, right? It makes so much sense. But are there numbers that we can put to this? Are there numbers that can show us what really happens to young women when we mentor them? So what we did was we sent out a survey. We gave these girls a list of questions, these young mentees a list of questions, and we asked them to give us an answer. 1 meaning, not so much, didn't really help. 8, 9, and 10 meant overwhelmingly made a difference, okay? So here's how they answered. Question 1, when I was a little girl, being part of a sports team made me feel like I belonged. I felt safe and connected. The answers, 8, 9, 10. Being on a sports team helped me develop confidence, which I believe gives me special powers to this day. 9, 9, 10, 10. Knowing I could learn and grow and gain new skills during my sports years has given me a growth mindset I use to this day. 10, 10, 10, 10. Having a sports background has helped me achieve the goals I personally set for myself. 10, 10, 10, 10. Sports in my youth has taught me to take things in stride and bounce back from adversity. 9, 10, 10, 10. Like resilience, it's just like, yes. Sports has given me a really strong personal power that has helped me try new things and push through the tough ones to create a life I love. 9, 9, 10, 10. And finally, if asked, I would highly recommend that every little girl should spend some time in sports. It's a huge source of personal power and joy. 10, 10, 10, 10. So sports could be the magic carpet that could carry girls over this perilous chasm of adolescence where so many fall victim to a crisis of confidence and self-worth. The pandemic has set our girls so far back, and we have to carry them forward from that brink. By mentoring, we know that girls will feel the full power of their physical ability and experience the emotional high of learning and the pulse, that sheer joy of their own accomplishments. And that's how they're forever changed. Why? Because they're not told they can do it. They feel that they can. And that's where change happens. And guess what? Everyone in this room, we need this nascent army of young women. We need them to be strong and powerful and ready to take on big challenges. We need tomorrow's generation to save us today. Women's rights are being threatened right now at a time like never before. I don't have to tell you about Roe v. Wade. I don't have to tell you about the IVF issue in Alabama. We are under attack. Our own personal power is being challenged and questioned. And it's exactly at moments like this that we need to stand firm and push forward. We need to burst open these dangerous doors and hold bright lights to lead the way, because their energy, their ripples, will carry us forward. So back to bicycles. In the Tour de France, riders take turns being in the lead, right? They do this to allow others to draft and to gain strength so they can move forward and everyone can finish the race. That is mentorship. Taking the lead and allowing others to draft off of our power and purpose so they can pull us forward tomorrow. Dear friends, we're at an incredible inflection point right now. Somewhere in this country, a little girl is watching Simone Biles. She's watching Naomi Osaka, Caitlin Clark. She's leaning forward. Her breath is quickening. Her hands are clenched. Who in this room is going to put a ball in her hands, a beam under her feet, a racket within reach? I think we all know the answer. And I, for one, say, the hell with bicycle face. Let's ride. Thank you.
Wow, 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 wow. Thank you so much, Lynn Casey. That was powerful. That was powerful and a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful moment and words and stories, to wrap up this summit. But we are not done yet. I need to call you up on stage, Katie Simmons, the heart and soul of this summit, the driving force. She's SIGA's Global COO and Managing Director of SIGA Women for a wrap-up of what we have just heard today. So please, Katie.
Well, I don't know about my bicycle face, but I've brought my game face to New York, and I think everybody here has got their game face on. What can I say? I'm going to keep it as concise as possible because we've heard a lot. All I can say is, what a day. We've had 8 hours of thought leadership, carefully curated panels designed to celebrate and showcase female leadership, but most importantly, our expertise. 8 keynotes, one-to-ones, 200 people walked through this MasterCard building today. Thank you for the security. Thousands online, 5 partners, 1 media partner, and a social media partner. 50 speakers from over 50 organizations. I would say in our 4th edition and our 3rd edition in person here at MasterCard, I would say the SIGA Women's Summit has come of age. And what did we learn? I've been writing notes. I haven't been texting people in the UK. I can tell you this. We learned that brands and sports properties care about gender equity, and they want to activate driving integrity changes with the sports properties. Gender equity, it's not a charity. It's good governance. It mitigates against corruption, and it drives revenue. We also learned that women's sport, it's unstoppable and on a trajectory like nothing else. But we need to ask for more. We learned the importance of inclusion and how language is important for accessibility. We learned on harnessing the commercial spending power of women and male allies to open the door to leadership. We learned to be our authentic self and not to step into the male mold. That was you, Ali, I quoted on that. We learned that women are vulnerable to gambling addiction. Just because we're women, it doesn't mean that we don't bet. And we saw women leading the way in tech and sports betting. And the final panel, obviously, best till last, and I would say that, but I was so proud of them. I was so proud of the mentees who joined. Thank you. Thank you. Giving them the platform, but also the amazing women who have dedicated their time, free of charge, to leave their legacy. And thank you to all 75 of you and the 2 on the panel. My overall conclusion is that we definitely have a pipeline of female leaders, and we have female leaders at the top. So what are we waiting for? We're ready for gender equity. Let's make it happen. The SIGA Women's Summit, it's not an ordinary event. I think there's been cheers, there's been tears today, and it's a community. Everybody's networking outside. We're going to have the champagne toast. It's not a monologue where the speakers speak. We're interactive, and we're part of this change. And we don't want people to go about their separate ways and go home and forget all about this. When you said yes to coming here, unfortunately, you didn't just say yes to turning up at the summit. We wanted more from you. You've said yes to being part of our global movement, to instigate cultural change and deliver good governance in sport. You said yes to our mission to close the gender gap in terms of having more females on the board in the decision-making powers of sports organizations globally. You said yes to leaving a legacy for the next generation of female leaders. And in doing so, you also said yes to creating the world where each woman is financially independent and can be an owner and an investor in our industry. Because that is what it needs to drive change. Money talks, money decides, and that's where we want to be for the young girls. We want to make them empowered so that they can invest like the men do in the men's sports and women's sports. So to close, and I do have a few asks, I always do at this time of day, but here I go. I call on more brands, that we've had 5 fantastic brands support us, to support SIGA and SIGA's women's agenda. We can't do it without you. Partner with us, join SIGA, hold the sports properties accountable in a positive way to align to your core values that your consumers hold you accountable to. The aspiring female leaders in the room, I've spoken to so many, Yale, other students on our youth council here. Show up, don't just show up as well. Talk to us and apply for the SIGA Women Mentorship Program, our next masterclass. I'm sure we'll be organizing another one soon. And I call on the sports organizations, the leagues, to follow in the footsteps of some of the sports organizations we're working with to go through our independent rating and verification system. We've got over 20 organizations in various processes, and it was great to have Guy Laurent from UEFA confirming their commitment to SIGA. From the male allies in the room, it's been great to have so many of you. Thank you for showing up and for your commitment to this, and also mobilizing the women in your team. And I'm looking at you, Martin, from Epic for that. For the women, bring the chairs, not a portable chair, as Cassie said. And I ask every organization here and every person here to recommend or apply or to send somebody on the mentorship program, because this time next year, I don't want to say 75 connecting to 150 in total. I want to say 300, 400, 500, 1,000. We can do it. There is enough of us today that have walked into this room to make that happen. And so many of the people have been here today. It's through words of mouth, as somebody asked the room. It's because someone's recommended it to somebody else. And that just fills my heart with joy, because it means that we're doing something right. So to close, I said at the start, I feel your energy and your power, and that really empowers me. Thank you.
Amazing, Katie. Thank you so much, and thank you so much to SIGA for putting up such a worldwide class event. This has been so inspiring, to say the least, and to get to meet you all also, to be in front of you and to see you networking and to see you following everything that has been said here. You're going to take it. There are so many takeaways, you know, but just to finish everything and for some closing words, let's hear now our global CEO, the global CEO of SIGA, chairman and CEO of SIGA America, the one who empowered a woman to lead SIGA's operation because he hates discrimination. He said it here before, and who allowed her to manage this incredible SIGA Women program He's Emanuel Macedo de Medeiros. Please, the floor is yours.
Well, I think Katie reserved for me the easiest job, which was to thank you all for coming, and champagne is served. Thank you for that. Makes me popular. But I couldn't avoid saying a couple of things that are here in my heart. And right in my heart is in big letters the word pride. Pride can be seen, interpreted, read in so many ways. But when I think about pride, I think about the stones, the hard work, the walls, the adversities, the naysayers, those who doubted, those who hesitated, those who have chosen not to pick a side. And it is pride that I feel standing here before you, having witnessed and listened to practically every intervention in this room. Because there was a huge amount of work, dedication, and passion to make all this possible. It is proud that I feel, because I entrusted Katie with a mission that not many people would have been able to deliver. And she has done this outstandingly, above the charts. I told you, I speak out of my heart. I hold nothing back. I ask no favors. I make no favors. I tell you the truth as I see it. And what I saw in this room was leadership. So you must feel proud of yourselves. Everything that you have done in your lives has brought you here. Katie asked you to shoulder with us, to stand with us, to get the word out there, to create a pathway for other women to feel that they too can fulfill their potential. I want you to take these words and this ask seriously, because if we don't, we can only regret. It is within our reach. It is the time. It is needed now more than ever. In a period of blatant global leadership crisis, of skepticism, where it is so difficult to have trust and confidence in the future. What has happened here today is a lesson of what we can achieve if we unite our efforts, if we unite our voices, if we unite our beliefs and our strength and our energy and our commitment, and if we give everything we've got. That is what I heard here. Everyone who's sitting in these chairs. Amazing stories of success. Success against adversity. Success against the prejudice. Success against the envy of the mediocre that still reign in so many areas, and it's not just sport. Pride is what I feel of my daughter, Maria. Katie said, you should bring Maria to New York, because she knows how proud I am of my daughter. My daughter decided that she needed me to achieve her objectives, and I respect that. Sometimes I know what she has done through my wife. She went to law. She finished law. She went to Erasmus. She did a master on diplomacy, international relations, best student in Geneva. And then I thought, well, she's going to take a career as a diplomat. No. She fell in love with cybersecurity. And now she's leading cybersecurity and data protection in one of Europe's major banks, on her own merit. So it is proud that I feel. And why do I feel attached to this cause? Some say, oh, Manuel, European, white hair, middle age, come on. I said, why not? What do I have? that is so wrong that I cannot fight for the causes that I believe in? Impossible is really nothing. So it is a huge moment of gratitude that I feel, and also a moment that I pledge to you that I will redouble my efforts. I will be twice as inconvenienced and harder because the time for excuses is over. I do not accept tokenism. Okay? I could speak directly to Alexander Seferin, Gianni Infantino, the president of IOC, the commission of the NFL, whoever. The time for tokenism is over. Why should we contend with one woman and the EXCO? Why, I ask now, the government of my country, who's applauding a legislation that established 30% quota for women, why should we contend with 30%? And by the way, this is not about gender, this is about human rights. We are all equal, equal in dignity, equal in rights, and we should have equal opportunities. Or am I wrong? Shame on you, on those who still use excuses of the 19th century to deny a reality of the 21st century. And I want you to consider joining us, because we will not stop. We will not silence our voice. And to show you that I'm in business, I'm here to announce that we are launching the GRID Index. The GRID Index is an index, perception-based index, on gender, race, diversity, and inclusion. You will not hear me naming and shaming. You will not hear me making any comment, throwing any stone, making any criticism. But what you can expect is that we will show you what the reality looks like. Okay? So when you see the political leaders of our time bragging that there is more women practicing sport, I say, thank you. We got that. But what I want is equal opportunities, acceding to the boardrooms and the executive committees where decisions are made. The time has come for you to make your voice heard, join your efforts to ours, because we will not stop. And I will tell you more, because from here I'm going to Brazil, to Sao Paulo, and on Monday we kick off a conference where we will shape, together with all the Brazilian stakeholders, and the government included, and the media, and the global brands, and MasterCard, take my hat off. You are an inspiration, you are North Star, and we need more brands to follow your footsteps. We need more brands to put their money where their mouth is. We need more brands to do what is within their reach, not in the future, but right now. Katie said, we need resources, because she's not happy with 150 mentors and mentees. She needs twice, 10 times more than that, and she will deliver, but we need resources. So we need more action. We need more organizations walking the talk, or walking the walk. And in Brazil, we will kick off the inaugural conference of the independent study on the future of football in Brazil. For those who know, football is more than a religion in Brazil, it's everything. And we, SIGA, together, will help them to pave the way towards the 21st century. That will include human rights, gender, diversity, and inclusion. And on Wednesday, we will sign a cooperation agreement with the Brazilian Football Confederation. Yes, you heard it here too. It's going to be on Wednesday. And before the end of the month, because this is the month of the woman, right, we will show you where we are in terms of female representation at the top of the chain, at the executive committee of the 32 international recognized sports federations. And in November, I want you all mobilized for the SIGA Integrity Week, a week fully dedicated to good governance, to financial integrity, to sports betting integrity, to gender, race, diversity, and inclusion. We own this space not because anyone gave it to us, not because we were allowed to, not because we asked to. We own this space because we exerted our legitimacy and our responsibility. Because if we're not willing to do what it takes, how can we expect others to follow our footsteps? So Katie, thank you. But there is more for you. To the brilliant audience, female leaders who have inspired me so much, who have been able to give me this moment of pride and fulfillment, please continue to support us, continue to do everything that you can. We are a global movement. We are a global force whose time has come. We mean business. We are here to stay. We count on you. You know you can count on us. MasterCard, thank you for hosting us. And Kathy, to the moderators, to the MCs, to the technical staff, to my dear Luz from Chile, who got me candy because this aircon was killing me on my throat. Muchas gracias también por todo. Merci beaucoup. Vielen Dank.
Amazing, Emmanuel. We are all fired up, and now it's the time that you've been waiting for. Of course, a champagne toast to celebrate all the takeaways, all the new connections, all the inspiration to celebrate the SIGA Women's Summit. And see you next year. See you next year. Yes, yes. Thank you, Katie, and thank you also for trusting me with this job. Thank you so much.
We don't have to say a word. All that we have to do is simply be. It's more than just in our minds. Let's unwind. We're here driven by our hearts. It's priceless between us. Following our love, we see eye to eye. We hold this moment dearly. We look will drop. Is there anything left of your love? You're the only one who can pick it up, who can carry you home. There's a something in the air, it's watching your back, it's writing the plans. Something, it knows you well. You could call it a sign, you could call it whatever you like. It is the saying things are gonna work out fine. There's a something in the air, it's watching your back, it's writing the plans. Something, it knows you well. You could call it a sign, you could call it whatever you like. It is the saying things are gonna work out fine.
Hey, get it, get it, get it. I love what you bring. You like streaming water clank. Put yourself beside me, come and drench me with your rain. Yeah, I'ma call out your name. I'll never complain. And mañana do the dance. This our chance. Like, make the priceless move, yeah. Soon enough, bring it with you. I can feel it in the air, Bubba. Our song on the vinyl spinning. Things have changed, should've figured. Used to be in my Insta picture. I can feel it in your hair blowing. They could tease us, we don't care, nah, nah, nah. Cause we know if I could dial that watch back to the zero, I could be your hero, yeah. Feel like we clicked, feel like a kid again. Oh, what you do to me, you make it stick. Don't wanna miss a thing. Count every second, our time is quick. We're running away. Running away. How you think? You make me wanna quit this music thing. We might buy a couple novels and go off the grid again. I can't wait to live again in your head. In many ways we're friends. I ain't got time to explain. Yeah, look at you, you're vibrant. Life is funny, we just winging this stuff. Days and nights in silence. On the weekends I'm singing with you. Look at us, we're blinded. Soon enough I'll be ringing with you. Hope that we could be timeless. We both know that the clock's ticking. Yeah. I know if I could dial that watch back to the zero, I could be your hero, yeah. Feel like we click, feel like a kid again. Oh, what you do to me, you make it stick. Don't wanna miss a thing. Count every second, our time is quick. We're running away.